and to attend this conference, the last day. Father, be in our midst, demonstrate your presence and ability so that we can succeed in coming up with solutions concerning technology, digital technology, and all other things. And when we reach that point, then we shall always glorify your name in Jesus' mighty name.
Amen. Thank you. So thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Now, when I call the doctor, please clap for him. Where I come from, people are welcomed. So let's welcome Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa. He's the co-chairman, the technical program committee, who have done a wonderful job thus far. And of course, he's a very pivotal person when it comes to Eastbat University. So welcome, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony, for a kind introduction. Hello, everyone, and a very good morning to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants, and we have the presence of Professor John Mugisha, the Vice Chancellor, Bishop Stewart University. We have Madam Sister Dr. Gorochi, the Uganda University Quality Assurance. Thank you so much for your kind presence for this NCC 2025, day 2 of the conference. We also have the presence of different colleagues from different universities which have been the part of the technical evaluation team and also paper review committee. And thank you so much for joining to us. And I hope you'll be able to benefit with them throughout the day of the session. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to reflect on the first day of the NCC 2025 conference. As we gather in this vibrant space, let us take a moment to appreciate the collective energy, passion, and commitment that each one of you brings to this important session. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey towards a more connected, efficient, and sustainable future. Our discussion have been rich and enlightening that I'm proud to say that we are taking meaningful steps towards the vision we set out for ourselves. And yesterday, when we started with our opening ceremony, we had wonderful speeches, starting with the opening remarks with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Eastbat University, Professor Dr. K.M. Matthew. Then we had remarks by Engineer Christine Mugimba, the Director of ICT and Research at UCC. And we talk about solving the issues together with research, academia, and government. Innovation is not just about ICT, but how we solve the problems. Africa has different problems, and young people had to work with that and solve those problems. Then we had remarks by Honorable Fred Omach Manjir, the Chancellor of Eastbat University, telling about a story that is not about like how you need to be famous, but how you are going to be famous actually, and more inclusive for digital literacy. He gave an example about the ATM, talking about the GDPs increasing and also to the industrialization. He talked about the incorporation of academia and technology, and he said that the future is now. Then we had our the opening remarks by Honorable Nyombi Tambu, the Executive Director for the UCC, emphasizes the collaboration with academia and technology has worked the best. He pointed out examples improve the defense, internet, the GDPs, anything you need to do to be the national importance. And likewise, we had then the inaugural address by the Honorable Minister talking about the technology, something which we cannot avoid, had to be in line with it actually. And innovations and industrialization revolutions with the blockchain technologies is even Bank of Uganda is using it. So we have to work upon the technology the way they are coming to us actually. And then we had the vote of thanks by the Vice Chancellor of the Gulu University, talking about the policymakers, the innovators, the social leaders have to work together to make this kind of events as a conference as a great success. And we also had, along with that, the opening ceremony, we had a variety of keynote speeches, where first we had the CEO of MTN and talking about the job creation, the human capital, commercialization of homegrown innovation. And that's where we can see, since yesterday, people are talking about the Ugandan development goals, the innovation from homegrown innovations. So I believe we'll all work together to look into this, all the homegrown innovations. And apart from this technical talks, we also had kind of a panel session where we talked about unlocking the social impact through digital innovation, from pilots to scalable solutions in health, education, and social services. And that's where the session was moderated by Professor Pius Achanga, the Vice Chancellor of Mountains of the Moon University. And definitely the session was very insightful, where people discuss a lot about the different types of the digital innovations. With the different panelists, we had Mr. Vincent David Agaba, the Managing Director of UBC, and we also had Mr. Vikram Lal. He's the Chief Marketing Officer at Leica Africa. So the panel was very insightful, and we have seen that how where the academia, the government, and industry work together to bring innovations and providing the local solutions. Apart from that, we also had the technical sessions of the paper presentation, and that's where we had a good number of papers for this conference, where they have been gone into parallel sessions, which happen into this main hall, and boardroom 1 and boardroom 2, where boardroom main hall, we had a technical talk on digital innovation for social impact by Professor Jude Lubega, the Vice Chancellor of Kumba University. And we also had the different presentations talking about different solutions, the local-based solutions for the development of the nation. Then we also had a technical talk too on technology for sustainable livelihoods on the boardroom 1 by Professor Olive Sabiti, the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University. In that also we had a variety of presentations by the authors. In boardroom 2, we had a technical talk on environmental sustainability through technology by Dr. Abel Kamagara, the head of department, the Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Chambogo University. And all the three sessions, which were in parallel, emphasized a lot on the local solutions in Uganda. So, as we move forward on the discussion of today, I urge all of you to carry this momentum into coming days. Let us not only celebrate our achievements, but also recognize the work that lies ahead. The vision we have for NCC 2025 is determined, but together we can turn this vision into reality. In conclusion, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your participation and engagement today. Your contributions are going to enrich our discussions, and your commitment to our shared goals is inspiring. Let us continue to work collaboratively, embracing innovation, and striving for the betterment of our communities and our world. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the continuing conversations and ideas that will emerge as we move forward together. Let us make the most of our time here at the NCC 2025 conference and ensure that our efforts lead to lasting change. With this, thank you so much. Bebale Asante. Over to you, MC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mayuro. Of course, a lot has been said on day one, but I just wanted to see whether we have some take-homes from yesterday in just 1 or 2 minutes. Who is willing to share with us their take-home? What stood out for you in day one? The microphone. What stood out? Anything that stood out? Microphone, please pass on to that microphone. So we have one hand. Okay. Another one. Good. Yes, somebody will be passing the microphone to you. Yeah, there's one hand there.
Good morning. My name is Navka Hawa. So my take home was that we shouldn't only be partakers of digital innovation solutions, we should also be creators of digital solutions.
That's very good. Thank you very much. We should not just be partakers, we should own these solutions, especially the local ones. Very good. In conferences like this, you could get an idea that could change your community, your life, and it takes a lot of reflection. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. I observe protocol. One thing that was striking was the need to have digital access to the rural areas. And then the issue of responsible communication when it comes to the youth, those of us who are young. I may not be young also, but young sometimes.
You're forever young, don't worry. You're as old as you think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Responsible communication. And then the use of social media by the young, instead of making meaning to be creative and innovative and spending time on things that may not be able to build them. And then the need for the academia, the private sector, and the society to reach the SDGs by ensuring that services reach in all parts of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was exciting. Yes, the last one, before we can invite the Vice Chancellor for Bishop Talk to give us 1 or 2 remarks.
Good morning once again.
It would be nice to tell us where you come from, what you do. Yes.
Good morning once again. My name is Robert Waswa. I work with Youth Corporation for Ideas, Stan NGO.
Very good.
In the capacity of program coordinator. One I can say is that when we meet in forums like this, we are given an opportunity to extrapolate more conversations around issues. And the most important thing is how we can all work together to make a difference. Being part of a team is a great way to reach solutions. We cannot work in isolation. So when we meet here in a forum like this, we learn one another, we network and that kind of thing, and coming up with solutions to digital issues. And I'm so happy that before we even leave here, many of us will have made more friends. When we go out there, then we can actually network more for the benefit of communities. I thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. They've really reminded us. Oh, I think that would be 2 more. 1 minute. 1 minute, yes. Oh, the sister would like to weigh in also? Very good.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
All protocol observed. My name is Musana Edi from Bustema University. Currently, I'm on PhD in cyber physical systems. So my take home yesterday is that everything starts in the mind. It's digested, then implemented, then put on platforms for access. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's a lady.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Brenda Atwine from ISPAT, FBAC department. I love the session, I love the conference. My take on was one, innovation was a lot, but just to pick one, that innovation is not just about creating apps, but also we are looking at how can we grow as a country. So as we innovate, we are coming up with real solutions, and eventually we are actually contributing to the attainance of the Sustainable Development Goals. That was very awakening, because once these different private sectors are talking about investing in making devices affordable, because without the device, like it was said, there is no technology, there's no development. So the affordability and then the accessibility is one of the reasons Uganda has actually, or maybe the developing countries, are sort of back. So once we are talking about affordability and accessibility, I see us moving at a really fast speed. This is a very great platform, and I'm so happy that we get to discuss these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have our last contributor. Second last. So no more hands. But I'm enjoying it because this is the kind of engagement we are looking for.
Thank you, MC.
Yeah.
I'll just add, my name is Peter Wakuma Isbat, FBAC. Away from technology, I remember why I recall the UBCMD telling us that we should get married. And to me, that is very serious, because all this IT innovation must be consumed by people. So I think the message will be louder and clear. I think this is the right place to network. So after here, probably in the next few years, we shall see that the message for the UBCMD reached its corners. So to me, that was part of the highlight. A little bit of the fun, but it was quite interesting. Thank you.
Very good, very good. As we get our last contributor, she will be the last, the sister in front. I would like to take note that the next session, the presenters for the next session, please make sure you have your presentations at the ICT technical team. Geoffrey Drani, is he around? Very good. Mujuni Abans, is he around? We've got Techiria Brighton, is he around? Please make sure you have your presentation there in the interest of time. Zakaria Masimango, very good. Then we have Colin Agaba. So we are going to have the next session here, the technical session, and then there will be a parallel session happening in Boardroom 1, and that will be the one on civic technology and digital governance. I hope Flavia has submitted her presentation. David Magere, Okello Andrew Peters, Jonathan Kula. We've got Namurinda Alex and Harish Kumar. Those will be in Boardroom 1. So let's have the final take-home from the sister.
Thank you very much, our spokesperson.
You're most welcome.
Praise God, people of God. Praise God, people of Allah. Praise God, people of Creator. Professor Kawa is my name, and I am a professor of curriculum, but at the same time, I'm a president of Ugandan University Quality Assurance Forum, and we have got 54 universities, and our offices are in Kyambogo University. I want to share my takeaway from yesterday. My takeaway yesterday, first of all, let me give a small background of our Ugandan University Quality Assurance Forum. We came together to see that our curriculum that we are giving students should be a successful curriculum which will help them in their future careers. So when I saw this conference, actually, that's what we are looking for. Because whether we like it or not, we have to be digital literate because it has come to stay. So what was my takeaway yesterday? Yesterday, we're talking about how the governments, the universities, and the industries can come together so that we look local solutions digitally. But we have to be partakers, not buyers, as some people said yesterday, because Ugandans, we buy a lot of. But this time we have to be creators. We have to be creators and then integrate it locally. That's when we are going to benefit. I submit.
Thank you very much, Professor. So thank you for your contributions, very insightful takeaways. I hope we can all learn from that. Sometimes in presentations like this, you only need to take away 5% of what everybody has said. Don't worry about being bombarded with all the knowledge. Just take away one thing that could change the trajectory of your life, your community, and Africa. Allow me to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Tak to give us 1 or 2 minutes of his remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Correction, I'm the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University, which is located in Mbarara, a church-founded university that was chartered in 2014 and which started way back in 2002. I'm called Professor John Francis Mujisha. I am a professor of health planning and management. I would like to greet you this morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak to you. Yesterday I missed, but I registered my apologies with the organizers. It's good that we are here. I think this conference comes at a time when universities are going through a revolution, when generally higher education and even lower education is going through a revolution. A revolution of the new curriculum, which is competence-based, a revolution of changing from universities being places for impartation of knowledge and skills to being places for transformation, holistic transformation of the learners. A revolution from universities being looked at as ivory towers to being resource centers and engines for community transformation. And I think for this revolution to happen, technology is a requirement. You can't have this revolution without technology. And so the conference comes at a time when we need technology to complete this revolution. I'm glad that when I looked through the program, what was covered yesterday and what is to be covered today, I see us getting out of the universities to work with industry, to work with government, because that is the only way to ensure that the benefits of education are there. Knowledge is no longer for its own sake. I think the transformation we are talking about is to turn our learners into professionals and leaders that are creative, that are employable, that are entrepreneurial, that can provide solutions to the problems affecting where they find themselves, the institutions where they work, the places where they live. And so technology is at the center of this kind of transformation. Where I come from, at Bishop Stewart University, for about 8 years I was based here in Cavendish University, Uganda, as a vice chancellor. And I think the new vice chancellor who succeeded me was here yesterday. We were dealing with an environment that is within the city. Where I am, it is also a city, but which is close to the countryside. And I realized that we have to deal with the communities and to get solutions that assist the communities. I have realized that technology is very important to have this community transformation. We are working on a number of innovations, and for us, we are now at Cavendish, we are looking at development of apps. Somebody talked about apps, application development. Now we are talking about developing products that help to treat animals, because we are located in the cattle corridor, that help plant growth and which support agriculture, because we are located in an area where there is farming, but also which help in community socio-economic transformation generally. So technology is right at the center of that. So the question is, how can we work together using technology to co-create solutions that support socio-economic transformation? We have started a number of universities, including where I come from, are developing a number of products to treat foot and mouth disease. I think as I speak, we have already started, I'm a co-PI for a research that is making the first herbal antibiotic. It's called Schimocid, which will be treating foot and mouth disease for animals. And actually we use technology, even for simple things, but also for treatment of animals generally, for getting the feeds that help them to produce more milk. We actually use technology. Technology helps us to understand even the traditional pasture that animals were feeding on. If you use PlantNet, simple, it actually tells you, you can ask the scientific name of the plant, just as an example. Then you ask the nutritional value for the animals. Then you can ask any levels of or quantities of toxicity in the plant and how this can be how this can be reduced or removed so that the plant can be able to act as animal feed. I'm just giving you an example of how we are using technology. In the other side, away from development of applications, for us who are based in the countryside. So this revolution is here. We can only embrace it. Because if we don't, different countries are investing loads, colossal sums of money into this digital revolution, and Africa cannot stay behind. Because if we do, we might be recolonized. The world is moving very fast. So you are welcome to this kind of discussion, which I think is the only opportunity that Africa has to catch up with the rest of the world. Because you see, technology brings information to you. Technology brings information right at your desk. And so how we help our learners, how we help our collaborators and our partners to utilize technology to improve their livelihoods is what is going to help us to leverage this technology for socio-economic transformation. We organized a forum with our business partners in the recent past, and I was asking them, how many of you are using technology to understand the products that have market? Some of them are farmers. If you are using animal feeds, how many of you are using technology to know that these animal feeds are actually nutritious? And they were asking, how can we do it? I said, I demonstrated. I said, just get a plant that you are using for animal feeds and use technology. If you use PlantNet, it will tell you the scientific name of the plant. Then you can ask the nutritional value for exotic breeds, for local breeds of animals. You can ask for the level of toxicity. You can ask what you can mix it with to increase nutritional value. Technology can help to improve farming, but it can also help to improve business. To understand things that products which are in high demand in this region, in Asia, in the US, technology can help you to understand these products. So let us ask the right questions. We also need policies to regulate these technologies in higher education especially. And I am sure that somebody has either spoken about policy or will be speaking about policy. It is very important. I want to invite all of us to start using technology and the internet by asking the right questions, and to help our learners spend a lot of time not just looking for things that promote entertainment, that provide entertainment, but asking questions on how they can get out of poverty, how can they can study more, how they can do business online, how can they sell their products. People who are asking those questions have found answers, and these answers have made a difference in their lives. I'll have an opportunity to speak later in the afternoon when I will be moderating a session on literacy and the digital revolution, and how this supports the workforce and helps to feed into the national development goals of the country. So we'll be able to speak more. I thank you and I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor John Mugisha, from the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University in Mbarara, for your opening remarks. Right about now, in the interest of time, we will invite our moderator for the next session, which is Future Skills and Digital Literacy for SDGs. Mr. Ronald Bakakimpa. I hope I got it right. Head of Cybersecurity at UCC. Please come and take over as chairman and, of course, moderator for this session. I'll also invite the presenters. I'll also invite the presenters to come and take their seats as your chairman takes over this session. Thank you. So, Godfred Rani. Where is Godfred Rani? Please come and take up your seat. Then we have Mujuni Abans. Mujuni Abans. We have Brighton. Come and take up your seats. Then we've got Zakaria Asimango. And Colin Agaba. Come and take up your seats. Then for the other technical team, for the technical talk 5, we'll have the civic and technology digital team that will be moderated by Vincent. Yes. So we'll have Vincent Olema, engineer, post chair IEE, Uganda sector. Of course, they'll be headed for boardroom number 1. Please make sure you're in the right boardroom. You might be here when you're supposed to be the other side. That's why I'm trying to emphasize the other technical talk 5 who are supposed to be in boardroom 1. So Flavia Ouma, I hope they've left. Magere David, in case you're here, please move to boardroom 1. Okello Andrew Peters, boardroom 1. Jonathan Kula, Alex Namurinda, and Haresh Kumar. Please, in case you heard your name, move to boardroom 1. And of course, the judges for technical talk 4 will have Dr. Tabo Olok Godfrey from Gulu University. Please join us. And then we'll have Dr. Tony Setumba from Makerere University. Please join us. Last but not least, we'll have Dr. Vai Bahu Chagi, Dean, Faculty of ICT, Isbat University. Thank you. So Chairman, please take over your session. Thank you. You can do it from there.
Morning once again. Welcome to day 2 of today's NCC conference. My name's, as was mentioned earlier, Ronald Bakachimpa, Head Cybersecurity, UCC. Together with me are 3 noble gentlemen who I would request to introduce themselves, starting with Dr. Tabo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the audience. My name is Dr. Tabo Olok Godfrey. I'm the head of the department, Computer Science at Gulu University, and also part of the technical organizing committee for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tabo. Next is Dr. Setumba.
Dr. Tony Setumba. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Makerere University, and I'm part of also the organizing committee of this conference. Thank you.
And last but not least, Dr. Vai.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Tyagi. I am the Dean of Faculty of Information and Communication Technology at Isbat University. I am the organizing member of the committee, and also I am the TPC member for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vai. A lot has been said in the previous sessions about digital literacy and future skills. So in the interest of time and to be fair to the presenters, I'm going to request that we start our presentations. The first presenter on stage will be Godfrey Rani. Thank you. For housekeeping, please note that we shall only allocate 8 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll allow for 2 questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Godfrey Rani. I'm from West Nile, and I work in Baraka Relief and Development Organization. The topic of the paper is future skills and digital literacy for SDGs. Okay, introduction, that's content. Executive summary. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this project will assist women and girls in West Nile region, in Uganda especially, through provision of through provision of these services like activities like training, community dialogue, talks and messages, sexual, reproductive health and gender-based violence. And let me clear about that, sexual, reproductive health and gender-based violence. And actually, sex and gender, they seem alike, but they're actually different. When we try to differentiate them, like sex is actually about what you are born with. You are a male, you are a female. That's what you're born with. You are born as a female, you're born as a male. Now, when we say your gender, it's actually not as sex, actually. It is what you are affiliated to. Some men are women, but others are men. Some women are also men and others are women. Like, it's according to how you, according to your efficacy, what your drive actually, because some people reason differently, actually. So this project is about gender-based violence and human women rights, human reproduction health. Actually, it's not about only women, but when we say gender-based, actually, it can support also men. The boy child also is actually involved with, because when we just say gender-based violence, people run to women and all of a sudden like that. The project intervention include training programs, skills, entrepreneurship skills, and after providing them with entrepreneurship skills like fish farming and welding. Actually, the minister was here talking about what actually affects the Global South. When we look at the Global South, actually, like in the Global South upper region, and when we look at the upper down, like Uganda here, what does it actually mean, like gender-based violence? What does it actually mean about that? Do they just begin to fight like that? Do they just begin to fight at home like that? No, it's because like when you say the climatic conditions, like when you see the hot regions like this, when we see the floods and we see the droughts affecting the communities like this, we see the homesteads actually, they're affected by this, and their crops are dried, and sometimes the floods also, they erode the gardens and everything. So due to that, they get so stressed, they go to drug abuse, they go to doing other type of things. So after engaging all these things, they engage into gender-based violence at home. So they begin to fight, not that they just begin to fight like that, but because of these climatic conditions, when they change, that's when the gender-based violence begins to change, begin to happen in their homesteads. This is the background. Uganda is surrounded with South Sudan, Democratic Congo, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, like that. So these youth are engaged in also in, like when the president went abroad, up county also, he introduced like studio, because this youth also like doing studio work, they like singing a lot, and after getting out of school, they sing a lot, and you know, when they sing a lot like this, so we also do provide some funds to them like that, but it also comes after some, it's an investment, you know. So we provide that talent and that skills that they develop from them. The objective of the introduction, okay, we continue with the slides. The problem statement, the youth particularly, I think I've gone through this. Early pregnancies in the ladies also, we can provide for them like skills like training sanitary pads and tailoring skills and tailoring skills, poultry farming. Due to such things, they need to drop out and they need some empowerment. So the government needs to invest in them and needs to also look in such projects and also invest in such projects so that we cannot bring them, not that we just leave them like that. Because when we also, the government needs to engage in policing, as we are talked about here, policing in girl child education, the dropouts and vocational skills, they need to invest more in them. The literature review, gender disparities. Education, Uganda shows significant gender disparities, particularly in rural and post-conflict regions like northern Uganda. In Uganda Bureau of Statistics 2022, you can find that, and Uganda National UNICEF in 2022, responsibilities of cultural practices, poverty contribute to dropouts, poverty also, their income per capita is low, and early pregnancies, particularly affects adolescents who may be forced to leave school. Uganda National Population Fund 2020 reports by age 19, most of the 60% drop out of school. This is the table, like 53% for secondary school retention rates by gender in northern Uganda, and 42 for women. That's Uganda Bureau of Statistics, that's what we have been covered also. And economic empowerment for women. Economic empowerment, I think we have gone through that. Community-based interventions, poverty-based interventions, combining dialogues. This community-based, whereby the follow-up will be through engaging sub-county leaders, like we engage in the sub-county 1 chairman, local council 1 chairman, local council 3. Then we follow up with them, not that we just go out like that, because they also need the kiti kidogo, you know, some small thing whereby you go to them, kiti kidogo, then you go to them and they do follow up, and they register them, they do the, because some of them also, when you don't go through them, they know most of them actually. Methodology, study area population, the project targets and districts in West Nile, mostly West Nile, Arua, Maracha, and Nebi. 30, this is the breakdown actually, methodology. 10 villages, sampling, participant selections, females 3,000, training awareness activities overview, activities, vocational training, community dialogue, and radio talk shows. Like we can do a radio talk show, like there are around over 7 radio stations in Arua there. So we can do one in one station like that. Awareness and awareness through collaborating with the churches and the community leaders, whereby you do counsel them also. Nutritional facility, nutrition equipments, you can give them also. Data collection, quantitative surveying, monitoring and evaluation, I think I've gone through that. We go through the LCs and everything like that. Conceptual framework, training, employment model, special training outcomes, community awareness model, community awareness achieved, radio talk shows, we have gone through community activities and expected outcomes. The youth will be trained, the outcomes will be trained, they will be trained, economic independence and educational retention, reduced gender-based violence, improved health practices, women and girls, anticipated outcomes, yeah, youth employment, women economic empowerment, and then there's a case study here that actually are coming to a conclusion that 17-year-old dropout Miriam in Arua district dropped out of school due to early pregnancy after receiving vocational training and participating in women group receiving revolving funds. She started a small tailoring business. After income now supports her child, and she has resumed basic literacy classes. Then maybe Grace, mother of 3, benefited from nutritional support and entrepreneurship, establishing small poultry farm, revolving fund, increasing family food security and household income. And these cases illustrate transformative impact of combined training, financial support, and community awareness intervention on women and girls.
Sorry to cut you, Mr. Drani. I think we have overshot the time allocated for you. We shall allocate you 2 more minutes, but I think...
I'm finished. I've actually finished.
Oh, you're finished, good.
Yeah.
But I would want you to speak more to how you're going to use digital innovations to achieve your objective.
Okay.
In 1 minute.
2 minutes. How are we going to achieve digital innovations? Okay. So the digital innovation, like, when you provide for us, like, as I was telling you, most of them, like, when you provide the innovation, okay, they do, okay, when you provide, like, assistance to the CBOs and NGOs, actually, they do break down what you have given to them. We'll take accountability of what you give unto us, like as I was saying, like studios, they really do love singing a lot, but most of them are dropouts, so they need some education a little bit. So you just can't you just can't just bring them and they begin singing other things, like. But we do that studio work and we harness their talents and everything like that.
Thank you. Thank you. We shall take. Thank you for your presentation. I think you can hold on a second there. We shall take only two questions from the audience, preferably a gentleman and a lady, in the principle of equality. Yes, sir. Kindly introduce yourself and then you ask the question. Just hold on a second, let them give you a microphone, please.
All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cherere William, and I'm the Programs Coordinator for Love and Friend Youth Development Organization. To the presenter, thank you so much for your presentation. My request to you, before I make the request, I appreciate you for preparing the presentation. Thank you for the efforts. My request or question to you is that may you make an investor's pitch to the audience. You've presented to us, but we need, without the presentation, may you make a summary such that we get to understand what your concept is about. Thank you.
Okay, the second question. The lady at the back. Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I could see when you are talking, I could relate the work that you're doing with a lot of community conversations around gender-based violence and other things. And I was wondering whether you could borrow from some of the things that we do at Igaza Creations. We integrate TikTok, we use WhatsApp to discuss about literacy. For example, we have a WhatsApp platform. We call it Voices for Reading, and every evening we share a topic and people chat about that topic. We give each other advice about how we can promote reading. We pick a topic, and it's really very engaging, and I'm thinking your project could actually benefit from that. On TikTok, we also have a platform where we promote reading. We try to show why reading is important. We give examples of people reading and encouraging tips, helping readers who are struggling with reading. So I believe you could actually use a lot of the existing social media platforms to do a lot of discussions or conversations around gender-based violence and other topics that you handle. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like Mr. Drani to just give a few remarks in response to the feedback that he has received.
Thank you for those questions. Yes, let me start with the last one. Yes, we do that. Thank you for that. WhatsApp and everything like that. But most of them, they don't really have this WhatsApp thing, so they're like listening to this radio also. But what you said is also good. We shall also adopt it. And he's saying that research summary, and yeah, the research summary is about like digital skills, harnessing them, you know, and gender-based violence, and what really does happen to gender-based violence. And because like when we look at the global south, right now it's the issue right now, like what's affecting the climatic conditions, like the droughts and the floods and everything. What is really happening around is like these floods are causing devastating, they are destroying the crops of the farmers, and Uganda, agriculture is the backbone of Uganda, you know. So it's really affecting the crops and the farm and the fish farm and the what, you know. And right now, when you go to the households, you find that the woman begins to fight the man begins to fight the woman, and what we call about gender-based violence is actually that's what we call gender-based violence, and not sex. Also, sexual reproductive health. The man and the woman begin to fight like that. We had also been doing that sensitization in our organization there, and we did a little, and we also tried to give the report and everything like that. Due to some of these climatic conditions affecting, we find the homesteads devastated actually. So we're actually encouraging government to try to put their hands on the issues that are affecting, like harnessing the digital solutions actually, like what do you call the digital solutions? Tailoring and welding also can also assist them also in many different ways. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Drani. I request we put our hands together for Mr. Drani. In no particular order, I'm going to invite the next presenter, Mr. Colin Agaba. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Agaba, and I'll be, I work for the Uganda Communications Commission, and I'll be presenting a paper on analysis of INI in 5G NR modulation schemes. Okay. Yeah, I'll be presenting a paper on that subject, and the catch here is the windowing. Studies have been done in this area, but I'll tell you in a short while why this. That's an introduction of the subject matter, not so important. I'll go next. Now, I'll focus on that image over there. That's something I believe all of us are familiar with. And most times when people talk about 5G, everyone refers to that. And people will quickly talk about the enhanced mobile broadband, the ultra-reliable low latency, massive machine type communication, which is the IoTs. But today I would like to break this down and put my case before you. Looking at this, we see the enhanced mobile broadband. We have the ultra high video, the high definition videos, the 3D and so on and so forth. And that's so appealing to the Gen Zs and so on. Now looking at that triangle, the part up, the enhanced mobile broadband requires a lot of throughput. The one to your left, the ultra reliable, requires latency or reliability. And the one to your right, the massive machine type, which is the IoTs, mainly requires capacity or bandwidth. And here we are saying, as is, the case is right now. I've seen people discuss, like yesterday we had speakers talking about remote operations. Many of you have shared about projects regarding IoTs and so on and so forth. But all these things run on a platform. And that's the platform I want to diagnose and talk about this morning. And that platform is Spectrum. Without the Spectrum, all these will just stay applications and so on as they are. You know, as is, with the technologies that are around, you have, for instance, LTE. Let me go to the next, not so important. I'll pause at that. The LTE used, if you look at the first column, where it says the sub-carrier spacing, that's the numerology. The heading of my presentation is analysis of INI, and INI is inter-numerology interference. My background is interference resolution, and that's what I've been doing for many years at Uganda Communications Commission. And during that period, I have seen a number of interferences. Like I've interacted with interferences in the 5G band, radar, GPS, and so on and so forth. And this pushed me to, think harder and try to understand more why interference, because interference is so undesirable. If you have interference, you'll be out of business, if you know what I'm saying. So we are saying here, we want to mitigate the INI interference, and I'll explain in a bit. But first, I'm drawing your attention to the first column, which is the sub-carrier spacing, and I'm saying sub-carrier spacing is the same as numerology. So we have the 15, 30, 60, 120, 240, so on and so forth. And I'll also draw your attention to the second last, to your right, symbol duration. You will see one is the inverse of the other. Time is the inverse of frequency, is inversely proportional to frequency. And I'll get back to that in a bit. This is another familiar drawing for those who have looked at 5G. On the other side, you see those, pop-outs. Those are sub-carriers, and those sub-carriers will come either in 15, 30, 60, just like I showed you before. And you see the axis is written on frequency. This axis is written on time. Now, the two, you can convert the frequency to the time using the math of someone called Fourier, which I know some of you are familiar with. Now, on the time axis, what you see there is what we call OFDM symbols, and on the other side, we have sub-carriers. I'll get to that in a bit. This talks about a factor Q, and Q is, we'll get to sub-carriers. We are analyzing two sub-carriers, or two numerologies. And reason, I'll get back to what I spoke about before. The different numerologies handle the different use cases. Most times when we look at that, the 5G use case triangle, we know we have IoTs. I'll give an example of this room. If we had IoTs in this room, and we had something under the mission critical, say a doctor is doing a diagnosis of someone remotely, and we have another one of a Gen Z there who is trying to stream a 5K or 4K video in this room, and we have a 5G signal, giving us a feed. We are not good. The other guy who is doing an operation needs instant. He needs instant videos to be able to see what he's doing. The IoT can wait, but he needs a lot of bandwidth. The guy of the Gen Z will need a lot of speed, like to stream his videos. And this is what this is about. The bigger sub-carriers which, you know, since it's a bigger frequency, if you take the inverse, it's a short time. That will work for the guy who wants instant, you know, instant, whatever he's doing, he wants no latency. That's why it's called the ultra reliable. He wants reliability and he wants no latency at all. So we are saying we want to have, much as this idea sounds so good, when you put those subcarriers together, like I'm going to show you in, and in the meantime, you just store a Q somewhere in your brain. Q minus 1 over Q is a factor I'm going to refer to. Okay, the drawings I've been showing you before are from the IBM site, some of them, but moving forth, what you see there, these are not internet photos. These are images that have been simulated, tested using MATLAB. So it's a system, and it's a working system. They're not just nice pictures with nice colors. So here we are saying, if you can see on the left, there's a green, the peaks in green for a smaller numerology, and I'm saying it's 15 kilohertz, like I showed you before. The one to the right, to the left, to your left, is 30 kilohertz, and we can see they are together, okay? They're together and they look like they're fine, but I want to draw your attention to the peaks, where you see the peaks of each of, look at the yellow ones. You look at the peak, there's a red line dropping down to the bottom, and when it gets to the bottom, you realize it drops to 0. Like where it drops, there's nothing mixing, it drops to the x-axis, okay? Now, that means the first one is not interfering with the second one. When you get to the one on the right, the one on your right, you realize the guy in yellow is not being fair to the one in green. At some point, at every other peak, you realize there's a yellow where the other one is marked, and that's interference. And if this was any one system, it would not work. We have seen systems that have had interference, and you know, you'll have all the end users complaining. There's no, like, so this is what I'm saying. If Q is a factor, is a quotient of numerology 2 over numerology 1. So, and we're saying if Q is 2, then the answer we're going to have is half. That means every other subcarrier is going to have interference. And that's what is happening here. You can see every other is experienced. Now, this is the system model. We've had models like this before addressing this matter, but what's the catch here? The catch is that the window we are using is a raised cosine, if you look up there. Most of the studies I've seen use either the Hamming window, the Hanning window, whatever, but here we're using the raised cosine. Why? Because it has the out of band, the side lobes of the out of band are much lower, meaning they'll be easily more suppressed than the Hanning window or Hamming window. In my heading, we spoke about using modulations, you know? We're using 5G modulations, and those are the modulations that 5G uses. QPSK, 16 QAM, 64 QAM, and 256 QAM. So that's the window. That's the mathematical part, the math part of this thing, and I'll explain in a bit why. But I'll draw your attention to the first one, and you see its range, it's 0 to alpha MT, then the second one is 1 with that, third, fourth, and I'll explain in a bit. Not important. Now, this is the window that whose math we saw before. Now, again, I say all these are simulated. They're not just drawings off the internet. This is a working system. So you look at that window, it's like having a window or a door like that. If we are letting in people all light, you only let in what you want. If there are fat people and you know, slim people, if I don't want the fat ones to pass, I'll make sure that door is very small, and we'll only let in the kinds of people we want. That's what this window is doing. The math I showed you, and I can't go so much far into this, but if you look at the edges of the orange one, you see at the sides, the spectrum is like dying down to 0. We say it tapers down to 0. And the one that is not windowed, the blue one, you see it still remains. And these are the numerologies, you know. We are containing each numerology in its space so that it works. Otherwise, we'll have a system that's full of interference. I'll quickly go to the simulation results. This is a constellation diagram. Again, these are simulated results of, you look at QPSK. QPSK has 4 symbols. And in the orange thing, you see that is after we apply windowing at the transmitter, and we do both windowing at the transmitter and the receiver, because we need to kill the out-of-band emissions on both sides. The green one is the spectrum at the receiver, and the reason it's like that is that it has gone through the channel. You know, there's multipath, external interference, and lots of other factors. The first one is for QPSK, then 16 QAM, 64 QAM, 256. These are the results. I'm analyzing time. Okay, those are the results, and this is a curve showing what the results are like. We see that QPSK will always have the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agaba. Before we allow questions from the audience, I would like to invite the examiners on stage. Is there any information that you'd want to seek from the presenter?
Yeah. Thank you very much for a good presentation, very technical, very clear and straightforward. But I will just ask a little question, and you have used Fourier to understand some of these aspects of your study. Are there other theories that inform this study that you can bank on to build knowledge or to build on knowledge for this paper? I also think that you can look at the service delivery. Are you talking about service delivery? Reliability, seamless connectivity, and providing these services for the Gen Zs. What are some of the social issues that you think this will later create in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Social issues, I may not list them direct, like straightforward, but the thing is, if these use cases are not placed in the right subcarrier, in the right numerologies that they're supposed to work in, because the applications are working on the front end, but here I'm working at the back end. So you're not going to see this like straight. But if the back end is messed up, then you'll definitely see it in the front end. Your systems and whatever will not work. So my case is that we're putting forward a novel idea that is going to help operators to have use cases all in, being able to be handled in a same piece of spectrum. One, it's giving spectral efficiency, and two, it's mitigating interference. So you're shooting 2 birds with 1 stone, and that's the catch with this. Thank you.
Any other question from the examiners?
Yes, thank you, Colin, for your presentation. First, I would like to know what motivated you to come up with this idea. And then secondly, when we look at Uganda's context, what are the most urgent digital skill gaps among youth, women, and vulnerable groups, and how can this be bridged?
Okay, thank you, sir. Regarding the motivation, like I said before, I have been working in the space of interference mitigation and so on and so forth. And I got like intrigued by what interference was, and I really wanted to understand it to the core of it. And the more I look, deeper and deeper into it, I realize at every corner of spectrum and radio, radio systems, there's interference. Like I was showing you in one of the diagrams before. Now I'm discussing internumerology interference, but on the time domain is intersymbol interference, which is another thing altogether, which is handled by the cyclic prefix. Sorry, I'm speaking more in technical terms, and that's what. But at the end of the day, all this, drives me to motivates and drives me to, look deeper and deeper into these matters. And again, regarding the SDGs, we are working on the back end and not on the front end. So whatever we are doing is not going to be seen, the impact is not going to be seen like you're seeing an application there, you're seeing blah, 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 but you're going to feel it with a slowing down of your system, poor speeds, you know, services are unusable. Thank you.
Okay, we shall take one question from the audience. The gentleman on my left. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Given the mathematics you have shown, the engineering you have shown.
Kindly introduce yourself first, sir.
Okay. My name is Mgulusi Joshua from St. Lawrence University. And given the mathematics you have shown, the engineering you have shown, I have noticed that if that technology is adopted in a system, it should be able to work on the 5G network should be able to work on a rainy day and should also be able to work over longer distances. Is it what you're trying to show? Because it's reducing the interference.
Thank you. What I'm trying to show is, again, each use case, if it's you're streaming videos, you need a different numerology to use for you to get maximum results. If someone is conducting an operation online, he needs a reliable network, not this network where you're on and off. The patient will be dead. And if you're using IoTs in a wide area, you need a lot of bandwidth capacity. And we are saying, our argument here is, we can have a small chunk of spectrum and do all these things using that small chunk of spectrum, thus saving billions of money and mitigating interference. That's our case. About the propagation and distance, how it will behave, that's a different thing. It's not what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Agaba. And the gentleman, the hand that was here. Yes, you, sir. Kindly introduce yourself first.
Samuel, I'm from Eastbat University, Electronics Engineering. If I try to understand windowing in your case, okay, I've never studied 5G, but in your case, windowing means you have in time domain, you represent the symbols in rectangular form, which creates the side lobes in frequency domain. That's when I understood, and windowing is trying to shut them down, but smoothly. I didn't understand pulse shaping in this case, because in my head, I feel like windowing is kind of closer to pulse shaping, but can you really come back on the pulse shaping part?
Yeah, thank you, good question. Windowing, like I said, you have a window and you are limiting something. And in this case, we are limiting out-of-band emissions. Now, pulse shaping, by pulse shaping, the reason I have the pulse shaping there is that you saw the math there. I don't know whether, okay, I can't get back to it. But the math there is something you can adjust. You can choose to taper the window faster, or you let it go slower, or you can change it and make it what you want. And by that, you are pulse shaping. That's what I meant by that.
Thank you, Mr. Agaba. I think in the interest of time, we will not be in position to take more questions. I believe Mr. Agaba is available at, after this session to deal with the separate questions. I kindly request that we give a round of applause to Mr. Colin Agaba. We shall have the next presenter, Mr. Tekiria Brighton. I kindly request that you try and keep your presentation short. We are doing badly when it comes to time.
Right, my name is Tekiria Brighton, currently doing a bachelor's in artificial intelligence and machine learning at Eastbat University, and I'm a finalist. So in today's session, in my paper, I'm going to be talking about the beautiful computer vision algorithm called YOLO. basing on our theme, which is harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda's development. Majorly, I wanted to tackle the field of agriculture, because I think most of us benefit from agriculture. And YOLO, basically, in my paper, I focused on tomato disease detection, basing on the leaves we face, which are usually caused by multi-infections, like they come from fungal diseases, like maybe bacterial diseases, and other viral diseases. In this paper, I was helped by my lecturer, Mr. Umesh Kumar, in the Faculty of Information and Communication Technology. Okay. So in my introduction, I will talk briefly what was the context in this case. Remember, tomatoes are widely cultivated in most of the fields in Uganda. Basically, I focused on tomatoes, which means if I can tackle tomatoes, that means any crop can also be tackled on, and we can use this YOLO to be able to detect these diseases using this YOLO version we are having. And in my research, basically, I found out that most of the papers were talking of the earliest versions of YOLO, which were introduced earlier, starting from YOLO V1, which was introduced in 2016. But in the recent papers, I found out that few papers were talking about YOLO V11 and V12, and they were not majorly focusing on using it in in tomato disease detection, which means maybe to go brief into what YOLO is. We see that advances in artificial intelligence and computer vision have enabled what we call automated and accurate disease detection. Majorly, YOLO is used for object detection, but unlike other algorithms, which they call neural networks, those include convolutional neural networks, which were majorly used for simply classifying images. YOLO introduced what we call localization. It can classify that image and also get the features in that image or identify the objects in that image. And we are going to see how YOLO is able to identify whether the leaf has a certain disease or it doesn't have a disease. So in the contribution, this is the first comprehensive benchmark of utilizing YOLO V12, but in my paper, I try to use all the versions starting from V1 to what? Actually, I started from V5 to V12 to identify which one is giving me the more precision, which one is more accurate, which one is targets the features in the leaf to predict. And in my research, what motivated me, we see that tomatoes are key cash crops of Ugandan farmers. Majorly those ones in rural areas. You may see that actually in every home, every day they have to use these tomatoes when they are cooking. So we found out that so among the challenges are like the diseases which include the late blight, leaf miner, and many other diseases. Then I saw that if you use manual detection, few people have this great knowledge of how to look at the leaves and identify the disease that is affecting their crops. So manual detection is usually slow, inconsistent, and inaccessible to smallholder farmers. Yet if someone is able to put up such fields for growing tomatoes, they can also survive at the same time, live in no poverty. So the research gap, price studies were benchmarking from V5 to V10. Those are the versions of YOLO, and there was limited research on V11 and V12. So this YOLO was introduced by Ultralytics, and if you are to use it, you access it using Ultralytics, which is a library we use in Python, maybe to access this YOLO V12. So among my research, I wanted to know how can I use the V12 to test its speed, accuracy compared to other versions. then, and also to find a way of how to provide a low-cost and scalable AI tool for farmers in resource and limited settings. Then my literature review, it explains itself. That is basically, I wanted to leverage my AI in what? In agriculture. And we see that among the branches of artificial intelligence, because what I know, what gives artificial intelligence are the fields like deep learning, machine learning, and what? Deep learning also covers the neural networks plus the computer vision. Because to call some computer intelligent, it has to have been taught like the way baby is groomed from childhood. So during the training of such models, we use data and we utilize the fields like machine learning, deep learning, computer vision. Those are the ones that will be introducing the intelligence in the what? In your models. Because to call that one, to call anything artificially intelligent, it has to have a certain brain, and the brain usually comes when it has been trained in usually via machine learning, deep learning, or via computer vision. And in a methodology, I try to use a certain data which is called Tomato Village data set, which is containing 14,368 images. And when I talk of annotation, when you're training computer vision models like YOLO, we usually carry out annotation. That's why we say like these ones are far better, more intelligent than the basic neural networks we've been having, like the CNNs. These ones also, why are they more accurate? You find that CNNs, which are called convolutional networks, basically, if you provide one image to that model, it will simply classify the entire model to a certain class and also provide the accuracy. But what YOLO utilizes is that if I provide a certain image, it is able to even find the features in that image, then classify it in even different genres. Now, in this case, when we say annotation, we usually first annotate images. You can take an image of, like images of leaves. When you carry out annotation, there is also what we call segmentation. Then during annotation, if I segment certain images, simply I can get that part which is affected, I simply annotate it, and when I pass that image after annotation, you find that YOLO will be able to what? To classify that image by using what we call the bound box predictions. What I call bound box predictions is that if I have the output of this YOLO version, we'll create what we call, I've told you like it is called a bound box prediction, which usually includes what we call X, Y, WH, which means X, it is called X center, maybe Y center, then we have the width and the height, which means that for this YOLO, if I provide an image, it will be able to classify it in a way that also the features in the middle or at the end, plus the height, if I provide maybe an image of a certain size, which is maybe 416 cross 416, what YOLO will do, carry out what we call grid division. In grid division, YOLO will be able to resize that image into a certain size, say maybe 13 by 13. When it resizes, it introduces what we call the bound box prediction. And among the bound box prediction is where I've told you it will give it X, Y, WH. WH is maybe width, height for that image. Then at the end, it will carry out what we call the class probabilities, where in this case, I had 6 classes, which were late bright, leaf minor, magnesium deficiency, nitrogen deficiency, plus up to what? Spotted wilt virus. Now, in those classes, it will be able to classify that image after the division, bound rate, and everything. Then it will be able to classify that image. Then, at the end, it utilizes the convolutional network. But why they call it YOLO? YOLO actually simply means you only look once. Why they say you only look once? That it utilizes the CNN, but when I pass that image, it utilizes the CNN. Remember, CNNs at the end, they do what? When they take in the image, they have to carry out multiple search through the image. But this one simply you pass in that image, it gives you the output directly, because it will simply what? Take the entire image plus the features. At the end, it will be better than what? Than the CNN. Let me see, sorry. All right. Maybe in models and analysis, I tried to summarize this, but I wanted more to show you how YOLO was able to classify such a data set. You see that in certain leaves, in this case, it was able to put the labels, it was able to classify each and every feature in the leaf. But if you had used maybe a convolutional network specifically, it will simply classify the entire image, which means there is inaccuracy, and it is not able to what? To predict accurately in this case. Then I found out that when I used the V11, it was based in balance and precision. Remember, like V12 has just been introduced, and it has not maybe been fine-tuned very well. But when I used still YOLO V12, it was strong in attention-based accuracy. Like it was more in attention. It was giving higher real-time capabilities. Then in results and discussion, I've also talked about the YOLO V11 being still the best in across precision, but when I used the V12, still it brings the strong attention-based improvements in this case. Then other versions, I used them, but still, this one, V12 is better in this case. So those are some of the graphs. I won't take up time. So in my conclusion, I benchmarked my what from V8 to V12. I tried to do all the models, but my research was more of utilizing V12 and also maybe introduce, like, remember, like YOLO is majorly used for what? For real-time detection. In this case, I can provide simply a leaf, because it also has what you call generalization and robustness. And in generalization, which means if for YOLO, you can provide unseen data. Maybe if you get maybe tomatoes also from maybe a different country from Kenya, it will be able to predict, even though the tomatoes were grown from Kenya. Then in robustness, even though the farmer takes this image in a different angle or in a different light setting, the YOLO will be able to what? To predict the disease that is affected by what? By the leaf. Then acknowledgements, Isbat University for academic guidance and institution support. Then my faculty of Information and Communication Technology for mentorship and resources. Mr. Umesh for supervision and valuable guidance. Then the National Agricultural Research for contextual insights into tomato farming in Uganda. Then the conference organizers and review committee for recognizing and accepting this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tekiria. A round of applause to Mr. Tekiria. At this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Vai. Do you have any comments in regards to the presenters?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Brington, for the wonderful presentation. Your approach is really innovative. I would like to know that apart from YOLO, what other libraries you have used while you have worked the training of your model? And what is your recommendation when it comes to the real-time implementation of your model? How much accuracy your model have?
Right.
Thank you.
So YOLO is, like my address was 95%, which means YOLO is very good in this. And with other libraries I used, because when I tell you real-time detection, I have to use another library that can access like the camera. In this case, I used OpenCV, which is provided by Python. Still, I was able to do that real-time detection. So YOLO is basically the brain that will be accessing these leaves, then give you the analysis at the end.
I think there are two questions.
Yeah.
The last one, what is your plan to enhance your data set?
What is?
The plans, how you will enhance your data set. Like you have a limited data set right now. So if you want to incorporate more images, So how you will plan for that? Or what sources you will select to, for the enhancement?
So like with computer vision, it's very easy. I can go online. I can also, me myself, go reach out to local farmers, take pictures, cause annotation. We have actually annotation tools that are available online or locally. Then annotation tools, basically I mean those will be, those ones that will be labeling your leaves after you taking the image, the pictures. Then they include, there is the one called which is computer vision annotation tool, .ai, cvat.ai. There's those ones which are local, which include local label studio. You can use it in your terminal. You can also use it for annotation and many other tools. So,
thank you. Dr. Setumba?
Yes, thank you, Brighton, for your presentation.
Welcome,
I
sir.
have like 3 questions. First, that you are designing this YOLO-based digital innovation for sustainable tomato diseases detection in Uganda. Do you have a particular case study that you consider to collect your data from some gardens in the country? And then if so, what's the size of your data set? Then the other issue is about, I understand there are many tomato diseases. So which particular disease did you focus on? And then the other issue, because you're designing your system for farmers and basically Ugandans, so what role do you think can AI-powered tools and localized digital content in Luganda, Lunyankole, Luo, and other Ugandan languages play in making digital literacy more inclusive and effective? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, the size of my data set, I already talked about it. It was there were 14,368 images. Then the last question was about making it local to people, like in different languages. Like integrating it with, like making it easier for people in local areas. That will be easy because nowadays we can train models in different languages. We can also access different APIs, like we have APIs like OpenAI. It is able to also do that for me. Language translators also there. You can also integrate such APIs in your models. They can also, like locally, they can also use multi-languages. In this case, you can translate anything. Then, since I'm targeting also local farmers, I think it will be easy. Person will simply be taking the picture of a leaf, real time, then it detects, it gives you the analysis. Actually, I first used CNN for such a task, but CNN, as I told you, it was simply classifying the image. It wasn't so accurate. Then among the resources I used, like via online, I was looking for different papers which were more focused on what? On tomato diseases in this case. But
yes. Particularly, I would like to know the particular disease. Okay.
Okay.
And then, because it's meant for Uganda,
Yeah.
have you got this data set from Uganda or it's based online?
Okay, like I told you, at first I told you YOLO generalizes, it is robust in this case. Like you can also, if you train it on a certain data, maybe from tomatoes from different country, it can still use such data because diseases are still the same. If it is a fungal disease, it will be able to see that. If it is a bacterial disease, still the signs will be the same that will be displayed on the leaf. So it is able for it to generalize, like classify such diseases based on a certain genre. So even I use a data set from a different country, and the data set I used actually it was collected from India. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we shall take one question from the audience. Yes, sir. There are quite a number of hands this time around. I see 3 hands. The gentleman right there in the corner. I kindly request that you keep your questions quite brief.
Good morning to you all. Yes, I wanted to inquire about something. Some time back, we realized that AI has been giving out wrong information. Have you also noticed that with that wrong information which is AI is giving out, have you thought about how it will look like when a local farmer goes for that and receives wrong information? Thank you.
I think we'll allow him address question by question because there are quite a number of questions. Yes?
Sorry, Miss, I request you repeat your question. Sorry.
I was saying,
Yeah.
some time back, we realized that AI has been giving out wrong information.
Wrong information?
Yes, totally wrong.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, have you also looked into that when a local farmer down there in the village has managed to access that I've embraced that procedure you came up with, have you thought that, have you realized that when wrong information is given out, a farmer down in the village will be affected, or have you looked into it also?
All right, so when we are training such models, we consult professionals, you're getting it? So like I told you, if I take an image, like one image like this, I can take like 10 minutes annotating it. When I say annotating, I'm giving marks to such a leaf. So before even deploying it into the real world, we carry out a lot of testing, getting it? So when I'm giving it to a local farmer, what a local farmer wants is, if I've taken the image, it has told me maybe the disease is tomato blight in this case. That is the disease. At the end, I'm giving a solution to that farmer. Use this medicine and this medicine. Because either way, I've not seen any medicine that is translated into maybe Uganda. The name for the disease will remain the same. You get the name for the medicine to treat will remain the same. You're getting it? So when we are training, we make sure we annotate clearly, because whatever we annotate is what the model will understand. And when you give it different images, it will be able to base on what it has. Because if I'm also a professional, maybe in agriculture, I can't gather a lot of information, but such models will gather a lot of information. You're getting it? And such models, when you take a picture, for you, remember pictures are made of pixels. A model can be able to see even the simplest pixels in such images. So it will be hard for it to make wrong predictions. And we can't simply provide such into the real world minus testing it. And when they asked me for the accuracy, when I said 95%, that is far better. You can bring any image, if you rotate it, that is the robustness. Even though you rotate it in a different angle, to be able to predict accurately.
Thank you, Mr. Tekiria. The gentleman...
Yes, good morning.
No, him, the one behind you, yes. He had his hand up. He had his hand up earlier.
Well, I wanted to clarify, to put more light to our question. My name is Martin Waidova. I'm a professional engineer in the area of ICT and telecommunication. Why I emphasize this is to encourage young people. I'm here because it's a professional mandate to contribute to this. Now, what she's asking is AI hallucinations. We've realized that standard AI tools, ChatGPT, Gemini, have reported AI hallucinations. We cannot say they were not tested and deployed. They were tested. So she's trying to say, how are you going to curb such? If such happens, that during the normal operation, probably that's what you'd call, say, have you stress tested? What you'll see in software development, that I do stress test an application to safeguard it against future scenarios, So have you stress tested your application? How do you safeguard it against such hallucinations? And basically you would inform the people what causes that. Okay, it's not that you don't have the accuracy required, all things done. Yeah, that's what I wanted to put light on.
All right, so for such scenarios, what I can tell you is that AI, because I think you talked about ChatGPT itself. Models like that, if I put you here with ChatGPT, the way to reason out stuff, it will be far better. And when we are training such models, like ChatGPT itself, I think such scenarios will be rare because they can also happen, but when will they happen? Maybe if you give data that is maybe new to it, but I told you, like, nowadays such models think like us. You're getting it? They can even interpret, they can reason out based on what we have. So I don't know if
Thank you, Mr.
What I want you to...
Sekiri, I think we also need to appreciate that these are new concepts, so there's room for development and growth along the life cycle of development. So in the interest of time, I would like to welcome the next presenter to the stage, Mr. Zachary Masimango. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zachary Masimango Makambaya, and I'm an aspiring electronics engineer and a graduating student at Isbat University. So, the title of my paper is Development of a Smart Vehicle Anti-Theft System Supporting Sustainable Cities and Crime Prevention in Uganda. So, if I was to summarize this title, how would I go about it? I would say this paper is going to introduce a system, an innovative vehicle anti-theft system that is going to fight crime in Uganda, and also by providing an affordable system. So it's going to be both affordable and it's going to also fight crime at the same time. So we know that vehicle theft is such a very big business, not only in Uganda, but in the whole of Africa, even the world itself. Let me explain. When thieves actually steal cars, they can either decide to sell those cars, okay, if they stumble upon the document of the people who are fallen victim of that crime activity, or they can decide maybe to disassemble a car and start selling those spare parts in black market, and that is such a very big challenge in the economy itself. So this paper aligns with 4 SDGs. I have the SDG 8, 9, 11, and 16. So I can, yes, for 8, we have decent work and economic growth. 9, industry innovation. So it's an innovative, this project does not look like other traditional vehicle anti-theft systems, so it's quite different. Sustainable cities, you are going to discover, we are going to see after a certain year. And then peace, justice, and strong institutions. So you're probably wondering, so, okay, I got into the development of this project, but what really motivated me to actually start with this? So there is a police report that was released recently by a website called newvision.co.ug. So the police recorded a staggering number of 4,890 motor vehicles that were stolen last year in 2024. That's quite a lot of motor vehicles, stolen vehicles. And then only 2,447 vehicles were recovered by the police, and 487 were abandoned. You can see that those abandoned cars were maybe used for conducting criminal activities. So thieves will use those cars, those stolen cars, to do criminal activities, maybe to go in homes, steal things. Yeah, I think you get the point. So since I've looked through this data, and I've seen that it's a really big pressing challenge, this is going to introduce a huge gap in the current economy, and it's going to bring a lot of series of let's say, emotional distress to the people affected by those things. And the proposed solution exactly is having a system that is low cost, accessible to everyone. So here you can see a small chart. The Kampala Metropolitan Police SAF recorded 202 cases. So, okay, let me explain the connection between a case and stolen vehicles. So a case is like an amalgamation. You have like so many vehicles that were recorded, so many stolen vehicles that were recorded in a specific location. So that's what the Kampala Metropolitan SAF Police had been able to record. So 202 cases. And you also have the Kampala Metropolitan Police North, 180 cases. Kampala Metropolitan East, 144 cases. So last year, there were about 999 cases in total. As you can see, this data was actually taken from the website that you see there, tmaafrica.co.ug. Okay, the idea was there. Now, how to do it? Okay, first of all, I had to read the different papers. For example, the paper released by Ramani in 2013 explains the possibility of using GPS and GSM module to actually design the system. Because the GPS will use it for tracking purposes, and the GSM is going to sense, to connect to, let's say, an antenna, to send SMS to the owner or anyone you'd like. And also, I had to look through how to actually design a very good IoT project by actually looking through the different techniques that are used in industries. Yeah. Okay, for methodology, okay, I'm going to break this down in layman terms because we have non-techies people here. Arduino MCU, just think of it as the brain of the system. So it communicates with the different peripherals, gives instructions to sensors, collect data, processes the different things. Yeah. And the GSM module, think of it of a small phone with no screen, no keypads, but can make calls, send SMSs, connect to internet. And the IR receiver, okay, you have the remote control and there is an IR receiver, so when you want to control, you want to do something, yeah, that's the IR receiver. So RFID scanner is used for authentication and authorization. You are going to see more about it later. So this is the model. Okay, these are the different features that are going to be included in the system. You have door status monitoring, that's straightforward, battery presence monitoring, data storage offline mode in case the system is not connected to internet. So it's going to start to store data locally. Signal strength monitoring. This is really crucial because it's going to prevent against GPS jamming. People can actually use GPS or GSM jamming. People can actually use GPS jamming to weaken the signal of the GSM. As I explained, the GSM is just a phone with no screen, no keypad, but can make calls and connect to the internet. Kill switch, that is really important. A kill switch is just a switch that prevents unauthorized access to people that are not supposed to, unauthenticated people, if I try to be more clear about that. Yeah. Location tracking, GPS, that's straightforward. Towing detection, that's really important. When you have a car which is parked, you'll have, let's say, someone will bring the car and also connect some sort of hook under the car and try to pull the car when the car is in park mode. So the system will be able to detect actually when this event is actually happening, right? And alarm, of course, for such a system, you need to have an alarm system that can be triggered every time there is an event that is not supposed to happen. So you can see internet, I think that's very much self-explanatory. The user will be having a mobile phone, so they will be seeing every data about their vehicle on a mobile phone. We are going to see more about it, to be clear. All right, I've mentioned all those specific features. Those specific features cannot actually be integrated in just a small prototype. So I had to design a PCB from scratch that could actually contain everything, all those features that I mentioned: door lock, engine detection, kill switch, authentication and authorization, what else? All those features that I mentioned, towing detection. So this PCB you are seeing right here, if you were to compare it, it's like a phone, just like this. That's the size of the PCB. So the benefit of this is that you can actually hide it, and it will be very complicated for thieves to actually have access to this, because you can hide it, and then, yeah, that's the point. And also it's currently under production, so yeah, I've developed this, it's been a week now, so very soon I will be getting it and start large-scale testing. Okay, this is the back. Okay, this is my first prototype, and yeah, I'm going to show you how it actually works. Oh, sorry. There is a small demonstration video, I don't know. All right. Yeah, you can all watch it. So this one right here, this red thing, is the RFID module. It's used for authentication and authorization. This one right here is the microcontroller, Arduino microcontroller. It's the brain of the system. This is the GSM module, back converter for stepping down the voltage. Then I have the GPS antenna, and this fan right here plays the role of the car's engine. And that blue LED indicates that the security is active, and this lithium battery is just the battery. This plays the role of the car's battery. And this just gives power to the whole system. And the mobile app itself is right here. So there are different actions that the owner can do. They can unlock the car, they can start the engine, or they can disable the security. And this just indicates the battery percentage. Yeah. So the first thing that we are going to do is to start the engine remotely by pressing this button. Well, something interesting is happening. So we have our actual fan turning. So we have turned on our engine remotely. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is to stop the engine. All right, the engine is off. You can see right here, the engine is off. Now, another thing that you can do, for example, if you need to give the car to a mechanic for maintenance purposes, what you have to do, you have to disable the security so that the alarm cannot be triggered. Here the security is active. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click here to disable the security. All right. So the mechanic can come and disconnect the battery. So no alarm is triggered. But when the security is active, let me show you what's going to happen. Let me first enable back the security. The security is enabled. The blue LED is actually on. And then when I disconnect or just remove this cable, you see, we have an actual alarm going on here. It's triggered. The alarm is triggered. All right. So the next thing that I'm going to show, just for time's sake, because on this app we have so many functionalities, and yeah, the location. So this is my actual location. Yeah, right there. I cannot zoom in. Okay, I can zoom in, but it's not going to be that precise. But that's actually my location, right? So thank you very much for this small demo, and I hope everything is well. All right, okay, you have seen the prototype itself. Yes, it's good, but it has a lot of limitations. It's not rugged to sustain the different automotive conditions, because in a car, there are so many things that can happen that can actually affect electronics. For example, I don't know, for engineers in the room, maybe you have heard about load dump. Like when you switch on the car, there is a huge current coming from the battery, and that current can actually destroy the electronics. So such a system, the prototype you have seen cannot be used in a real market. And yes, what you have seen, the PCB, that one can be used in a real market. It's going to actually help me do a large-scale test. So in conclusion, we are in dire need of an affordable system. So to fight crime, we need something which is low cost, that can be accessible to anyone. And yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Masimango. Thank you for the presentation. We shall take only one question in the interest of time. Just one question. Yes, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Golosi Joshua from St. Lawrence University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in telecommunications engineering. How are you going to ensure that there is continuous communication between the car and the phone in places where I'm driving my car and there are no TMS, no GSM communication, whereby the network is weak?
All right, that's a very good question. I mentioned about the existence of a GSM module, and I said that a GSM module is basically a phone with no screen and keypad. So the GSM module can be connected to the internet and can make calls and also send SMSs. So that's going to be that's actually the most important thing of this project.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Masimango, for your presentation. First, how does this system differ from the current sensor and GPS-based systems that almost do the same job? And then, have you tried to do a cost-based analysis of your solution in comparison with the existing systems?
Yes. Okay, in comparison with existing systems, they lack additional features. For me, it comes with additional features, for example, towing detection, and that is a plus. And when it comes to costs, the PCB that is under production is going to cost less than the prototype itself, because the prototype has a lot of discrete components. You have a separate GSM module, you have a separate GPS module. So when you have those discrete components, it's going to add up to the cost. But with the PCB, since it's just a simple, it has everything integrated, so the cost will be much less. I think I've responded to a question.
Thank you, Mr. Masimango. A round of applause to Mr. Masimango. Thank you. We shall have the last presenter, Mr. Mujuni Abans. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mujuni Abanis, and I will be presenting my paper on embracing digital financial tools for SMEs growth and sustainability in Uganda. This paper explores how digital tools have enabled SMEs resilience in Uganda. Introduction of our paper. SMEs make up about 90% of Uganda's private sector, showing their central role in driving the economy, and they provide jobs to more than 2.5 million people, accounting to nearly 80% of the Uganda's labor force. And beyond employment, SMEs make a critical contribution to GDP and overall economic growth in Uganda. Despite their importance, they still face persistent challenges such as record keeping, limited access to credit, and low adoption of digital tools.
What motivated our research? It is the growing role of digital financial tools in the emerging economies, which shows there is potential to transform how businesses operate and compete. And in Uganda, the impact is already visible, with MTN mobile money transactions reaching approximately 164 trillion, according to the report by World Bank 2023. And despite this growth, fewer than 30% of SMEs, they still actively use accounting or fintech tools like TradePals, QuickBooks, which highlights a significant adoption gap. And this is according to the United Nations Digital Fiscal Policy 2002. And this creates a major opportunity to integrate mobile money within accounting tools to drive inclusive growth and strengthen SME sustainability. We looked at the literature review, and we based on the theoretical review, and this study was grounded on the theory called technology acceptance model, which was developed by a gentleman called Davis in 1989. And this emphasizes the adoption of technology that depends on perceived usefulness and perceived use. For SMEs in Uganda, we've looked at perceived usefulness, which reflects whether tools like MTN mobile money, QuickBooks, and TradePals improve financial management and efficiency to access credit. And the perceived ease of this captures affordability, accessibility, and how these simple tools are for business owners with limited skills. TAM also has been widely applied in ICT and SMEs research globally, and this model has proved to be relevant to our study. The empirical review of this study is the World Bank 2021 observed that most SMEs in Uganda still operate informally, which significantly limits their potential for growth and competitiveness. And the Global System for Mobile Money Communications Association 2002 reported that mobile money adoption is strongly linked to higher sales and improved customer convenience. According to the Uganda Investment Authority 2022, nearly 60% of SMEs lack financial systems, leaving them vulnerable and in financial planning and credit access. Still, the United Nations Capital Development Fund also highlighted some barriers, such as high costs, low digital literacy, trust issues, and poor infrastructure. Regionally, when we go to our neighbors in Kenya, where we've looked at M-Pesa, which has transformed payments, and in Nigeria, where QuickBooks has also improved adoption in SMEs creditworthiness. And we looked at Rwanda, where digital tax system boosted compliance and efficiency. So Ugandan researchers such as Bakashaba, they found financial literacy and digital access improved SMEs performance in a city called Mbalala. And similar researchers like Bindeba and Corix, they confirmed that digital integration enhances sustainability, especially when supported by credit access. A similar study that was conducted in Buloba in Uganda revealed that SMEs owners' attitudes towards technology strongly shape adoption levels, with digital skills being a critical enabler. A similar study was also conducted in Kampala City, which further confirmed that ICT adoption is positively associated with SMEs growth, but constraints remain around training and infrastructure. The methodology that we used for this study, it was basically quantitative, which is cross-sectional survey, which made it possible to capture numerical data. We also we sampled a total of 384 SMEs that were selected randomly across the country. And the data was collected using Kobo Collect questionnaire that was structured in 4 sections, where we are looking at demographic, we're also looking at the business profiles, we also looked at awareness and usage of digital tools, as well as the perceived barriers, adoption, and the perceived impacts on performance. We did our analysis using SPSS version 226, and we also did our tests using the chi-square tests, Pearson correlation, and the regression analysis for this study. The models that we used for this analysis, this study tested through 3 hypotheses. The first one was to look at the significant relationship between awareness of digital tools and their adoption among SMEs. And the second one was to test the adoption of these tools, how they lead to improved financial management. And the third one, we looked at how barriers such as low literacy, high costs, and limited internet access affect the adoption rates. We examined these hypotheses and we applied a number of analytical approach where we used descriptive statistics, the chi-square tests, as well as the Pearson regression. Finally, we did the regression analysis, which was applied assess the predictive influence of digital tools usage on SME's performance and outcome. The results of this, we found out that 58% of the respondents were men when it comes to demographics. And in terms of age distribution, the sector is largely youth-driven, amounting to 47% of SMEs owners were between the age of 26 and 35, followed by 25% who were between the age of 36 to 45, while younger and older age groups were less represented in our study. Looking at the business categories, the majority of enterprises operate in service sectors like retail, manufacturing amounting to 25%, and trade and service-oriented SMEs were amounting 25%. Regarding to education of our respondents, most of the respondents had secondary education, amounting 67%, while 25% obtained tertiary education, and only 8% had primary education. This is the visual representation of the age distribution groups and the gender distribution groups of SMEs, plus the type and distribution of businesses. The results and discussion of our study, we found the findings reveal that mobile money services dominate digital adoption among SMEs, with 80% of respondents using platforms like MTN Mobile Money and Airtel Money for payments and deposits. And in contrast, only 28% of SMEs responded using accounting softwares such as QuickBooks or Tari. And awareness and usage of SMEs specific solutions like TradePals remained low. We found that only 14% of SMEs are engaging with these platforms. 25% of respondents of SMEs still rely on Excel spreadsheets or manual record keeping, showing preference for simple and low-cost methods of financial management. And we noted that mobile money has achieved near a universal adoption, but there is advanced tools like QuickBooks and TradePals, which their adoption still remained low. This is the visual representation. And on the benefits, Majority of SMEs reported that digital tools had improved their record keeping, making it easier to track sales and expenses. And the largest share of the respondents, of amounting to 70%, highlighted that these tools enabled faster transactions, which improved efficiency in customer service. And more than a half of the SMEs agreed that adoption led to better financial visibility, giving them a clear view of cash flow and business performance. 50% of the SMEs noted that increased customer trust as the digital payments and transparent records strengthen their business relationships. This is the visual representation of this, and this is our results and discussions on the barriers that we found out. Most reported that the challenge they were facing was limited digital literacy, with 60% of SMEs indicating that there is a lack of skills which hindered their ability to adopt and effectively use digital financial tools. And almost half of the respondents identified high costs of digital tools and subscriptions as a major obstacle that is making them unaffordable for many of the small businesses. Some have pointed out to limited access and smartphone ownership, particularly in rural areas.
Aban, I'm going to kindly request you summarize in 1 minute.
Yes, I'm summarizing. And there was a small proportion amounting to 5% which cited out that time constraints, noting that they only lack the capability and the capacity to learn and adopt the new systems they are supposed to use. In conclusion, the study demonstrates that the digital financial tools significantly improve SMEs' efficiency. Despite these benefits, Uganda's SMEs still lag in adopting advanced tools beyond mobile money, which limits their ability to compete effectively in a digital economy. And to address these barriers, digital literacy, we recommend that high costs and infrastructure limitations are still essential to strengthen SMEs' competitiveness and enabling growth and aligning with the SMEs' digital transformation goals.
Thank you, Mr. Mujuni. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut you short at this point. We have been notified that the next set of speakers are outside waiting for the room. I would like first and foremost I request that we clap for Mr. Mujuni Abans. And we shall take only one question for Mr. Mujuni. I request it's one question only. Yes, madam. Introduction and the question.
A very vibrant, confronted, you front the recommendations, please. You're kind of minimizing it. Front it, because based on your predictions, the study is good. Front for us the recommendations, please. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I think in the interest of time, your feedback has been taken into consideration. Like I've mentioned, that time is not on our side, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to bring this session to an end. I thank Mr. Mujuni. You can kindly have a seat.
Thank you.
I thank the presenters that have shared with us the knowledge before Mr. Mujuni came on stage. And also, I would like to thank the examiners, Dr. Tabo, Dr. Tony Setumba, and Dr. Vai, for your expertise and guidance when you raised the concerns or where you shared your wisdom with the presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the fourth technical session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our chairman. The judges, you could stay. The judges could stay. And the chairman, we have a special gift for you. Yes, the Vice Chancellor for Eastbat University will be doing that shortly. But also like to thank your contribution, the presenters. Let's give them a round of applause. They've done an amazing job. These solutions surely are going to change a lot. We can only support them and encourage them. Yeah, thank you very much. Good job. Thank you, our evaluators. They've done an amazing, amazing job. So right about now, I think we're still in good time. We're still in good time, and ideally we'll be taking a break right now, but I'd like to implore you to allow me to extend this for an hour. If nobody raises their hands, I'll say it's a yes, because we have the Managing Director of Airtel to give us a keynote speech. Unless someone boldly says no, but I'll take your silence as a yes, in good spirit, in good faith. So we can extend for just 1 hour to listen to him, and then we can go for the break. So allow me welcome the Managing Director of Airtel Uganda, a gentleman with vast experience in the telecom industry, over 23 years in the telecom industry. You're most welcome to the National Conference on Communications, Day 2, where we've had several speakers, presentations from young men and women, but also was presided over by the Minister of ICT, the Executive Director of UCC. The board members of UCC were also present. We had the vice chancellors of the hosting universities, and other vice chancellors also were at hand to witness. So we're very privileged to have you, Somendra Sahu. I hope I got your name right. Thank you very much. And 23 years of experience in the telecom industry is no mean feat. To share your knowledge and experience to the young people and to all of us, we don't take it for granted. Thank you very much for accepting to be our keynote speaker on Day 2. We look forward to your very exciting words. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. To all the distinguished guests, members of all the UCC, members of press, and all the students, and all the guests present here. Good morning. On behalf of Airtel Uganda, I extend my warm greetings and gratitude for allowing us to be part of this very, very important and vital conversation. I also thank UCC, Isbat University, and Gulu University
and all the partners for convening the platform where ideas and innovations meet action. The guiding theme for this year is harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda's development goals. And this could not be more timely around the world. What we are witnessing, how digital technologies are rewriting the rule of commerce, education, healthcare, and more importantly, governance. Uganda as a country is now well positioned to harness this transformation. Nothing should stop us. And the promise of digital Uganda is, if you can visualize, let's say farmers in remote Uganda now have access about market prices before they sell their produce. Just think of a student in Kabale attending virtual lectures without leaving home. And picture a young woman in Bale running a global business from her garage. These are not distant dreams. In fact, these are realities, these are possibilities that digital innovation can unlock for every Ugandan. But possibilities only can become reality when three forces come together. The first one is the connectivity, because that's very, very important. Then second one, which is a continuous journey, which is innovation. And last but not the least is collaboration. And what is our role in this journey? What is Airtel's role in this journey? At Airtel Uganda, we see ourselves as partners in this national journey. And that is why we have invested heavily to ensure that no Ugandan is left behind. From achieving 100% 4G coverage across the country to rolling out 5G and laying nearly 1,800 kilometers of fiber in just 1 year. Our mission has been very, very simple: to build the highways of the digital economy. Yet, connectivity alone is not enough. We knew that if devices remained unaffordable, the digital revolution would leave many outside its gates. And that is why we partner with many device makers and retailers, the resellers, to make smartphones accessible and, more importantly, affordable. Today, if you see the traffic on our network is growing almost at 60%, and I'm talking about data traffic. A sign that when you empower the people with access, they respond with creativity, they respond with innovation, and they respond with enterprise. And we have many localized innovations. While there are technology, but we also have our own innovations along with the technology. One of these such innovation is, I'll give you a few examples. One is voice over LT. And I'll just talk a little bit about voice over LT, which is, in short, it's called VoLTE. The objective is to deliver seamless browsing and video experience while you are having a call. Mostly you might be observing when right now, if you are doing some data session or internet session, or you are watching YouTube, or maybe any important data session, and if you get a call, then your video experience and your internet experience gets impacted. But with this technology, you can have seamless video experience, you can have seamless data experience along with voice simultaneously. So Ugandans are now able to enjoy high definition calls while working and learning online without disruption, because our network now carries 100% voltage. This is one innovation what we did very recently. It was on top of my mind. I thought I will say it. The second innovation, exactly 6-7 months back when we launched, which is called Spam Alert Service. The spam is a global problem. Everybody knows what is spam. And it threatens the sustainability of digital economy. And Airtel is the one operator who has done and who has thought something about it. In fact, we launched Africa's first spam alert service that is powered by both artificial intelligence and network intelligence. So in our network, this is the SMS what we receive. Right now we have launched this service with SMS, and very soon we will be also launching the same with our calls. We evaluate almost 250 parameters to inform our customers about the potential harmful SMS they receive. And it's all free. We are not charging anything extra for this, but this is one innovation we thought is very, very important for the customer safety and security. A call to innovators, which is very, very important, and this is my call and my request to all the innovators who are present here. This is not a story only about Airtel. Actually, it is about you, especially the young innovators who are present. If I see Uganda's challenge today in health, agriculture, education, and commerce are all real problems. But so is your ability to solve them. With every megabyte, with every terabyte, with every petabyte, every digital tool, every connection, you have an opportunity to design solutions that can transform communities. This is your moment. So I would request, seize it, collaborate, experiment, and reimagine what is possible. Use the internet not just for consumption, not just for access, not just for entertainment, but for creation, for creating something impactful for the future, for the country. Use every digital platform available to you to showcase ideas that will carry Uganda into the future. At the last, I would tell you, please remember, digital innovation is about people. It is about unlocking human potential. It is about ensuring that every Ugandan, whether in a city or in a far remote village, has a reason to imagine. Thank you, and have a good day.
Yeah, so I know we're running out of time. We have one more presentation from the Ministry of ICT, but would like to take one or two questions for the MD in case you have one or two questions. Yes, somebody is budding with a question. Just one question. One or two. please try and hurry on the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mugulusi Joshua from St. Lawrence University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in telecommunications engineering. So my question is, since you have said innovation is not something which is only limited to Airtel, it is our story with the users of these devices. So if we have a solution to a problem that is affecting a telecommunication company or a company in IT, that is in turn affecting us, the end users, how can we reach you?
So, I think innovations doesn't mean you have to do really a miracle kind of thing. If I got your question, can you repeat the question? Maybe I did not get it rightly.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that as the end users of your telecom, in case they have solutions to some of the challenges, how can they approach you?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I think a fantastic question, I must say. Thank you for that. Thank you for asking that. In fact, I believe innovation is if you are impacting anything to the customer or to the people of the country in whatever manner, right? Whether through a change in process, whether through a digital solution, whether through a financial solution also, for us it is innovation. And if you have any such idea, we truly welcome those ideas. In fact, we do not have any portal, right? Maybe this is a very good idea where we can create a portal or create a tab in our website so that if you have any idea, you can post it and we can get it from there. But more importantly, I think we have our own handle, which is the social media handle, in both in X and in Instagram and in TikTok also. You can also tag us, and if you have any idea, so that we can pick from there. And you can also write to Airtel if you have any idea, right? So I think we are not restricting any customers not to share any ideas whatsoever they have. So we always welcome any new ideas. If you have, you can just share with us, and definitely we can engage with you, and we'll come back if the idea is viable and doable. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. Good morning to us all. My name is Nasasira Amon from Chambogo University. And to expound on my colleague's question, to make it more clear, is that he was trying to ask, how has Airtel facilitated innovation? How has it motivated innovation from maybe young innovators? A case in point, when you come to institutions of learning that are majorly focusing on innovation, you know, and all that, something like that. Has Airtel put in place any rewards, any awards for innovations, maybe specifically to any enterprise, so that they are motivated? And another idea I would like to bring in, if possible, if Airtel is surely interested in these innovations from young engineers, I would suppose that you open up, okay, you expose students at an early age instead of just expecting them to come up maybe after graduation and then you're supporting them after graduation. It's better they are exposed right when they are still in universities, when they are still in secondary schools, so that they get to know what's surely required of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think, again, I would say it's a very good question. And I will tell you, recently we have launched a program called Take for Her, where we are sponsoring a few women students in technology, where we are actually investing on their studies, and we will take care of the entire study part, right? Obviously, as an organization, we do not have a college, we do not have an university where we can do our own stuff, but we always encourage our leaders, who are our leaders like our network director and marketing director, to go all the business schools and the technical colleges, and to actually collaborate with these universities to bring those students to our company. One is through the route of job, and second is also we have a lot of internship program, right? So normally we have summer internship program, but otherwise also we take a lot of interns in various departments and make sure that they come, join the company for a short-term period, and they get the environment to innovate, right? So that is what we do. One addition what we have been doing again starting this year is we are also sponsoring, I think 10 students, I don't remember, David is here, who is our media head. I think we are sponsoring 10 students, but this is for the entire Africa, but people from Uganda also can participate. We are sponsoring 10 students for IIT Madras Zanzibar campus every year. I think this is what also first time we have started this. And but more importantly, if you ask me for Uganda perspective, I think I'll be more interested engaging and collaborating with institutions like this, and we can have our workshop. We are also thinking of having a hackathon. You know what is hackathon? So that in 2-3 days we can create this kind of hackathon, and we can really deliberate our ideas and come with some solutions and reward the best solution out of the hackathon. So we are thinking of, we have not yet finalized, but once it is finalized, obviously we'll unveil. But maybe that is the kind of program what we are thinking of, which will create and induce innovations in the country. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I know you have a lot of burning questions. It looks like his presentation was very exciting. And please continue to follow up on those proposals and see that you work with Airtel. I'm told it's one of the biggest networks in Uganda. So last but not least, in 5 minutes, would like to close this session. I know I told you that the MD's keynote speech would be the last, but we thought would give the representative of the PS an opportunity to come and talk to us about what government is thinking and what they're trying to do. So please welcome with me Mr. Mpungu Amos. He's in charge of research and development at the Ministry of ICT, and of course, an illustrious career of 17 years working for government. And most importantly, agriculture and ICT. He's representing Dr. Amina Zawede, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT. Please take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you will forgive me, the MC has not been kind to me, put me in a very precarious position of standing between you and the break, most especially which includes swallowship. But I'll take my just about 5 minutes to deliver remarks from Dr. Amina Zawede, who was not able to be with you today, but is with you in spirit. So to the Executive Director of UCC, board members around, the MD, Airtel, partners from academia, most especially the two universities hosting us today, that is Isbat University and Gulu University, colleagues from industry, government, and the students. Good morning once again. It is a privilege and honor to join you at this 9th conference in communications. And I want to commend our hosts, UCC, Isbat, I think even the ministry, because this is a ministry facility anyway, for hosting us and all partners whose efforts have made this gathering possible. And I've been sitting in for about an hour and a half. And I've loved what I've listened to. Incidentally, this is my first one. I'm just wondering why it's the 9th and Christine has never invited me to any. So this conference is more than, from what I see, is more than a platform for discussing trends and development in ICT, but also a space that is generating solutions that shapes Uganda's future, both in technology, but also as we look towards, I'll use the political term we use, the tenfold growth, as the PSST usually calls it. And most especially when looking at the theme of harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda development goals. It is directly speaking to not only the BUBU policy, the Build Uganda by Uganda, but also the digital transformation roadmap. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, but it is actually our blueprint that is guiding the journey towards Vision 2040 and the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically the contribution of ICT in this journey. The roadmap identifies 5 key pillars. First one is connectivity and infrastructure that allows us to have people like Airtel communicate to each other, exchange both voice and data. The next one is looking at digital services. The digital services trying to consume the infrastructure that we set up, but also deliver services to Ugandans. You'll notice that with digital transformation, we've moved away from the point of just developing systems, but actually using the systems to deliver services. Then skilling is the other pillar. In our thinking, we cannot build the services and they cannot be consumed if we've not skilled. And I liked what I've heard here, beside the conference itself, because the conference and whatever has happened before it is speaking directly to this pillar of digital skilling. It is showing, I listened to some of the presentations of some of the scholars who are developing solutions that are not only speaking to BUBU, but also can look at improving services. But then it is quite encouraging to see that these are solutions that are coming from university students, that are coming from the young chaps that are still in school. I was at a conference yesterday and someone said in the IC sector, by the time you're done with a 3-year course, whatever you studied in the first and second year is no longer relevant. That is how fast things move. But again, usually, whatever you studied in first and second year is a building block to adding knowledge and skills to what you develop. Then we have the fourth pillar, which is looking at security. The ED also mentioned about the efforts of Airtel trying to address the issue of security and scams and misinformation. That is our fourth pillar, because we understand we need to be able to make the cyberspace that we want to utilize, and also which promoting so aggressively, to actually be safe for you to use. And lastly, it's digital innovation and entrepreneurship. And that's the other pillar that this conference directly impacts. Because as I mentioned, there are a number of ideas or innovations that I've listened to within this morning session. And one of the reasons that's why we set up this infrastructure, which is called the National ICT Innovation Hub. We are looking specifically to have an environment which can easily give those young minds that have beautiful ideas an environment where they can think and develop those ideas into economically viable solutions, but also socially impactful. So one of the most visible outcomes of digital transformation so far has been the rise of civic technology and digital governance, and the tools that have been built have actually enhanced trust between government and citizens through the different platforms, the government platforms, the digital licensing, the online services. But yet, we are still further challenged within the roadmap to use the technology not only for service delivery, but empowering citizens like us in here, most especially the young ones, who are the biggest population in the country anyway, to shape policy and hold institutions accountable. As government, I spend money that belongs to the public or that comes from you. So I need to be held accountable, and that cuts across all institutions across government. So, and that is how we want to see the digital transformation, strengthening both democracy and service delivery. Of course, you'll note that keywords like democracy and service delivery are quite important given the current environment. I don't want to mention the specifics. The roadmap further reminds us that people are the true drivers of innovation, because it is not the AI. We also need to understand that AI is actually not only an innovation, but also just improves and scales up what we've developed. The actual innovators are the people, and for Uganda, which is 70% below 30 years, definitely the innovators are you, the young population. So we are looking at you as a great resource that we can only equip with the right skills so that you can be able to navigate us through the present and the emerging challenges that are coming ahead. Equally important are the digital literacy and cybersecurity, as I mentioned earlier, which ensure that the ICTs that we use are used safely, productively, and responsibly. So this year's conference, therefore, is a reflection on the roadmap in action. The decision to co-host it with a public and private university is just more than symbolic of the synergies that we actually need to create. That is not a government driving this alone, but also a very, very big contribution comes from private sector. Actually, ICT, we believe, is one of those sectors that is highly driven by private sector. And this demonstrates the power of public and private collaboration in building not only innovation ecosystems, but services that do actually contribute to delivery of national goals and achievement of the same. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize that the roadmap and what we are doing here today is not just any policy action, but actually a further call for action. We are further challenged to innovate, collaborate, and embed sustainability in everything that we do. So on behalf of the Ministry of ICT, I want to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to supporting such initiatives that bring all of us together, private sector, academia. In most cases, actually, one of the challenges that we meet in policy boardrooms is that usually policy doesn't talk to academia, academia doesn't talk to industry, so academia doesn't produce for industry. Policy is not impacting industry the right way. So once we have all sit in the right space, we actually do appreciate, get each other's challenges, where we all want to go, and work against each other's strength to deliver the right, to deliver our vision 2040 as we look forward to achieving. I want to say, may this conference inspire practical ideas, forge strong partnerships, catalyze concrete actions towards generating local solutions to local problems, and positioning Uganda as a leader to digital innovation and sustainable development. I say this for God and my country. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpungu. You know that we are under the Ministry of ICT, and they've done a wonderful job. In fact, 60% of all government agencies now are digitized. So thanks to the ministry. So we hope that they can continue supporting. Now, as we go for the break, you'll find this QR code on your table or somewhere at the entrance. UCC is conducting an evaluation survey for the last editions of the NCC. They would like to find out what you think. What could be the new ideas around it? How can we make it better? So please, take your time, just use your phone. Since all of you are tech savvy, I like to believe, scan the code, you'll find the questionnaire. Take about 5 minutes or less and answer these questions. You can actually do that at the lunch break. Let's meet in the next less than 1 hour, 45 minutes. Can we do that? Thank you. You can continue to network with some of the speakers, the panelists, as you have your break. 45 minutes. Tell your partner 45 minutes. That's not a big ask. We'll return for the next session. Thank you very much. I am very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th National Conference on Communications 2025. So this year's theme, I am very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th National Conference on Communications 2025. So this year's theme is a very exciting theme because most of us believe that harnessing digital innovation to the power of sustainable solutions is so important to the development of this country. But the underlying word is the local solutions.
Digital innovation is not only about technology, but about applying technology thoughtfully to address local challenges in agriculture, healthcare, education, and climate resilience. As per the motto of the Isbat University, empowering lives, empowering Uganda, empowering Africa, we remain committed to nurturing the talent and research that will drive the transformation of the youth in Uganda.
Innovation is not necessarily for scientists per se, because you are solving a problem, yeah? So you all come together, get that local solution, and then apply it. Vice Chancellors, being here, these industry players, begin to tell them, how can we solve the challenges you're having? Begin to have those discussions. For young students, you have an opportunity to start early.
Innovation as the heart of development, whether technological or organizational, let us embrace it. And it is the key to building solutions that responds to Uganda's specific needs.
ICTs, they have reached everywhere. They are massively consumed products. Now, that raises a strategic question. If they are to benefit us, if we are to get net benefit from these ICTs, we must be participants in this. We should not only be buyers of these applications, buyers of softwares, buyers of innovation from outside. We must also be creators. We should not be buyers of other people's innovations, but we should be also engaged in these innovations.
ICT and digital services are an enabler to every aspect of life. I would want to call for increased and enhanced collaboration so that we work together to ensure that we accelerate this drive of digital transformation. And I want to pledge on behalf of the government of Uganda that we shall continue to provide that space to enable all of us play our part. We shall continue to support the academia, the universities, tertiary institutions, to do research, to innovate, so that we can come up with solutions.
How do we empower our communication vehicles to bring to the fore all the innovations that are coming out from the innovators? Every region or every town having an innovation hub, we believe that the potential of our young, upcoming minds, there is so much that they need to support the innovations.
We need to expand more aggressively to the youth and give them the opportunity to experiment with digital innovative
ideas. Definitely, we will explore the ideas, any innovation that comes relevant to our industry.
To all the students and young innovators who are here today, build what solves the problems that our communities face. Think beyond invention to creating long-term impact, because that is what will truly be transformational. My challenge to all of us, myself included, together with my team, is to make sure that we turn this plan into a story for action by leveraging digital information, powering sustainable local solutions, and turning our development goals into reality.
We still need to do more to improve access to high computing power for emerging fields of IT. The computing research for social change is important. I look forward to seeing the impact of our collective effort in this conference with sincere appreciation for community transformation.
Very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th National Conference.
Research is an integral aspect of Uganda's ICT sector. It fosters innovation, informs policy, promotes infrastructure development, and enhances economic growth. It helps institutions understand emerging trends and challenges while providing local solutions for a competitive advantage in the fast-changing digital era. WUKSAV's research support program for ICT aims to ensure that interventions are evidence-based and impactful in addressing gaps related to ICT in various sectors.
The purpose of the eBooster program was largely centered on enabling
At Isbat University, education is more than a classroom experience. It is a journey of innovation, inclusivity, and transformation, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The vision of ISBAT as an institution is to become the most sought-after destination for quality higher education in business and STEM focus within the East African region. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which speaks for the niche of ISBAT as an institution.
At the Faculty of IT, we believe in empowering students with cutting-edge knowledge in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software development, and data science. The world is moving fast, and the technology is the center of every industry.
Welcome to ISBAT University.
Hello, most welcome to ISBAT University. My name is Dr. Peter Mbawazize, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Commerce. The Faculty of Business and Commerce is where leadership meets strategy. The global economy is constantly evolving, and we prepare you to lead in entrepreneurship, finance, management, and commerce with vision and integrity. Success in business is not only about profit, it's also about values and the impact. Encourage you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and become change makers in your communities.
Greetings to all. Welcome to the Faculty of Health Sciences. My name is Dr. Tom Musubuga, the head of the Department, School of Public Health at ISBAT University. In the Faculty of Health Sciences, our mission is to nurture compassionate, skilled, and ethical professionals who will improve lives and communities. That is the foundation of human development, and your education here equips you not only to treat illness, but also to promote wellness and resilience in society. I encourage you to continue your scientific knowledge and empathy, because true healing begins with understanding.
I'm Ilavarsan, Head of Departments, Faculty of Health Science.
Our students receive world-class training in both our modern skill laboratories and real clinical settings, such as hospitals of radiology and medical laboratory departments. They actively engage with advanced equipments and hands-on learning, ensuring the graduate as competent, confident, and compassionate healthcare professionals. We are proud to nourish the next generation of allied health experts who are ready to meet global healthcare challenges. We warmly invite you to be our vibrant and dynamic learning community.
I'm Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa, Head of Engineering in Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University, Kampala, Uganda. Welcome to ISBAT University.
The Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University is proud to be a hub of innovation, creativity, and excellence. Within our faculty, 3 key pillars define our vision for the future: robotics, electronics and communication engineering, and computer science. Robotics is transforming industries and daily life. It combines intelligence, automation, and design to create solutions that were once only imagined. Here, our students are empowered to innovate and build robots that serve humanity in healthcare, industry, and beyond. Electronics and communication engineering is the heartbeat of the modern connected world. From 5G networks to space technology, from IoT devices to medical electronics, this discipline ensures society stays connected, informed, and empowered. And finally, computer science, the foundation of the digital revolution. With specializations in AI, data science, cybersecurity, and cloud computing, this field equips our graduates to lead in a world driven by technology and innovation.
I joined ISBAT this year and I had a passion, or should I say I have a passion for graphics designing. I got mentoring from the admission office where they recommended for me to do VFX, and so further skills I've learned have been put into practice.
So when I talk of ISBAT, it really helps us and it nurtures us a lot starting from our first year. We don't have to wait until we reach a PhD level before we can even start building robots. For example, we have these here are some of the robots that we built here at ISBAT. I would like to encourage everyone that wants to come here, come and all we have fun, because building these things is really fun.
My favorite part of being at ISBAT University is that I get to engage with the content or curriculum at a more practical level. And of course, the facilities are available for me to facilitate basically learning practically.
So the graduates that we produce at ISBAT University are hands-on. They are people who have known what entrepreneurship is. They don't need to look for a job.
Beyond academics, ISBAT University offers a vibrant campus life.
International Business, Science and Technology University, ISBAT, have named their 20-man squad for the 2025-2026 Pepsi University Football League.
A community where diversity thrives, creativity flourishes, and lifelong friendships are made. It has been ranked the top 10 African universities in sub-Saharan Africa for the best teaching skills by Times Higher Education. ISBAT University is more than an institution. It is a launch pad for ideas, a community of innovators, and a place where future leaders are made. The future begins here at ISBAT University. At ISBAT University, education is more than a classroom experience. It is a journey of innovation, inclusivity, and transformation, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The vision of ISBAT as an institution is to become the most sought-after destination for quality higher education in business and STEM focus within the East African region. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which speaks for the niche of ISBAT as an institution.
At the Faculty of IT, we believe in empowering students with cutting-edge knowledge in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software development, and data science. The world is moving fast, and the technology is the center of every industry.
Welcome to ISBAT University.
Most welcome to ISBAT University. My name is Dr. Peter Mbawazize, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Commerce. The Faculty of Business and Commerce is where leadership meets strategy. The global economy is constantly evolving, and we prepare you to lead in entrepreneurship, finance, management, and commerce with vision and integrity. Success in business is not only about profit, but also about values and the impact. Encourage you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and become change makers in your communities.
Greetings to all. Welcome to the Faculty of Health Sciences. My name is Dr. Tom Musubuga, the head of the Department, School of Public Health at ISBAT University. In the Faculty of Health Sciences, our mission is to nurture compassionate, skilled, and ethical professionals who will improve lives and communities. Health is the foundation of human development, and your education here equips you not only to treat illness, but also to promote wellness and resilience in society. I encourage you to continue your scientific knowledge and empathy, because true healing begins with understanding.
I'm Ilavasan, Head of Department's Faculty of Health Science. Our students receive world-class training in both our modern skill laboratories and real clinical settings, such as hospitals of radiology and medical laboratory departments. They actively engage with advanced equipments and hands-on learning, ensuring the graduate as competent, confident, and compassionate healthcare professionals. We are proud to nourish the next generation of allied health experts who are ready to meet global healthcare challenges. We warmly invite you to be our vibrant and dynamic learning community.
I'm Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa, Head of Engineering in Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University, Kampala, Uganda. Welcome to ISBAT University.
The Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University is proud to be a hub of innovation, creativity, and excellence. Within our faculty, 3 key pillars define our vision for the future: robotics, electronics and communication engineering, and computer science. Robotics is transforming industries and daily life. It combines intelligence, automation, and design to create solutions that were once only imagined. Here, our students are empowered to innovate and build robots that serve humanity in healthcare, industry, and beyond. Electronics and communication engineering is the heartbeat of the modern connected world. From 5G networks to space technology, from IoT devices to medical electronics, this discipline ensures society stays connected, informed, and empowered. And finally, computer science, the foundation of the digital revolution. With specializations in AI, data science, cybersecurity, and cloud computing, this field equips our graduates to lead in a world driven by technology and innovation.
I joined ISBAT this year, and I had a passion, or should I say I have a passion for graphics designing. I got mentoring from the admission office where they recommended for me to do VFX, and so far the skills I've learned have been put into practice.
So when I talk of ISBAT, it really helps us and it nurtures us a lot starting from our first year. We don't have to wait until we reach a PhD level before we can even start building robots. For example, we have these. These here are some of the robots that we built here at ISBAT. I would like to encourage everyone that wants to come here, come and all we have fun, because building these things is really fun.
My favorite part of being at ISBAT University is that I get to engage with the content or curriculum at a more practical level. And of course, the facilities are available for me to facilitate basically learning practically.
So the graduates that we produce at ISBAT University are hands-on. They are people who have known what entrepreneurship is. They don't need to look for a job.
Beyond academics, ISBAT University offers a vibrant campus life.
International Business, Science and Technology University, ISBAT, have named their 20-man squad for the 2025-2026 Pepsi University Football League.
A community where diversity thrives, creativity flourishes, and lifelong friendships are made. The city has been ranked the top 10 African universities in sub-Saharan Africa for the best teaching skills by Times Higher Education. ISBAT University is more than an institution. It is a launch pad for ideas, a community of innovators, and a place where future leaders are made. The future begins here at ISBAT University. At ISBAT University, education is more than a classroom experience. It is a journey of innovation, inclusivity, and transformation, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The vision of ISBAT as an institution is to become the most sought-after destination for quality higher education in business and STEM focus within the East African region. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which speaks for the niche of ISBAT as an institution.
At the Faculty of IT, we believe in empowering students with cutting-edge knowledge in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software development, and data science. The world is moving fast, and the technology is the center of every industry.
Welcome to ISBAT University.
Hello, most welcome to ISBAT University. My name is Dr. Peter Mbawazize, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Commerce. The Faculty of Business and Commerce is where leadership meets strategy. The global economy is constantly evolving, and we prepare you to lead in entrepreneurship, finance, management, and commerce with vision and integrity. Success in business is not only about profit, but also about values and the impact. I encourage you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and become change makers in your communities.
Greetings to all. Welcome to the Faculty of Health Sciences. My name is Dr. Tom Musubuga, the head of Department, School of Public Health at ISBAT University. In the Faculty of Health Sciences, our mission is to nurture compassionate, skilled, and ethical professionals who will improve lives and communities. is the foundation of human development, and your education here equips you not only to treat illness, but also to promote wellness and resilience in society. I encourage you to continue your scientific knowledge and empathy, because true healing begins with understanding.
I'm Ilavasan, Head of Department's Faculty of Health Science. Our students receive world-class training in both our modern skill laboratories and real clinical settings, such as hospitals of radiology and medical laboratory departments. They actively engage with advanced equipments and hands-on learning, ensuring the graduate as competent, confident, and compassionate healthcare professionals. We are proud to nourish the next generation of allied health experts who are ready to meet global healthcare challenges. We warmly invite you to be our vibrant and dynamic learning community.
I'm Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa, Head of Engineering in Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University, Kampala, Uganda. Welcome to ISBAT University.
The Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University is proud to be a hub of innovation, creativity, and excellence. Within our faculty, 3 key pillars define our vision for the future: robotics, electronics and communication engineering, and computer science. Robotics is transforming industries and daily life. It combines intelligence, automation, and design to create solutions that were once only imagined. Here, our students are empowered to innovate and build robots that serve humanity in healthcare, industry, and beyond. Electronics and communication engineering is the heartbeat of the modern connected world. From 5G networks to space technology, from IoT devices to medical electronics, this discipline ensures society stays connected, informed, and empowered. And finally, computer science, the foundation of the digital revolution. With specializations in AI, data science, cybersecurity, and cloud computing, this field equips our graduates to lead in a world driven by technology and innovation.
I joined ISBAT this year, and I had a passion, or should I say I have a passion for graphics designing. I got mentoring from the admission office where they recommended for me to do VFX, and so far the skills I've learned have been put into practice.
So when I talk of ISBAT, it really helps us and it nurtures us a lot starting from our first year. We don't have to wait until we reach a PhD level before we can even start building robots. For example, we have these. These here are some of the robots that we built here at ISBAT. I would like to encourage everyone that wants to come here, come and all we have fun, because building these things is really fun.
My favorite part of being at ISBAT University is that I get to engage with the content or curriculum at a more practical level. And of course, the facilities are available for me to facilitate basically learning practically.
So the graduates that we produce at ISBAT University are hands-on. They are people who have known what entrepreneurship is. They don't need to look for a job.
Beyond academics, ISBAT University offers a vibrant campus life.
International Business, Science and Technology University, ISBAT, have named their 20-man squad for the 2025-2026 Pepsi University Football League.
A community where diversity thrives, creativity flourishes, and lifelong friendships are made. He has been ranked the top 10 African universities in sub-Saharan Africa for the best teaching skills by Times Higher Education. ISBAT University is more than an institution. It is a launch pad for ideas, a community of innovators, and a place where future leaders are made. The future begins here at ISBAT University. At ISBAT University, education is more than a classroom experience. It is a journey of innovation, inclusivity, and transformation, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The vision of ISBAT as an institution is to become the most sought-after destination for quality higher education in business and STEM focus within the East African region. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which speaks for the niche of ISBAT as an institution.
At the Faculty of IT, we believe in empowering students with cutting-edge knowledge in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software development, and data science. The world is moving fast, and the technology is the center of every industry.
Welcome to ISBAT University.
Hello, most welcome to ISBAT University. My name is Dr. Peter Mbawazize, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Commerce. The Faculty of Business and Commerce is where leadership meets strategy. The global economy is constantly evolving, and we prepare you to lead in entrepreneurship, finance, management, and commerce with vision and integrity. Success in business is not only a fact. Encourage you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and become change makers in your communities.
Greetings to all. Welcome to the Faculty of Health Sciences. My name is Dr. Tom Musubuka.
Uganda is a nation of innovators. From tech hubs to startups, brilliant ideas are shaping the future. But access to specialized tools, equipment, and data has often held back great concepts from becoming real solutions. That's why the Uganda Communications Commission has established the National Communications Testbed for emerging and future technologies. The Testbed, hosted at the Uganda Institute of Communication Technology in Nakawa, is a free, open platform where innovators, researchers, academia, and industry can experiment, simulate, and validate new ideas. It brings together powerful hardware, software, datasets, and open APIs in one controlled environment, enabling the transition from concepts to prototypes and ultimately to deployable solutions. With this facility, users can explore diverse fields, 5G and future networks, artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things and edge computing, high-performance computing, drones and robotics, 3D printing, AR and VR, and more, all supported by curated open datasets for real-world testing.
So the idea of the communication testbed was born from Uganda's growing innovation ecosystem. While innovation hubs were thriving, offering a range of services such as co-working spaces, capacity building programs, innovators lacked access to specialized equipment, software, and data to test their ideas. To bridge this gap, the Uganda Communications Commission set up the Communications Testbed for emerging and future technologies at the UICT in Nakawa. And it is fully equipped to support research, experimentation and policy development in emerging technologies. Accessing the testbed is simple. It is free for academia, researchers, innovators, professional industry players. All one needs to do is register through our portal at testbed@ucc.co.ug. For collaborations, we also welcome partnerships with both local and international stakeholders in areas such as resource sharing, research and development, capacity building, and incubation. Together, we can accelerate Uganda's digital transformation.
My name is Naxisa George, and what drew me to the testbed, I had to develop a company management system, AI-powered, that would help different organizations speed up their processes, like entirely all AI-powered, but also following the different company policies. And the testbed had the powerful machines that would actually be able to help me achieve this.
One project that I've really done is that you see models like ChatGPT. So businesses want to use this, but they can't really do it because ChatGPT doesn't have the information. So what I do is that I get a model like ChatGPT and I'm able to train it to be able to spit out data that is related to companies only. So my biggest aha moment was when I realized that this stuff can actually be done from here inside Uganda, because usually what you would need to do is that you would need to access something like Google's resources, which are expensive and they are timed out. And this machine right here is much faster for the task.
I would describe the UCC testbed as a cutting-edge innovation platform offering free, hands-on access to AI, IoT, AVR and AR, robotics.
Uganda is a nation of innovators. From tech hubs to startups, brilliant ideas are shaping the future. But access to specialized tools, equipment, and data has often held back great concepts from becoming real solutions. That's why the Uganda Communications Commission has established the National Communications Testbed for Emerging and Future Technologies. The testbed, hosted at the Uganda Institute of Communication Technology in Nakawa, is a free, open platform where innovators, researchers, academia, and industry can experiment, simulate, and validate new ideas. It brings together powerful hardware, software, datasets, and open APIs in one controlled environment, enabling the transition from concepts to prototypes, and ultimately to deployable solutions. With this facility, users can explore diverse fields, 5G and future networks, artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things and edge computing, high-performance computing, drones and robotics, 3D printing, AR and VR, and more, all supported by curated open datasets for real-world testing.
So the idea of the communication testbed was born from Uganda's growing innovation ecosystem. While innovation hubs were thriving, offering a range of services such as co-working spaces, capacity building programs, innovators lacked access to specialized equipment, software, and data to test their ideas. To bridge this gap, the Uganda Communications Commission set up the communications testbed for emerging and future technologies at the UICT in Nakawa, and it is fully equipped to support research, experimentation, and policy development in emerging technologies. Accessing the testbed is simple. It is free for academia, researchers, innovators, professional industry players. All one needs to do is register through our portal at testbed@ucc.co.ug. For collaborations, we also welcome partnerships with both local and international stakeholders in areas such as resource sharing, research and development, capacity building, and incubation. Together, we can accelerate Uganda's digital transformation.
My name is NCC-2025, and what drew me to the test bed, I had to develop a company management system, AI-powered, that would help different organizations speed up their processes, like entirely all AI-powered, but also following the different company policies. And the testbed had the powerful machines that would actually be able to help me achieve this.
One project that I've really done is that you see models like ChatGPT. So businesses want to use this, but they can't really do it because ChatGPT doesn't have the information. So what I do is that I get a model like ChatGPT and I'm able to train it to be able to spit out data that is related to companies only. So my biggest aha moment was when I realized that this stuff can actually be done from here inside Uganda, because usually what you would need to do is that you would need to access something like Google's resources, which are expensive and they are timed out. And this machine right here is much faster for the task.
I would describe the UCC testbed as a cutting-edge innovation platform offering free, hands-on access to AI, IoT, AVR and AR, robotics and high computing tools, empowering researchers, innovators and industries to prototype, to test and launch tomorrow's tech solutions today.
When it comes to a device, I would tell the young innovators to dive in and experiment. Out there, the various projects people be doing, things are not easy. If I'm to relate, the engineering bit and the software bit of it, errors, failure to accomplish your goals, but at the end of it all, you should not give up. When it comes to technology, engineering bit of it and all that combined, we are looking at providing solutions, and that solution should always be accomplished.
The testbed is more than just infrastructure. It's a collaborative space where Uganda joins global networks of research and innovation. It supports capacity building, informs policy and regulation, stimulates market growth, and most importantly, promotes the development of homegrown digital solutions. The future of communication technologies is here, and it is open to you. Join the National Communications Testbed. Experiment, innovate, build solutions for Uganda, Africa, and the world. Visit testbed.ucc.co.ug to get started. Uganda is a nation of innovators. From tech hubs to startups.
Today's digital age, many women worldwide lack digital literacy. According to the International Telecommunication Union (ITU), over 50% of women globally remain offline, especially in developing countries like Uganda. The internet penetration rate for adult women is 56% compared to 63% for men. Reports also show that women are more likely to borrow mobile phones from a male household member and are less likely than men to own a smartphone.
This gender gap in digital access and meaningful use has limited women, particularly in rural areas, from benefiting from online opportunities in education, employment, business, networking, and capacity building, ultimately reducing their earning potential.
I was unable to communicate well because there are some jobs that you can get in the internet, but I didn't have a phone.
The Digital Skilling for Women program by UCSAF aims to bridge the gender-digital divide by providing tailored digital literacy training to women and girls across Uganda. Through this program, women are equipped with essential digital skills including internet usage, digital marketing, and online safety, enabling them to harness the power of technology for personal and professional growth.
Good afternoon.
We're trying to teach them those skills that
Good afternoon, everybody.
They could use on YouTube.
Please call your friends and tell them we are going to start in the next 1 minute. So we are going on to the next part of our program for today, which is essentially going to focus on the school ICT club innovation presentations from the different schools. I believe most of you are aware this session is dedicated to the young people from the different schools. With all their ideas, we shall be able to listen to their presentations, and the judges will take notes as we await the winner of this year's edition from the school's ICT club competition category. Thank you very much for sacrificing your time and giving us your ears to be able to conclude the second day of the NCC. I'd like to thank UCC once again for 9 years and still counting. And we've requested you to give us feedback. Give us feedback. Simply use this QR code and go to the questionnaire and give us some feedback. It's an evaluation survey for the last 9 editions, including this one. Not only the 9th edition, all the editions from 1 to 9, including the 2 for COVID. Then, of course, that will be very exciting. That will be very good feedback so that we can make the subsequent one even better than this one. So, I'll be inviting Moses. I don't know where he is. I'll be inviting Moses, who has done a wonderful job. He's been heading that section. He's done a wonderful job in organizing the schools, the ICT clubs, and of course, under the UCC department, he's been very pivotal in organizing that. So, immediately after the presentations for the clubs, we'll head for yet another break, depending on the time, but this time it will be a lunch break. I'm torn between that lunch break and the panel discussions, depending on how the time goes. I believe we could call off lunch today, if you don't mind. But if you feel we need to have it, we can still have it. So don't worry. So we'll have panel discussions between at the time after lunch. 2 panel discussions, which will essentially focus on very interesting topics: environmental sustainability through technology, harnessing digital innovation for climate resilience, natural resources and management. Also, the second panel discussion will focus on building Uganda's future workforce, advancing digital literacy, future skills, and innovation for the UDGs. And then the last part of today, which we don't want to miss, is going to be the awarding ceremony. The awarding ceremony is very, very important. It's the icing on the cake. Sometimes the journalists leave before that. I hope they don't, because I don't know what story they will make. Sometimes some of us leave before that. You may not have a memory of what happened. So I'm requesting for Moses and team to manage. We are going to manage our time a little bit differently. Technology has enabled us to do that. So once the bell rings for a presentation, please observe the time. You only have a few minutes to make an impression. 8 minutes is a lot of time for you to make a pitch, a presentation. In fact, you need only 1 minute. If you had to pitch to the MD of Airtel in a lift, I don't think he has the time to listen to you for 8 minutes. He will listen to you. The first 30 seconds will determine whether your presentation is worth listening to. So 8 minutes is way long for you not to deliver your presentation. So allow me to invite Moses to take over this session. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Moses Wamanga. I am here as a coordinator of ICT clubs, and I'm going to take this time as MC, basically for this short time. I think you have given me less than an hour, and we are going to have real pitching. The ICT clubs are here. We have 4 clubs, which are the winners from each region. There are 4 regions, Eastern. So from the Eastern region, the winner was Ginger College. The Northern region, the winner was Lila Town College. They are here. And the Western region, the winner was Nakivale Secondary School from the refugee camp. They are here. And from the Central region, the winner was Trinity College, Nabingo. So let me start with just a brief remark. I would like to thank the Uganda Communications Commission for supporting this initiative. I think this is the real harnessing the digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda development goals. These are our children who are now in the competence-based curriculum, but what happens in the ICT club is that they move with technology as it moves. What is covered there are topics ranging from artificial intelligence, machine learning, they focus on computer networking, they focus on the technology which works. Whereas what they cover in the curriculum are things like Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint. So UCC saw it as something very important that if ICT clubs are set up, then we can have the community, we can have the members or learners who are able to solve the real problems in our community. So thank you so much, UCC, for this initiative and the support. I would like to thank Isbat University for this kind of partnership. We have been working collaboratively in this kind of innovations, exhibitions, and preparing these young learners. I would also like to thank Gulu University for this kind of partnership also, and the support we have received in terms of mobilization, mentorship, to see that these clubs reach this level. So you are going to see what secondary schools can do, and then we also see how we can maybe compare with universities, and I think learning from this, universities will see that younger people can be able to do some code, and maybe when they reach university, they'll be more prepared for them, based on what we're going to see here. We have the second category of the schools. These were the schools which took the second position, and they include Dr. Bote College. They are also here from Lira. We have Busoga College Muiri. They took the second position in the east. We have Chigezi High School from the west. And also we have Mount St. Mary's College in Amagunga. They're also here with us. So something unique about this competition for this year, we started with 257 applications. So those were the projects which came on board. We went on sieving and supporting them online, eliminating some of them, and until we remained with the total of 61 schools which competed at regional level. So for the first time, we have had city schools and schools from Karamoja. We had a school called St. Andrew's Lotome from Karamoja. They did very well. They were in Jinja at the regionals. We've had schools from Kwanya district, schools from Aleptong, schools from Ajumani, schools from Zombo, schools from Kanungu, Nakaseke, and some other districts which are considered disadvantaged. So for the first time, we have had these schools participating in this national conference on communications at regional level. So thank you so much, school leaders who are able to support at that level. And also, we need to recognize the mentors for the job well done. Our organization, which I represent, is called KAWA, Kisubi Associated Writers Agency. We started as a team of teachers at St. Mary's College, Kisubi. Now, we are a team of innovators. Actually, we are based here in the Innovation Hub. And we have projects which are also running. We are also experts in pitching. We have been pitching for our projects, also moving.
This helps you to get learning resources. Also, it is a blog post, meaning that you get to read about the new things that have appraised the new educational contents. You also get a dashboard that monitors your progress. A teacher can be able to view this, and you yourself, you can be able to view this as you're going through the courses listed on the platform.
Now, to achieve all these that we have said, all these features, we used a number of technologies. We combined more than 11 technologies together to come up with this platform. For the back end, for the front end, we used HTML, CSS, Bootstrap for styling, and JavaScript for interactivity. For back end, we used Python with its framework Django to facilitate authentication and handle all the back end logic, as well as HTMX to handle single-page application, so that when you are interacting with the teachers, the messaging features can be simultaneously being handled in real time without needing a browser refresh. For the database, we have PostgreSQL. That's where all the data are being stored. And then we also integrated Google Gemini APIs. And then for the version controls, we used Git to facilitate seamless development, whereby one can be working on a certain feature and another one working on a certain feature simultaneously. And then we used Canva to develop the UI designs. For the impact, this platform is going to improve learning outcomes of students, because they will not only be relying in classroom courses, but also those ones uploaded by the teachers, whereby if the learner is absent, he can still get the same content as the others who are present in school. This will come in handy maybe when the student is maybe sick or disabled. Access and inclusivity. This platform includes boarders and day scholars. So which means the scholars, because they don't have money to enroll in boarding sections, they can get the same content that boarders are getting for free. And then we also have empowered teachers. Teachers can create courses once and reach a vast number of students effectively. And then we also have equity in education, whereby we have promoted fairness by giving rural and urban students equal access to resources. For sustainability, for financial sustainability, we hope to build partnership with government and NGOs and schools to explore the telecoop. This means that we are going to partner with NGOs and government bodies. For the content, we will regularly update the content to make sure that it aligns with the national curriculum. For the technical, we'll keep on. We have even started developing the mobile app. This mobile app will facilitate offline use. Even when the learner does not have access to internet, they can still log in. For social and community, we are involving teachers and parents and learners to continuously contribute to this innovation. Next. And this is the application. It is still under development to facilitate offline use. Because of interest of time, the technologies that we are currently using for the mobile app, we are using Java, and we are using XML. for the layout and the design.
After school, I always find it hard to get learning resources
Now,
from
this is
school,
one of the
which
students
makes
who's
research
testifying
hard to
about
accomplish,
the app.
making it difficult to cope up with students in boarding. But with the Mindflow platform, I can get learning resources, interact with teachers and different students, which creates a conducive learning experience. I can not only follow up with courses, but also track my progress, download learning materials, get educational blogs, and more.
Sorry?
After school, I always
right on the homepage.
And then this is a demo video. The slides, the previous slides were taking extractions from this demo video.
Now, when you click on one of the courses, we're going to be found.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nakibal SS, for that wonderful presentation with your innovation, which is coming up to solve some of the education challenges. So can you just move there closely for, I think cameramen are getting it. Yes, start, yeah. Just take a seat there. All right. Yes. So that is Nakivale Senior Secondary School with their education innovation. They have come up with a platform to provide resources, especially offline resources. Is there one question from the judges? Okay, from the audience, one question. Somebody with a mic? With a mic? Yes, madam, you are. Yeah, on the second row, one question. As the mic comes, just manage the time. Be introducing the.
Hi, I'm Christine. I actually like your app, but I have one concern. You talked about inclusivity, but I did not see or get where you talked about including differently abled students, like those who are blind, deaf, any student who is differently abled. How does your app consider those students?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Kindly respond. One of you responds the question on the inclusivity. How does it cater for the deaf, for the blind, for gender issues?
Thank you very much for that question. As we all know, when an idea is not fully conceived and when it is put in action, many things come alongside to improve it. Other ideas like making it offline and integrating different things, because the idea was not initially like this, but as we continued building on it, we built things and things. Now, new ideas can come as part of sustainability plans, and we can also include in part of our sustainability plans to improve it even more to cater for all that group of people. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the response. Dr. Kumal, you have a question? Trinity College, Nabingo, from Wakiso District. Trikona, you are most welcome. Come closer here, take the mic, and share with us, share with the world what you have done. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nasali Benadinrubi from Trinity College, Nabingo. We are a group of 4, Namuwaya Riona, Asinja Angela, and Kakai Esther. So our school is presenting an application called Yourself App. It's a mobile app system for real-time soil testing using sensor technology and artificial intelligence for smart recommendations. So in the global context, we realized that agriculture is actually the backbone of most of the world's population. By 2050, we see that there will be about 9.7 billion people. There will be about 9.7 billion people, which is obviously going to increase the food demand to about 70%. However, we see that the land that these plants and food is supposed to be grown on is being degraded, and we are losing a lot of money from it. Countries like Netherlands have come up with precision agriculture and IoTs to solve these problems, which we've seen that in the next 9 years, the market will be at about $78 billion. And then we've seen that 65% land has been degraded in sub-Saharan Africa. And in our country, Uganda, about 24% of the people use these fertilizers. And then we saw the bright side where there is about 85% of people who use phones. And we saw the opportunity to integrate mobile IoT systems to close the gap between agriculture and technology. So the problem we saw is that we know that agriculture makes about 24% of our country's economy. Despite this critical role, we see that on the line graph, in the last 6 years, the soil health and crop yields has deteriorated greatly. We also see that about 4% Ugandans have tested their soil. They've tested it through laboratory testing, which is quite expensive for some, regional soil maps, which does not give specific recommendations, and then visual assessments, which is not really reliable. Without this soil testing, we see that farmers won't know which fertilizers to use, or they'll use the wrong amounts. This has caused drop in crop yields. Farmers have also struggled to find reliable inputs to use, and 80% of the fertilizer bags and counterfeit seeds has led to decline of agriculture, farmer input, and has actually threatened our food security. So this creates a clear need for us to come up with an application that's affordable, fast, accurate, a way of testing soil with personalized recommendations to immediately access various suppliers for right inputs. Your soil will address all these problems by providing real-time soil analyses at 80% lower cost than traditional methods.
Thank you so much. So if there is anything you should take away from this presentation is this, and that is our main objective, which goes to improve soil fertility management among smallholder farmers in Uganda. So to do this, first of all, one, we need to understand the current soil fertility management practices. Two, we had to design a mobile application integrated with Arduino-based soil monitoring sensors. Three, we had to create a machine learning model for instant fertilizer recommendations, both online and offline. And four, we had to test and validate the accuracy of the results it will give. Yes, so in order to do all that, we had to ask ourselves this question. Number one, the current soil fertility management practices among the smallholder farmers in Uganda. Two, we had to ask ourselves, how can we design a mobile application which will effectively integrate the Arduino-based soil monitoring sensors. Three, we had to ask ourselves how we could create a machine learning model to be integrated together with a mobile app. And four, how accurate our results will be after the analysis. So briefly, our project is so very much relevant because it mainly aligns with the National Development Goals, the SDGs, and the African Agenda. For the National Development Goals, we are talking about the NDP3, whereby it focuses on enhancing agricultural productivity and food security, and the African Agenda, which aims for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, which just aligns with our goals of enhancing agricultural productivity. And regarding the UN SDGs, we are looking at SDG number 1, whereby we are fighting poverty, so no poverty, whereby we shall increase the yields to zero hunger because we are improving soil health. SDG 13, that is climate action because of the addition of the carbon in the environment. SDG 15, which is life on land, whereby we shall reduce soil degradation. Thank you.
In our literature review, we looked at other systems similar to the USO application, whereby we looked at the Mobile Fertilizer Advisory System, MOFAS, that has over local language support,
of many farmers established for user-based. However, what limits it is that it doesn't have real-time sensors, whereby our soil is here to fill this gap by providing real-time soil sensing as well as personalized recommendation for the farmers. Other systems include the Global AgroCares, the Makerere University Soil Testing Kit developed in 2023, and our system, the Your Soil app, which is here to provide real-time soil testing as well as recommendations for our farmers. For the meantime, the only limitation we have is initial investment, which is why we are here. And basically, the application is here to bridge this gap that these other systems have failed to. In our research approach, we looked at problem identification where we consulted the different farm managers in our school, our agriculture teachers, and the headmistress. By this, we had to look for solutions to this problem, whereby we decided to design and develop a system that would provide easy use of fertilizers as well as helping farmers improve their crop yields. After developing and designing, we had to demonstrate and see if our system actually works, testing it with the different soil samples from our farm and communicating it to you right now. Our system has hardware and software components whereby data is picked from the soil sensors, sent to the Arduino board for processing through a Bluetooth module. This data is sent to the mobile app and interpreted to give our farmers recommendations on what to plant. Well, our application, as well as provide accuracy, whereby our results are close to 5% to what the lab gives us. It's also affordable in a way that it's about 80,000 shillings, which is much more cheaper than the current soil testing systems and is also reliable.
So the demonstration of our application, you simply go to the application, insert your username and password. And then after you access the system, as you can see, everything's bare. So our soil test kit is at the back. There is a soil sensor you have to put into the soil. So when you put this soil sensor into the soil, and we're going to start measuring to see the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium levels in the soil. So as you can see, they are starting to measure, and when we press stop, it's going to show that nitrogen is at 106, phosphorus at 42.2, and potassium at 227. Then we give recommendations based on the results we received. As you can see, it gives you what activities to continue, the plants to grow, or what suitable crops can actually be used. Then you can also go to the Find Suppliers, which is our marketplace, where we got different plants to use. And that's basically our application.
All right, that is the, remain around. Take your seats here because we are going to take some questions. Yeah, I think you have been paying attention. Is there any member in the house here? Have we ever tested soil? Raise up your hand if you have ever tested soil. Only 1, 2, 3. It is an indicator. It is an indicator that as a country we are doing badly. We are doing badly. Farmers are really struggling, and I think we need this kind of solutions. So give a mighty hand clap to UCC. Yeah, to a great extent, out of a certain fund, we are able to acquire a number of devices, Raspberry Pis, sensors, and we have a store of them. We share with schools, and they are in a position to come up with this kind of innovations. So if we manage to push this to a big level, widely, to reach the rural areas, I think we shall have that SDG number 2. They mentioned number 1, but number 2 is zero hunger. That SDG number 2 will be sorted through this kind of smart systems. All right, now let's have some few questions to the team. Your hand is up first. Yes, give him a microphone.
Thank you, students of Nabingo College. I was once a student in Namirango College. I thank you for your presentations. AI cannot do everything. It cannot nurture character. It cannot develop character or behaviors, which means still people need to have some control over some issues when maintaining the best behavioral fit in businesses. What's your take on this? Is it clear? Is it clear? Can I come again?
Yes.
Okay. AI can do many things, but it cannot develop own nature character or develop behaviors, which requires some control by individuals to maintain the best fit for quality in one way or another. Is that true?
Yes.
To what extent is it true, if at all it's true?
Just respond.
So basically, the AI we have in our application, we didn't have enough time to show it. However, we fed it with information we got from sites like Narrow, where we fed it with only verified information. If we could show you the place where our AI chatbot, you only ask it questions depending on our theme, and our theme is on agriculture. Thank you.
Okay. Second question. Yes, give it him. We are taking 2 questions.
Thank you very much. I'm impressed. During my time in high school, I didn't have a chance to do that. My name is Okello Andrew Peters, a graduate research student at MOOC, doing a Master of Science in AI. So during your illustration, you said the farmer presses the sensor in the ground, and then they press stop, and then the system returns the results. I wanted to know at what point in time do a farmer knows that now is the time for me to press stop? How do you know that? Let me now press stop. Thank you.
So, thank you so much for that question. Well, in our app, the longer you press the start button, the clearer the results are. So if you really want accurate results, it is advisable you press the button for a very long time. Yes, thank you.
Okay. There are questions from master students, and I think you have tried to respond. Yes, Doctor, go ahead.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Again, my question is on the same way. What kind of sensors? First of all, have you tested some samples, or is it just a study? And if you have tested, then what kind of sensors you have applied to measure the different types of concentration of oxygen and all? And what is the depth of penetration of the sensors? And all those things, you can explain something about that.
Okay, so is it okay if I first bring the kit and you all take a look at it?
Yeah, it's okay if you have, then you can show us.
Thank you.
And also, the sensor we used is basically measuring nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, the levels in the soil. So the soil sensor is going to be broad, and we are only measuring those as per now because it's what we focused on and it's what we input into our system.
Okay, I think, Doctor, as you look at the kind of sensors, let's give a mighty hand clap to Trinity College, Nabingo. Yeah, I know there are so many questions. I think after this, they will be stationed at near the reception there, where they'll be able to answer more questions. So in the interest of time, let's allow another school to come and pitch, to come and showcase their innovations. And the school is Lila Town College. Lila Town College. Keep moving. Lila Town College is one of the top secondary schools in the northern region. Located in Lila City. I think your name will change. It is no longer a town. So Lila City School, you are most welcome.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Here we are a team from Lira City. We have come to present you our project, but before let me introduce myself. I'm called Oyelanaume Angoda, and my colleague.
My team Rebecca Chana.
Andrew Chepa.
In line with the theme of the NCC, or the conference of today, which is saying, harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solution for Uganda development goals. We have come with a theme to present or a project called Leblanc, called an AI model Leblanc translator. To start with the background story of our idea, it goes like this. Does any of you live in a society where people speak other local languages which are not widely known, or let me say not on internet, and yet it's full of wise sayings, and it's your heritage? For us, that language is Leblanc, because we come from a community where people mostly speak Luo, because it's a language commonly used there. This has made us to come up with this idea because global tech tools like Google Translate supports only the major languages, but over 7,000 languages, including Leblanc, are underrepresented. So our vision for this idea is that our AI Leblanc translator is a step towards solving this problem, because we are building an AI model that can translate Leblanc text directly in English using machine learning. So let my colleague take you to the problem statement.
So our problem statement goes like this. Digital invisibility of the Leblanc. Leblanc, people are not digitally inclusive because Leblanc is not in the digital world. Currently speaking, most of our people don't know how to interact with the internet because they don't know English. So I feel like digital inclusive, okay, yeah, that can help our people get on the verge with the AI growing world. And there's also neglect of local identity. I'll say, for me at once, I don't like going to the village. Because when you go to the village, you don't know the language, people are speaking Luo, so it becomes very hard. And that's true with most of our young people today. And then lack of reference materials online. Leblanc is not online. You can search for actually any other language, but you won't find Leblanc. Communication barrier. Right now, to get connections with the world, you have to interact with people through communication. That can be through our phones. But when you don't speak a language like English, which is widely spoken, it becomes a challenge. And then there is risk of culture erosion. Culture is one of the things that defines us as Uganda. So if we don't have our languages, then what do we have to be proud of?
Yeah. Okay, about our innovation, we are building an AI model that translates Leblanc to English and to other languages, about 20 languages. So as you can see, we are having an online dictionary also in our okay, we have built a website and we have built a web app and an AI model. So I'm going to take you direct to what we were doing. So the tools we were using here, we're using App Transformers. Okay, App Transformers is one of the models which are used like for developing AI models. So since we had little data set, we were training our model. We were fine-tuning the T5 model of Google. And we're using Google Colab to train our model, since we didn't have GPUs to run this, to build our model. So we're using Google Colab, which offers free GPUs, the T4 model of Tesla. So we also we're also organizing our data set in a CVS form. Just as most of you who knows AI, how they develop AI models, you know how they do it. So they organize it in the CVS data set. So our model was built, we collected data, about 2,000 data sets, divided it into three. Okay, we split it into three. The train set, the validation set, and the test set. So, okay, due to time, I will not explain everything now. So, I'll just take you straight to our model. Let's not just waste time now. Yeah. So, I'll just take you out to how our system is working, first of all. So, this is our system. I don't know how we are going to play it. Maybe you help us play it. So as you can see, I was hosting it in my name, in my domain name, Andrew Chepa. So it's playing already. Yeah. So it's playing already. So as you can see, we have in our model, this is our web application that we have developed it. We are using HTML, TypeScript, React Native, and Postgres as our database. As you can see, we have our translator, we have a dictionary. A dictionary is we were having about 8,000 words to translate. So what we're doing here, at first we're using a rule-based system that translates text to text, just single text. But at the end of the day, we're using neural networks. Neural networks are just like the machine brains, yes, artificial brains. So we're using it to train our model. So what we're doing here, we're using transformers. And in our transformers, we're using self-attention, where the model uses the encoders and the decoders. So the encoders, it inputs the data inside. Okay, if it's inputted, it learns. It gives contextual understanding about the text. And the decoder uses the contextual understanding processed by the encoder to give the correct meaning of the word in English. So as you can see, that's probably our model that we have developed. Yeah. And we're also having our contribute button where you contribute. If you have a data set, you contribute to us, to help us collect the data we're using. Yeah, thank you.
And then finally, just to conclude, about our ICT club, we have participated. This year alone, we had an opportunity to participate in a number of competitions, so we are active. Went for the Batch of the Champions, Stanbic. We went for the Technovation Girls Championship, which is worldwide. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Another round of applause for these young people. Yeah, take your seats there. We are going to take some few questions. And I think each one of you, from wherever you come from, in each ethnic group or society, our languages need to be online. We need to have an AI for this kind of thing. All right, so let's have some questions. Let's have some questions. The one with the mic, where are you? Two questions. Yes, start with the gentleman here. Yes.
Thank you very much. My question is about the transformer architecture you people adopted. There are architectures that do not require a lot of compute resources. I don't know why you went for that. Another question is about the system. Does it translate from your local language to English, or it's both ways? It can also translate from English to your local language. Like if I visit your place and I speak English, can you translate it to the local language that the people that side understand? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Kindly answer that.
Thank you. As you have said it, our model is a bi-directional model. It translates English to Leblanc and Leblanc to English. Actually, we have two models. One that translates English to 27, translate Leblanc to other 27 languages. But as per now, we didn't pay for the subscription for our application to be hosted. So it is done, but we have it working and running, but it's still offline at the moment. And also due to limited data set, Lao is a low resource language. And if you go online, you don't get any data about it. So we are collecting the data manually from people. We just write it in books, copy it in the computer, then we use it. So it was also added. So as per now, we are training our model. If you can go to my Hanging First account, there is that model. The higher students can go and test it. I've also said there are 2 models. You can go and test it. Due to time, we have not time to explain the whole process. Yeah.
Excellent. You bring the mic here. Yes, bring the microphone. Okay, there you are.
Yeah, I'm happy. Thank you very much for your presentation. Language is my passion, and communication is my also passion. My name is Florence Aduduchi Inja. I'm a lecturer at Nkumba University. Thank you for that. But if you are translating Leblango to English and vice versa, have you built the terminology in Leblango in order to translate it into English? Because if I say mathematics, I'm teaching mathematics, I'm teaching physics, I'm teaching chemistry, do you have the terminology as yet, or this is just the beginning? Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much for the question. Respond.
Okay, okay, I didn't get that question very well, but what I can say, you're talking?
Very hard terminologies in physics. She's asking, have you figured out how to translate those physics terminologies into Leblanc?
Okay, it's like this. As I told you before, these machines are using neural networks. So with time, if you could give them much data, instead of using the rule-based system, that we give it rules, that if they say good morning, you respond to this, we are not using that system. We're using these neural networks. So that's where I was talking about the transformer self-attention, where it encodes and decodes. So through that, in that formula, it learns. Or we could, in the other way around, we could add the training parameters of the model to understand the data better. So with time, it will learn with consecutive. Okay, with much data, you learn from the example it has been seen through the training process. Yeah, and with time, it will be perfect.
Great. Thank you for that response. We have accepted 2 questions, and I think they have answered those questions. We shall you'll meet them after lunch, and then you'll be able to respond to the questions. All right, I think you're seeing innovation is coming up. We are going to save some people. I saw somebody who wanted to marry, who wanted to get a wife from Lango, but language issues and things ended there. So there you are. Opportunities are coming with AI. Yes. So next we are going to have the presentation from Jinja College. Jinja College, a school from Jinja City, Catholic founded, and very active gentlemen, serious innovators. The way you are posing. All right, he's handing over the presentation, the report to the judge. The judges are here. All right. Okay.
Yes, so our highly respected judges, fellow innovators, and distinguished guests, my name is Mioko Skalipeko, a student of Jinja College. I lead a team named Advance, joined by Mukisamijo Daniel, Kadama Jason, and Kitenda Edwin. Together, we built a website named QVolt. This website seeks to address the 4th UN SDG, which is quality education. Now, the problem is that in our country, Uganda, the country recently adopted a new curriculum, shifting from what was known as a knowledge-based curriculum and adapting one which emphasizes a competence-based approach to education, requiring students to engage in practical real-world problem solving. But unfortunately, we the students of this curriculum do not have access to well-structured resources in line with this new curriculum, hence limiting so many things in the education process. On the other hand, students do not have enough access to internet connectivity, students do not have enough time to interact with teachers, and so on, and so many other challenges that are facing this curriculum. Now, our research showed that many students struggle to apply theoretical knowledge into real-world situations, and most schools that have fully implemented the competence-based curriculum have seen a great improvement in their performance. For example, our very own school, Jinja College. Now, with this research, we came up with our major objective, which is to create an online platform, or basically a solution to the problems that are faced by the new curriculum. Our target audience is basically the students of the new curriculum, the teachers of the new curriculum, NGOs, and other stakeholders. Our prototype, or basically QVolt, which is the solution, is a scenario-based question platform that is tailored to Uganda's new O-level curriculum, helping students to strengthen their critical thinking and problem-solving skills through practical questions that are linked to real Ugandan scenarios. And in that way, if students are able to access this website, they get quite a wide range of resources in line with the curriculum, ranging from AOIs, activities of integration, to past UCE papers, and so many other things that I'm going to allow my colleague to present to you.
Once again, good morning, our distinguished judges and fellow innovators. By name, I'm Kisamijo Daniel, and I'm explaining to you how our project QVolt works. It's basically there on a screen, and it is a platform that is solving one of the challenges that, actually many of the challenges that have been facing the competence-based curriculum that has just been adopted in Uganda. We have realized that learners have inadequate access to well-structured practice scenario-based questions. Simply, those are the activities of integration. So with our website, we have vigorous resources, for example, science resources where we provide you subjects, physics, chemistry, biology. For example, if a learner wants to access resources of physics, they can view the comprehensive resources of physics with the topics and so on. And if they further want to make practice of physics, they can start the practice. Then there you will thereafter see the well-structured scenario-based questions that are in line with the competence-based curriculum. With the task, we also tell the learners what are you required to attempt these questions, because even when they are present, learners do not know what they are supposed to do to attempt to these questions. Further to that, we have the assessment criteria. You can have the scenario-based question, you know how to attempt it, but you attempt it wrongly. So with the assessment criteria, you get to know when you do this, this is how you are going to be graded, as shown on the screen. When you do this, this is how you will be graded. And at the end of it all, you can perhaps download these activities of integration. Besides that, we have facilitators page, because you have realized that learners may want to get in touch with different facilitators, but they do not have access to them. For instance, if a facilitator in ICT is in the other school, and I'm in, let me say, Carrillo High School, and I want to access his resources, I may get a bigger challenge because I do not know his contact information and so on. So we also provide these services to the learners so that they can get in touch with the expert facilitators that know the curriculum, that is to say the competence-based curriculum, alongside their contact information and emails, so as to get in touch with them. Besides that, we also realize that learners do not have access to UC past papers. You would like to pass the new curriculum, but we have inadequate access to the UC past papers, which is also affecting us. So we provide a wide range of UC past papers, starting from sciences, shown below. You have biology, chemistry, physics. Then we also have mathematics. And besides that, we also tell you what are you required to do so as to endeavor in these UC exams. Then the other thing, we have project work guidance. In the new curriculum, we all know that you have to do project work, but the learners do not know the project work guidance, you know. And they say that if you don't perform well in the project work, you don't get a certificate at the end of it all. If it's an E, you repeat senior 4. So which is also affecting the learners' academic progress. So you provide to them the relevant project line guidance and how to do their project work, their planning, and all the step-by-step project work guidance. The other thing is that we also have assessment tools. Activities of integration are there, but learners have a challenge. They don't know how to attempt to these questions. How are you going to attempt to it? So we provide to you the most common set activities of integration and how to approach them. The other thing is that realize that there are people with disabilities. There are people who see but can't hear. And there are also people that hear but can't see. But they would like to be, or they would like to participate in the new curriculum, which is the competence-based curriculum. How are we providing a solution to them? We have audio resources for people who can hear but can't see. You can learn with the audios, that is in creative arts, and perhaps they can also become problem seekers, problem solvers, because you have seen innovators that don't even walk, don't even see, so we are also solving that. We have writing workshops. Now, for the people who can't hear but can see, we solve that problem by providing unto them teaching videos that are aided with subtitles, but you can read a subtitle. You can also see their eyes as shown in a verbal text way, and perhaps they can improve in their academic progress. Then the other thing is that we have the events in our platform, because we realize that the learner may get to know the events. So we have the events calendar where the learner gets to know when a particular, let me say, activity of integration will be set, seminar, virtual seminar, workshop, project work guidance on the calendar. Let me say they say 15, this and this will take place. So we have also done that. In the creation of this, we also realized that there are people with internet connectivity, even when ICT tools exist. And we had to solve it in a way by putting in a donational feature in our homepage, because we realized that learners want to perform, they want to excel, they want to improve, but they have limited access to these devices. So we believe that in case someone comes and donates these education resources, let me say books, pens, computers, Wi-Fi routers, they can make learning with ICT more easier, because this is purposely a digital platform that works while online. But the other way we also solve that is that we also have some offline capabilities. And if you want to get anything from our website, it's not limited. Like it's very cheap. You don't need to put in large bands of data and so on. So our prototype, we created it with languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript for the front end, and for the back end, we used PHP, NodeScript, and so on. So thank you so much for our presentation. We welcome your questions.
Great. Take your seats there. Thank you for managing time, and you have presented your project. All right. One question? One question, yes. Move the mic to the gentleman in the court.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being so eloquent and perfect. My name is Robert Waswa. I just have one question. What can you cite as impacts of digital technologies on innovation for sustainability?
Have you got a question? Switch on once. It's okay. Respond.
So you're saying that your question is, how do we cite the impact of these digital technologies on the education of people? So one is, people have already begun using online tools, for example, Keyboard, which is one of its own. We also have the other apps that are elsewhere that people are using. Students actually are using them to participate in several things, practicing and becoming perfect, and therefore they will pass in the examinations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for that response. And we are coming to the end of the 4 schools. For the second schools, gentlemen, you can be moving to take your seats. We have 4 schools. We just want to recognize them. And you come here in this order. We have Busoga College Mwiri. Just come here for recognition. They took the second position in the Eastern region. Busoga College Mwiri, come closer, just for recognition. Here, here, here. To be followed by Chigezi High School. Chigezi High School, keep moving. Dr. Bote College. You come closer, you'll simply introduce yourselves and then the name of the project. Then you move.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all to the 9th National Conference on Communication and to also tell you you look good and healthy. Praise God for that. So before you is a team from Busoga College, Muiri. My name is James Ramsey Chivenge, the speaker of our surprisingly most active club. And he's our Vice President, Basuli James Dennis, Wateta Jonathan, our projects manager, and Bonde Jovan. So our project, what had we had in mind? We had initially had something to work against misuse of resources, especially for the government. But honestly, that was a little big of a horizon for us to explore. So we had to work on something a little bit inside school. See, for quality education, our school offers students a chance to carry their gadgets to school. And they are supposed to keep them in the computer lab. Yes. But boys will be boys. Rules must be broken. Students always seem to take the gadgets where they are not supposed to be. So we had designed a system that monitors who takes their gadget out and who brings it in. At the end of the day, the administrator receives a message by electronic mail informing him of who has not returned their gadgets. I think you would think about it as, let's say, government vehicles. Due to time, thank you for your audience.
Thank you so much. You use this trick. Okay. I think the rest you can just sit here. Just sit here. You'll be seen clearly. Come close. One member who is introducing the team, you talk from here. The rest you sit there, and you'll be seen as we're moving. Okay. The name, you introduce the team.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are a team from Dr. Bote College, ICT Club. I am called Joseph Akara, the president of ICT Club, Dr. Bote College. We are very glad to come and pay a visit and take our position as number 2 in Northern Region, but that wasn't our expectation. Though we have a number, and we have a group here who worked on the project called the Doctoral Medical Assistant. It's actually about health. We have Odomo Joachim, he's a project manager, and then Oriema, chief advisor, the club. And then we have one lady, we are blessed with one lady, much as the school is also single, but we have one lady mixed in her level, and she's called Adrina. Thank you very much. So we have a project, but I think it's now very essential for us to first introduce ourselves, much as we have not been given that opportunity to present it, but it's okay. Thank you for that.
Chigezi High School, to be followed by the other school, which I think you are aware about yourselves. Go ahead.
Our distinguished adjudicators and all the other protocol observed, a good afternoon. Before you is Mulindo Roni from ICT Club, Chigezi High School, Kabale from where we are made. So we have a project which is Simple Air. And on the team, I was working as a research manager alongside our female intake, Bashabe Evelyn, and the dopest of all, Ariel Mendelson, in addition to Progress Manige, who was our machine learning trainer. So for any rise, for invention to occur, there must be necessity. And finding out that we need real-time IoT monitoring of carbon monoxide rise in the atmosphere, which has helped people to be free from diseases that are respiratory, that are related to air pollution. So we came out with this project which we have not been called upon to present, so thanks for your attention.
Perfect. No, you have presented. You have been recognized fully. So the last school is Mount St. Mary's College in Namagunga. You just come closer. That is the end. Mount St. Mary's College in Namagunga. Move very fast. You introduce just the team, mention the project. It's already captured in one of the books. And this is the school that came second in the Central Region. And they have a wonderful project. So like we said, this category who were second, we just recognize them. They are not presenting their projects. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the council, the team that went out for NCC, the council of Code XX Club, Namagunga, Mount St. Mary's College, Namagunga. I'm the vice president of the club. This is Ariela Tendo. She's the CEO of the club. And this is our sergeant at arms and our external coordinator. And we are the team that worked on the project, Hydro Sentinel, which is a smart water management system, one that detects leaks in water pipes and finds a way to control them using ultrasonic sensors and microbots. And yes, this project uses a dashboard, it uses the Internet of Things system, and yes, it's what real-time tracking, and enables the response time for water management systems for the repair teams to reach the pipes and fix the leaks. So it improves the response time. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mount St. Mary's College in Namagunga. You can now go back and take your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the pitching from the secondary school section. And I just want to end with a comment that in our country, there is where we can benefit from the effort from the students like this. So technology gives us opportunity that learners themselves can be able to come up with some of the solutions where we need even government support us. The learners can do that, and I think you've seen what they can do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Uganda Communications Commission. Thank you, ISBAT, and thank you, members, for your kind attention. May God bless you.
Let's give a round of applause to Moses. I almost thought I lost my job. But he did a wonderful job. So, yes, we believe the children are our future, and that's why we give them time to, I know that some of them were bidding the runners-up. Let's clap for the runners-up. It does not mean in any way that you're not successful. You are very successful. The fact that you're here, you are very, very successful. Keep it up. So, thank you very much. Imagine 257, from 257 to 61 regional to the last 8. That is something to think about, to celebrate. We'd like to thank the team, the judges. We know that they keep playing their cards on their chests. We are waiting on who will finally walk away as the victor. So right now we're going for a lunch break, but please note this. If you must write them down, please note. So we're going for lunch. Lunch will be strictly 45 minutes. I've been told we need to time lunch, just like the technical team did. 45 minutes. I think it's good enough for us to have lunch. And then we will come back for the 2 sessions, the 2 panel sessions that will be moderated by Mr. Nicholas Mbonimpa, the CEO of Renu. 40 minutes is what we will have for that session. And then we'll have the second panel will be moderated by Moses Mugisha, Professor Moses Mugisha, the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University, Mbarara. And that will also be 45 minutes. And those topics will cover environmental sustainability through technology, harnessing digital innovation for climate resilience, and natural resource management. That will be the first panel session. The second one will tackle the topic, building Uganda's future workforce, advancing digital literacy, future skills, and innovation for Uganda's development goals. And then we'll have the awards ceremony, which will start at 4 p.m. So if you can observe the time, including lunch, and of course, 40 minutes for the 2 panel sessions, then at between 4 and 6 or thereabout, we should be having the closing ceremony and the awards ceremony for this wonderful NCC 9th edition. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your lunch, but do not forget to participate in the NCC evaluation survey. These will be placed on your lunch tables. Please make sure you take part in the survey. Thank you very much. Before you go, on the right, if you're seated on the first row, please go on the right. If you're seated on the other rows, on the left. I like you because now you know. We've said this 10 times. Now you know where you can have your lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th. I am very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th National Conference on Communications 2025. So this year's theme is a very exciting theme because most of us believe that harnessing digital innovation to the power of sustainable solutions is so important to the development of this country. But the underlying word is the local solutions.
Digital innovation is not only about technology, but about applying technology thoughtfully to address local challenges in agriculture, healthcare, education, and climate resilience. As per the motto of the Ispat University, empowering lives, empowering Uganda, empowering Africa, we remain committed to nurturing the talent and research that will drive the transformation of the youth in Uganda.
Innovation is not necessarily for scientists per se, because you are solving a problem, yeah? So you all come together, get that local solution, and then apply it. Vice Chancellors, being here, these industry players, begin to tell them, how can we solve the challenges you're having? Begin to have those discussions. For young students, you have an opportunity to start early.
Innovation as the heart of development, whether technological or organizational, let us embrace it. And it is the key to building solutions that responds to Uganda's specific needs.
ICTs, they have reached everywhere. They are massively consumed products. Now, that raises a strategic question. If they are to benefit us, if we are to get net benefit from these ICTs, we must be participants in this. We should not only be buyers of these applications, buyers of softwares, buyers of innovation from outside. We must also be creators. We should not be buyers of other people's innovations, but we should be also engaged in these innovations.
ICT and digital services are an enabler to every aspect of life. I would want to call for increased and enhanced collaboration so that we work together to ensure that we accelerate this drive of digital transformation. And I want to pledge on behalf of the government of Uganda that we shall continue to provide that space to enable all of us play our part. We shall continue to support the academia, the universities, tertiary institutions, to do research, to innovate, so that we can come up with solutions.
How do we empower our communication vehicles to bring to the fore all the innovations that are coming out from the innovators? Every region or every town having an innovation hub. We believe that the potential of our young, upcoming minds, there is so much that they need to support the innovations.
We need to expand more aggressively to the youth and give them the opportunity to experiment with digital innovative ideas. Definitely, we will explore the ideas, any innovation that comes relevant to our industry.
To all the students and young innovators who are here today, build what solves the problems that our communities face. Think beyond invention to creating long-term impact, because that is what will truly be transformational. My challenge to all of us, myself included, together with my team, is to make sure that we turn this plan into a story for action by leveraging digital information, powering sustainable local solutions, and turning our development goals into reality.
We still need to do more to improve access to high computing power for emerging fields of IT. The computing research for social change is important. I look forward to seeing the impact of our collective effort in this conference with sincere appreciation for community transformation.
I am very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th National Conference on Communications 2025. So this year's theme is a very exciting theme because most of us believe that harnessing digital innovation to the power of sustainable solutions is so important to the development of this country. But the underlying word is the local solutions.
Digital innovation is not only about technology, but about applying technology thoughtfully to address local challenges in agriculture, healthcare, education, and climate resilience. As per the motto of the Ispat University, empowering lives, empowering Uganda, empowering Africa, we remain committed to nurturing the talent and research that will drive the transformation of the youth in Uganda.
Innovation is not necessarily for scientists per se, because you are solving a problem, yeah? So you all come together, get that local solution, and then apply it. Vice Chancellors, being here, these industry players, begin to tell them, how can we solve the challenges you're having? Begin to have those discussions. For young students, you have an opportunity to start early.
Innovation as the heart of development, whether technological or organizational, let us embrace it. And it is the key to building solutions that responds to Uganda's specific needs.
ICTs, they have reached everywhere. They are massively consumed products. Now, that raises a strategic question. If they are to benefit us, if you are to get net benefit from these ICTs, we must be participants in this. We should not only be buyers of these applications, buyers of softwares, buyers of innovation from outside. We must also be creators. We should not be buyers of other people's innovations, but we should be also engaged in these innovations.
ICT, digital services are an enabler to every aspect of life. So I would want to call for increased and enhanced collaboration so that we work together to ensure that we accelerate this drive of digital transformation. And I want to pledge on behalf of the government of Uganda that we shall continue to provide that space to enable all of us play our part. We shall continue to support the academia, the universities, tertiary institutions, to do research, to innovate, so that we can come up with solutions.
That's technology and digital governance.
How do we empower our communication vehicles?
And then we'll have a tea break.
All the
If
innovations
everything goes
that are
according to
coming
plan,
out
we'll have
from
a tea break
the innovators.
at 10:30
Every
or thereabouts.
region or every town having
Then we
an
expect
innovation hub. We believe that the
remarks
potential of our young
PS
upcoming minds,
ICT
there is so much that they need to support the innovations.
We need
And
to
then
expand
we'll have
more
a
aggressively
keynote speech.
to the youth and give them the opportunity to experiment with digital innovative ideas. Definitely, we will explore the ideas, any innovation that comes relevant to our industry.
To all the students and young innovators who are here today, build what solves the problems that our communities face. Think beyond invention to creating long-term impact, because that is what will truly be transformational. My challenge to all of us, myself included, together with my team, is to make sure that we turn this plan into a story for action by leveraging digital information, powering sustainable local solutions, and turning our development goals into reality.
We still need to do more to improve access to high computing power for emerging fields of IT. The computing research for social change is important. I look forward to seeing the impact of our collective effort in this conference with sincere appreciation for community transformation.
I am very excited to be here as the Master of Ceremonies for the 9th National Conference on Communications 2025. So this year's theme is a very exciting theme because most of us believe that harnessing digital innovation to the power of sustainable solutions is so important to the development of this country. But the underlying word is the local solutions.
Digital innovation is not only about technology, but about applying technology thoughtfully to address local challenges in agriculture, healthcare, education, and climate resilience. As per the motto of the Ispat University, empowering lives, empowering Uganda, empowering Africa, we remain committed to nurturing the talent and research that will drive the transformation of the youth in Uganda.
Innovation is not necessarily for scientists per se, because you are solving a problem, yeah? So you all come together, get that local solution, and then apply it. Vice Chancellors, been here, these industry players, begin to tell them, how can we solve the challenges you're having? Begin to have those discussions. For young students, you have an opportunity to start early.
Innovation as the heart of development, whether technological or organizational, let us embrace it. And it is the key to building solutions that responds to Uganda's specific needs.
ICTs, they have reached everywhere. They are massively consumed products. Now, that raises a strategic question. If they are to benefit us, if we are to get net benefit from these ICTs, we must be participants in this. We should not only be buyers of these applications, buyers of softwares, buyers of innovation from outside. We must also be creators. We should not be buyers of other people's innovations, but we should be also engaged in these innovations.
ICT and digital services are an enabler to every aspect of life. I would want to call for increased and enhanced collaboration so that we work together to ensure that we accelerate this drive of digital transformation. And I want to pledge on behalf of the government of Uganda that we shall continue to provide that space to enable all of us play our part. We shall continue to support the academia, the universities, tertiary institutions, to do research, to innovate, so that we can come up with solutions.
How do we empower our communication vehicles to bring to the fore all the innovations that are coming out from the innovators? Every region or every town having an innovation hub. We believe that the potential of our young, upcoming minds, there is so much that they need to support the innovations.
We need to expand more.
At Isbat University, education is more than a classroom experience. It is a journey of innovation, inclusivity, and transformation, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The vision of ISBAT as an institution is to become the most sought-after destination for quality higher education in business and STEM focus within the East African region. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which speaks for the niche of ISBAT as an institution.
At the Faculty of IT, we believe in empowering students with cutting-edge knowledge in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software development, and data science. The world is moving fast, and the technology is the center of every industry.
Welcome to ISBAT University.
Hello, most welcome to ISBAT University. My name is Dr. Peter Mbawazize, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Commerce. The Faculty of Business and Commerce is where leadership meets strategy. The global economy is constantly evolving, and we prepare you to lead in entrepreneurship, finance, management, and commerce with vision and integrity. Success in business is not only about profit, it's also about values and impact. Encourage you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and become change makers in your communities.
Greetings to all. Welcome to the Faculty of Health Sciences. My name is Dr. Tom Musubuga, the head of Department, School of Public Health at ISBAT University. In the Faculty of Health Sciences, our mission is to nurture compassionate, skilled, and ethical professionals who will improve lives and communities. That is the foundation of human development, and your education here equips you not only to treat illness, but also to promote wellness and resilience in society. I encourage you to continue your scientific knowledge and empathy, because true healing begins with understanding.
I'm Ilavarsan, Head of Departments, Faculty of Health Science. Our students receive world-class training in both our modern skill laboratories and real clinical settings, such as hospitals of radiology and medical laboratory departments. They actively engage with advanced equipments and hands-on learning, ensuring the graduate as competent, confident, and compassionate healthcare professionals. We are proud to nourish the next generation of allied health experts who are ready to meet global healthcare challenges. We warmly invite you to be our vibrant and dynamic learning community.
I'm Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa, Head of Engineering in Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University, Kampala, Uganda. Welcome to ISBAT University.
The Faculty of Engineering at Isbat University is proud to be a hub of innovation, creativity, and excellence. Within our faculty, 3 key pillars define our vision for the future: robotics, electronics and communication engineering, and computer science. Robotics is transforming industries and daily life. It combines intelligence, automation, and design to create solutions that were once only imagined. Here, our students are empowered to innovate and build robots that serve humanity in healthcare, industry, and beyond. Electronics and communication engineering is the heartbeat of the modern connected world. From 5G networks to space technology, from IoT devices to medical electronics, this discipline ensures society stays connected, informed, and empowered. And finally, computer science, the foundation of the digital revolution. With specializations in AI, data science, cybersecurity, and cloud computing, this field equips our graduates to lead in a world driven by technology and innovation.
I joined ISBAT this year, and I had a passion, or should I say I have a passion for
graphics designing. I got mentoring from the admission office where they recommended for me to do VFX, and so far the skills I've learned have been put into practice.
So when I talk of ISBAT, it really helps us and it nurtures us a lot starting from our first year. We don't have to wait until we reach a PhD level before we can even start building robots. For example, we have these. These here are some of the robots that we built here at ISBAT. I would like to encourage everyone that wants to come here, come and all we have fun, because building these things is really fun.
My favorite part of being at ISBAT University is that I get to engage with the content or curriculum at a more practical level, and of course the facilities are available for me to facilitate basically learning practically.
So the graduates that we produce at ISBAT University are hands-on. They are people who have known what entrepreneurship is. They don't need to look for a job.
Beyond academics, ISBAT University offers a vibrant campus life.
International Business, Science and Technology University, ISBAT, have named their 20 months of 2026 Pepsi University Football League.
A community where diversity thrives, creativity flourishes, and lifelong friendships are made. It has been ranked the top 10 African universities in sub-Saharan Africa for the best teaching skills by Times Higher Education. ISBAT University is more than an institution. It is a launch pad for ideas, a community of innovators, and a place where future leaders are made. The future begins here at ISBAT University. At ISBAT University, education is more than a classroom experience. It is a journey of innovation, inclusivity, and transformation, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The vision of ISBAT as an institution is to become the most sought-after destination for quality higher education in business and STEM focus within the East African region. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which speaks for the niche of ISBAT as an institution.
At the Faculty of IT, we believe in empowering students with cutting-edge knowledge in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software development, and data science. The world is moving fast, and the technology is the center of every industry.
Welcome to ISBAT University.
Hello, most welcome to ISBAT University. My name is Dr. Peter Mbawazize, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Commerce. The Faculty of Business and Commerce is where leadership meets strategy. The global economy is constantly evolving, and we prepare you to lead in entrepreneurship, finance, management, and commerce with vision and integrity. Success in business is not only about profit, it's also about values and impact. Encourage you to develop an entrepreneurial mindset and become change makers in your communities.
Greetings to all. Welcome to the Faculty of Health Sciences. My name is Dr. Tom Musubuga, the head of department, School of Public Health at ISBAT University. In the Faculty of Health Sciences, our mission is to nurture compassionate, skilled, and ethical professionals who will improve lives and communities. That is the foundation of human development, and your education here equips you not only to treat illness, but also to promote wellness and resilience in society. I encourage you to continue your scientific knowledge and empathy, because true healing begins with understanding.
I'm Ilorasen, Head of Department's Faculty of Health Science. Our students receive world-class training in both our modern skill laboratories and real clinical settings, such as hospitals of radiology and medical laboratory departments. They actively engage with advanced equipments and hands-on learning, ensuring the graduate as competent, confident, and compassionate healthcare professionals. We are proud to nourish the next generation of allied health experts who are ready to meet global healthcare challenges. We warmly invite you to be our vibrant and dynamic learning community.
I'm Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa, Head of Engineering in Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University, Kampala, Uganda. Welcome to ISBAT University.
The Faculty of Engineering at ISBAT University is proud to be a hub of innovation, creativity, and excellence. Within our faculty, 3 key pillars define our vision for the future: robotics, electronics and communication engineering, and computer science. Robotics is transforming industries and daily life. It combines intelligence, automation, and design to create solutions that were once only imagined. Here, our students are empowered to innovate and build robots that serve humanity in healthcare, industry, and beyond. Electronics and communication engineering is the heartbeat of the modern connected world. From 5G networks to space technology, from IoT devices to medical electronics, this discipline ensures society stays connected, informed, and empowered. And finally, computer science, the foundation of the digital revolution. With specializations in AI, data science, cybersecurity, and cloud computing, this field equips our graduates to lead driven by technology and innovation.
I joined ISBAT this year, and I had a passion, or should I say I have a passion for graphics designing. I got mentoring from the admission office where they recommended for me to do VFX, and so further skills I've learned have been put into practice.
So when I talk of ISBAT, it really helps us and it nurtures us a lot starting from our first year. We don't have to wait until we reach a PhD level before we can even start building robots. For example, we have these here are some of the robots that we built here at ISBAT. I would like to encourage everyone that wants to come here, come and all we have fun, because building these things is really fun.
My favorite part of being at ISBAT University is that I get to engage with the content or curriculum at a more practical level, and of course the facilities are available for me to facilitate basically learning practically.
So the graduates that we produce at ISBAT University are hands-on. They are people who have known what entrepreneurship is. They don't need to look for a job.
Beyond academics, ISBAT University offers a vibrant campus life.
International Business, Science and Technology University, ISBAT, have named their 20-man squad for the 2025-2026 Pepsi University Football League.
A community where diversity thrives, creativity flourishes, and lifelong friendships are made. He has been ranked the top 10 African universities in sub-Saharan Africa for the best teaching skills by Times Higher Education. ISBAT University is more than an institution. It is a launch pad for ideas, a community of innovators, and a place where future leaders are made. The future begins here at ISBAT University.
Imagine a place where you can get all your production needs at affordable prices with the best customer experience on the continent. That place is Land Production. Is it photography or videography for corporate functions, weddings, parties? Is it event management, live stream for corporate and social events, graphics and animation, film and documentaries, TV adverts and radio adverts, video conferencing, branding and social media marketing? Whatever your need, we have got you covered. Get in touch with us today on 0702 594 799 or 0773 594 799, or send us an email info@lenproductionug.com. Visit us today on www.lenproductionug.com or visit us on the second floor, room 04, plot 1615, Bukoto Intinda Road, Frayne Supermarket Intinda. Follow us on our socials at Len Production. Len Production, in your lane today to capture and broadcast every moment.
We are doing a lot on connectivity, we are doing a lot on content, we are doing a lot on digital literacy. Where we haven't been doing some work is on the devices project. So for the past 2 years, we are also doing something on the devices project.
The Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund, or UCUSAF, is a key initiative aimed at bridging the digital divide and promoting universal access to communication services across Uganda.
This is the fund. As you could be aware, we collect our money from the operators, which money we take back in terms of projects for the underprivileged areas. Those areas which are non-commercial, where the operators won't be able to make profits.
Formerly known as the Rural Communications Development Fund, RCDF, UCUSAF was established in alignment with the Uganda Communications Act of 2013 and the UCUSAF regulations of 2019. UCUSAF's mission is to facilitate universal access to high-level broadband capacity for all Ugandans through targeted interventions that address location, physical inability, gender, and cost barriers. By implementing strategic programs and initiatives, UCUSAF focuses on expanding connectivity, enhancing digital skills, and promoting the development and consumption of ICT content and services in unserved and undeserved communities.
There's a generation of Ugandans that have interacted with a computer or mobile phone in an advanced age in their lives, or some of them even at the university, or even for some very unlucky ones, at their first job or employment. And that is the narrative we seek to change through this program.
Through its various programs, UCUSAF addresses critical areas such as ICT in education, enhancing education quality and digital skills for learners through the installation of school ICT labs, digital science content, ICT clubs, teacher ICT skilling, and e-learning platforms.
UCC's ICT in education program is two-faceted. We have aspects of infrastructure and aspects of content.
We've been trying to drive adoption through content creation and digital skilling.
Under the access, we equip the school's labs with computers that are used by both the students and the teachers.
We're just informed that we were one of the luckiest schools to benefit from this UCUSAF program, and that they communicated to us through a letter that we were going to be donated with some computers. They also gave us solar, 6 panels, those ones on top there, then also 4 big batteries to run those computers.
We have also equipped these computers with teaching and learning tools. And this is both for the students and the teachers, because as you're all aware, the curriculum, the national curriculum, is changing to a more research-based curriculum. So as we facilitate the students to be able to do their research and engage in learning activities, we also facilitate and retool the teachers to be able to handhold the learners and also to improve their digital skills as teachers.
And when they gave us these computers, it now simplified our work.
Learners began accessing the computers, learning computer lessons, and the teachers were also getting full access to the computers.
From using the computers, it has helped me to know how to create a document, and it has helped me on my academics as well.
I have learned to research using a computer, like those ends of a long ago. We never know how to use a computer, but as per now, I can now carry a research using a computer.
Plus, even the knowledge about computer, at least now we can reason as computer people.
Access infrastructure, extending telecom access to unserved and underserved areas through the construction of telecom towers, GSM mast upgrades, and greenfield tower installations.
So when we go in a sub-county, we choose a village. When we choose a village, that village must have connectivity, at least 3G connectivity and above.
We created a lot of internet cafes for people to access. In 2012, we set up two powerful 3.4 kilowatt transmitters at Kololo, and these were serving the greater Kampala area, and initially we started with about 24 program channels, which later increased to just around 40. But as I speak now, ever since we spread that spectrum, we have over 70 local content channels over that. Then in 2015, we continued with our support. We set up 17 DTT transmitters across the country. We set up an uplink station at Kololo and a content aggregation center at Kololo. And this is all managed by the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation.
Good afternoon.
Digital skilling, providing tailored digital...
Welcome back from that lunch break. Welcome back from that lunch break. I hope the ushers can mobilize everybody who is not yet in the room. We are officially starting our last part of the NCC edition 9, and our next topic is a panel session. We've decided to have one session which is going to focus on environmental sustainability through technology, harnessing digital innovation for climate resilience and natural resource management. And of course, the host of this session will be none other than Professor John Mugisha, the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University in Barra. Thank you. Thank you. And the other speakers will be Mr. Nicholas Mbonipa, who is the CEO of Renault. And then, thank you very much. And then, of course, we'll have the other speaker will be Dr. Abubakar Matovu Waswa, the head of Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Makerere University. Thank you. Thank you. Let's welcome him. So this session will take approximately 40 minutes. 40 minutes. But of course, I trust that our good professor is very good at keeping that time, but of course, keeping the discussion well engaged. After that, we will get into the awarding ceremony, and we'll call it a day for the second day, final day of the NCC. We'd like to recognize the presence of the board chairman of UCC. You're most welcome. Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor John Mugisha, the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to you. It's a pleasure this afternoon to be addressing you alongside my two colleagues that have joined us. The topic of this afternoon is environmental sustainability through technology. If you check your program, there was another topic which was on building Uganda's future workforce, advancing digital literacy, future skills and innovation for Uganda's development goals. Somehow, the two have been merged, although the panelists I'm having now with me are for the topic on environmental sustainability through technology. So they have been introduced. Dr. Abubakar is from Makerere University, I think Faculty of Engineering and Technology. And Mr. Nicholas Mbonipa is the Executive Director or CEO of RENU. I think I'm going to start with Mr. Nicholas Mbonimpa to tell us briefly about RENU and especially what RENU is doing in advancing technology while ensuring sustainability. Nicholas.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being back here. Every year I am impressed by the progress we've made in this conference. The content is rich. It keeps getting richer, which is good. So thank you, everyone that has supported us over the years or that has supported this conference. I have been introduced, and I have also been given the assignment of speaking about what RENU is. But in speaking about what RENU is, first I need to take us back to the overall theme of the conference, and the key terms from the overall theme are digital innovation, sustainable local solutions for national development. That, to me, when I looked at the theme, is what stuck with me. Innovation, sustainable local solutions, and national development. And I hope that all our discussions have been anchored there. But also, before I go any further, I was not supposed to be speaking as a panelist. I was supposed to be the moderator. I'm not complaining. I'm just bringing it up because it speaks to the agility you need to have when you go into solutions. You can intend to do something else, but then all of a sudden along the way you have to change. So that doesn't mean that you stop moving. You have to adjust, be agile, and keep moving. I bring it up because in listening to some of the presentations from the student projects, the ideas are really, really good. And those ideas are the same ideas that are behind what RENU is, or the same thinking went into establishing the organization we have as RENU. And I hope that after my submission, you'll have a full understanding of what RENU is and how it can support you on the journey ahead, which is not going to be very easy if you're to see the solutions you have come to use. So with that, RENU itself is an acronym when you see RENU, and the full form is the Research and Education Network for Uganda. That's how we come to be here. That network is both the technology network, meaning connectivity and internet access, and then the people network. But before I go any further, the people that are from schools, how many of you have heard of RENU in the schools you come from, the students? Probably not many, okay? I see a few hands. And EduRoam, how many of you have heard of EduRoam? Okay, the hands are getting more, so that's okay. And the first times we came here, when we asked about Reno and Eduroam, no one knew anything about Reno and Eduroam. So to see that some numbers are now coming up, it's good. And as students, I'm asking that question because you need to know what Reno is and what it can do for you. Because some of the projects that we listened to were on IoT, Internet of Things. There were projects on AI, and there were some, actually mostly were IoT. I remember the project from Namagunga, and I think Milton Obote College, and then Ginger SS was AI. So all those projects need an underlying infrastructure. Now, this is how Reno comes to be, and this is how Reno fits into sustainability. So almost 20 years ago, 2006, the vice chancellors, like the one hosting us, came together and realized they had a big problem at the time. So as you can imagine, 20 years ago, connectivity was a big problem. Internet access was a big problem. So they said, if we are to solve this problem for all universities in the country, we need to have a network that addresses it for all of us and not just for one institution. So the vice chancellors founded the organization we call Reno, with the first aim or the first objective to solve the connectivity challenges they had. So up to today, Reno is a not-for-profit organization, again speaking to sustainability, because if it's for profitability, you're going to have issues with the institutions that are supposed to be served. And it is owned by the institutions that it serves. So right away, from 20 years ago, we start providing internet access. But anchoring it into sustainability, you know, when you provide internet access, you could do it in many ways. One of those ways is the amazing work that MTN and Airtel are doing, and Leica and a couple of other players, where they lay infrastructure. They put up masts, they lay cable to make sure that all pockets of the country have connectivity. The other way is to say, you know what, MTN and Airtel have done a good job to make sure infrastructure is everywhere. How can I deliver services to my community without investing that much money in the same infrastructure? So the Reno model from the beginning has always been, we do not lay infrastructure because of the sustainability approach, but we ride on infrastructure that these providers have invested heavily in to bring services to your schools and to your universities. At the beginning, it was the universities. But along the way, once we did that job and demonstrated sustainability by sharing infrastructure, by the way, sharing infrastructure does not speak to only financial sustainability. It also speaks to environmental sustainability. If someone has invested in towers and fiber, and then you come and do the same in data centers, you're probably not impacting the environment the best way possible. Why don't you use that same infrastructure? So that model has been the same for us from the beginning, and we connected universities and the big research institutions very well. And then about 5 years ago, UCC comes to us. And this brings in another aspect of long-term sustainability. When UCC came to us at that time, they mentioned that you have done a good job extending connectivity to the universities. But how about schools? So up to 5 years ago, we didn't extend any internet access to schools because our niche was universities and research institutions. But the thinking behind the decision for us to go to schools was UCC told us, if we are to impact education sustainably in this country, education does not stop at only the higher level. You have to go to all levels. Let's see what you can do at the secondary school level, and then we'll permeate it further to all levels of education. So gradually we started working with UCC on a journey of extending connectivity to schools sustainably. So the schools you're coming from, you the students might not know, but that internet access that you now have is funded by UCC, and the team that implements it is Reno. That's why in the schools you're coming from, most of you have seen the Eduroam signal, and it has many advantages, again, on sustainability and providing services in a sustainable way. So I've talked about the immediate challenge, or the first challenge that we had to address as Reno, which was the foundation, internet access. But internet access in the digital age is just the foundation. You have internet, but that's not the end. So if you look at all our founding documents, the universities were clear that we're doing internet access as a foundation, but it's not the overall goal. The overall goal is to see that we have an improvement in the quality of education and research. How do we get there? This connectivity enables us to have digital solutions, which I saw many students presenting. It enables us to share resources. I see some of the seminars that are in schools now. For us, when we're in school, when you had a seminar, you would get on a truck or a bus and you go to a school for a seminar. But now I see schools have digital seminars. where the presentation is in one school and there are hundreds of schools connected in, able to view that. That's because of the underlying infrastructure. So I've talked about digital solutions, I've talked about digital collaborations, and then access to resources. So as you go digital, as you talk about AI, all that infrastructure and the solutions need to have access to so many digital resources to be able to improve your education experience. So along the way, we then start to provide other solutions. There's a team that spoke about IoT. I remember Namagunga and I think Milton Obote. So right now, we provide a lot of IoT infrastructure for all the people that want to do any kind of research or any kind of solutions that need that infrastructure. You can't provide that infrastructure sustainably to the entire ecosystem of research and education if you're not aggregating resources. So it is easy to imagine that we are a network of only internet access, but we are a network of connectivity and digital solutions, but also a network of people. So as you go into research, you find that you have to bring people together. You have to bring different groups together to solve problems. So we then evolved into so many other digital solutions that make the work easy for the different research groups at the universities. And now from the quality of the presentations I see here, we have to also have programs to engage the students at the secondary school level. By the way, the students, when I was listening to your presentations, I must say, I think, whereas we complain about, many people complain about the quality of education in the country dropping, but when I see the level that the students are at here, it's much higher than where we were. I was listening to Ginger SS presenting and I was like, in my high school, there's no way I could do that. But the students are sharp. They're talking about programming languages. We didn't have that. So it's very easy to say we've degraded as education in the country, but the results actually point to another direction. The level you guys are at is not where we were 20 years ago and beyond. So, Chair, that's my first submission.
Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, when you have any specific collaborative efforts, maybe in research and technology with universities, that specifically address environmental challenges that we are facing as a country?
Yeah, that's a good question, a very good one. So I first gave a very high-level view of what we do. But now, with that question, Vice Chancellor, I'll go into some of the specifics. And I'll pick on one service because I could talk about so many, but we don't have a lot of time. So when you see that service, EduRoam, EduRoam is education roaming. And it's basically Wi-Fi to enable roaming from one university or one campus to another. It was not invented by us. It was invented by the Europeans, and they wanted to address the issue of if a student is moving from a university in the UK to the Netherlands, how can they have seamless connectivity? That's how they got education roaming. That with your student identification, which is typically an email address and password, once you're connected in the UK and you go to another university in the Netherlands, you don't need to ask anyone for passwords, but you connect securely. So then we adopted it here because it's a good solution for campus roaming. However, we were running that service from, I think, 2016 up to the time COVID happened. And we didn't see a lot of uptake because it turned out that for us, roaming between universities is not a big issue. But then COVID happened. So when COVID happened, the universities and the schools were closed for 2 years. So the question we kept getting is, how can we enable connectivity and learning for students when they're off campus? So we piloted the idea of taking EduRoam off campus. So now, from around 2020, you see so many EduRoam hotspots outside the campuses. And for you, the students, it's good that you get this information because it's free connectivity. If your institution is on Renu, just ask them to enroll you to EduRoam, and wherever you go outside your campus, you can get free connectivity. But why do I pick on that service is when we started, and I'm aligning it to the question of environmental sustainability. So when we started offering off-campus EduRoam, we were using hotspots that use the normal electricity. But one of the things we picked up quickly is we still have some challenges on power availability. And we looked for a solution of how to continue providing that off-campus service, especially in a sustainable way for the environment. So now we have a product which are routers that are solar powered. And solar-powered routers speak to environmental sustainability. That's one angle. The other angle is because of the power challenges in our country. There are many of your schools that are rural, many of the universities that are rural. When you see the hostels where the students are, power is a problem. So these hotspots that are solar-powered are able to provide connectivity wherever you are, whether you have power or not. And because it's solar-powered, it speaks to environmental sustainability. So please, if you are from a school or a university that's part of RENU or that's not part of RENU, don't get left behind. You have a solution that is good for you because connectivity is a foundation, and we are delivering it in a very sustainable way for the environment and for the country.
Thank you very much. Now I will turn to Dr. Abubakar from Makerere University Faculty of Engineering. What is your university doing to promote use of technology, just to begin with, technology for socio-economic transformation, before we come to sustainable environment?
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I was already introduced. I'm the head of the department, Electrical and Computer Engineering. I bring greetings from our Vice Chancellor, who has been following this event online. As my colleague has mentioned, connectivity is very important. And I'm sure there are so many people who are connected online. I also want to report that at Makerere University, we transitioned from a faculty basis to a college level. So now it's College of Engineering, Design, Art, and Technology. So as well, I bring you greetings from my principal. Then within a college, there are schools, the School of Engineering, and I have greetings from the Dean School of Engineering. So Makerere University as an institution, Makerere University is a higher education institution. And the key aspect that they are interested in, especially with this, is training. Training, as we shall all agree, is important. Because here, for us to have an innovative workforce, we need our workforce to be digitally literate. And you can see, as Nicholas has mentioned, that nowadays the youth are much more digital literate than we were during those days. And you can see where the drive is coming from. Probably they may not be as innovative in other spheres, but for sure, I believe the digital landscape has a lot of future moving from these youth that we have in the secondary schools. So I can assure you that the university is aiming at increasing this literacy in all our learners, not just the engineering or the technology or the science, technology, engineering, and math students, but all learners, because you never know where a good idea could come from. So as a university, we are trying as much as possible to impart digital skills to all learners, irrespective of their background in the subjects, whether they are arts or they are sciences. So within the engineering discipline, at least there we are doing a lot in terms of how can we now use the resources sustainably. You'll agree with me that currently now I think we are sitting on the biggest time bomb of e-waste. And at Makerere University, we have an e-waste lab whereby we can collect some e-waste from the community and see how we can reuse it. Our students, having acquired some skills, they have been able to harvest some digital or resources from these e-waste, and they are able to rebuild or reconstruct a smaller computer that is helping us to have these computers maybe deployed in the secondary schools for use in their digital classes. So you can see that having imparted these skills to the students, they are able to reconstruct, build new computers that they can use for that purpose. And of course, so many of us now, we are having our old mobile phones in our cupboards behind. Probably you could impart more skills on how we can harvest the processors, because I'm sure most of these mobile phones have excellent processors. Can't we really use the skills that we impart on our students through the digital electronics laboratories to really maybe come up with a digital chip, because now in the era of IoT, we need a lot of devices. Using the processors within our mobile devices that are no longer operational because we upgraded to a newer device, can we find ways of how we use these devices to reconstruct other devices that are needed for the very many IoT applications? I know yesterday and today they have discussed so many IoT applications, and I believe through the use of these students, we can achieve much more in trying to use this e-waste in producing other useful products. Because as you can see, the students here today, we are very good on the software applications. But remember, all the software that we have around here is also running on hardware. And using our students, the engineering students, we can reconstruct new hardware using our old electronic devices. I'm sure each one of us here has electronic devices back home that they haven't touched in the last so many years. So using these skills from our students, they could be able to redevelop other devices that can be used in an IoT environment to really deliver on what they want to produce. I heard one of the students who mentioned that they can also track where devices are located. And here, devices could be anything. Could be a motor vehicle, could be a tablet, could be your car keys, because so many times we lose keys in our homes and you are looking for the key. So probably these students that are developing the new application and everything, we can try to devise new ways of how to develop many of these IoT devices that we need. So as Makerere University, we are trying to train our students in how to marry the applications that are being developed to the hardware that is needed, so that maybe from our e-waste collection, we can reconstruct and produce devices that are useful, not only to the students, but could be useful to the country as a whole. As we've heard since yesterday, the National Development Plans, digital inclusion is very important. And how can we achieve that is to ensure that we educate our communities, educate everybody that is within the country to try to see how they can harness all these many applications. So with such events like this conference, I'm sure it is going to go a long way in educating people what digital inclusion means and what benefits that they could get from this exercise. And we hope that through this training, more is going to come out, and of course, more innovations are being developed to try to help not only the university, but the country as a whole in achieving the sustainable development using the digital innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have mentioned something very important on e-waste, because I think we know the extent of technology penetration within our country, but we do not know where especially these hardware devices go when they have become malfunctional. We don't know where they go. So I think what you are doing is very important, making an effort to correct all of this so that they can be repurposed. Now, what innovations do you see as critical for addressing Uganda's specific environmental challenges? You as somebody from the School of Engineering and Technology. Thank you.
One of the key innovations, I know we had a group of students doing environmental monitoring. And one of our PhD students actually did a survey on the air quality. You'll all agree with me that very soon the fate of the developed world is going to reach us, the air quality. And people have also experienced this. They say that the air in Kampala versus our villages. So, and somebody developed a tool whereby they came up with devices to monitor the air quality. and also report on the several things you could do to probably also improve the air quality within your dwelling, maybe at home or a certain room like this room that we are here, all of us. How can I first of all report on the air quality and then propose ways of improving that air quality? Because in some cases you may need to set up filters of some sort or do some other things to really improve the air quality. So I believe things like monitoring the air quality and having data, because you realize that now we are moving in an artificial intelligence era, and artificial intelligence relies on data. And for most of Africa, any data you look for, be it environmental, be it anything, we don't have data. So for us to start to do anything, for example, artificial intelligence, we need a lot of data to train the different models that will be developed to try to, for example, track the air quality so that we know what actions I need to take to ensure that my air quality remains good for living of the people in that area. So there are innovations in the air quality space whereby our students are using different sensors to really monitor this air quality and log this data somewhere so that in the future it can be used in way of predicting what things could damage the air quality that we have, so that then we can avert that by different actions in ensuring that our air quality is worth the quality that is needed to live with. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe at this point I should allow the congregation here to raise a few questions, because you have somebody who is in charge of revenue, and they are supporting education institutions right from universities down to secondary schools. Perhaps they would even go down to primary schools in the near future. And you may want to know what they are doing so that you see how they can support you. And we also have somebody from the School of Engineering and Technology. So I will take a few questions before I get back to them to give us their parting shots. Thank you. I need somebody to run around. I have one at the back, 2, 3. We shall start with those, and others will be getting ready. Thank you. Start from the back, and then we'll come like this. Thank you.
Very much. I'm called Charlie Richard. I just want to pick on the last issue raised about AI as being the latest solution to our problems in the environment. My view is that however much of technology we bring in this country, for as long as we don't address behavioral change, the technology will not yield anything. I would like to have the response of my colleague over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one, behavioral change.
Thank you, moderator. Robert Wasso is my name. Thank you, panelists, for your submissions. AI stands out as the hottest topic of the moment and emerges as a pivotal tool in addressing environmental challenges. Question 1, how can we reduce the environmental impact of AI? 2, how does technology link to the global agenda for environmental governance? Thank you.
Thank you. Environmental impact of AI. I should have had time to ask you about that kind of impact, which you want to reduce, but it's okay. Let's have the next one.
Well, thank you so much. Mine may not be directly a question, but probably just a contribution to that. And to that course, allow me to probably introduce myself for a second. Well, my name is Douglas O'Neill. I am a faculty from Eastport University, where I teach artificial intelligence, and I am an AI engineer to that course. I am also the maker of Uganda's very fast helicopter and flew it, and also the maker of something called iBirates, which allows blind people to see. And now we're making Uganda's very fast supercar too. I mean, talking to the idea of digital solutions for environmental sustainability, I was also a member of the first Environment Parliament of Uganda, that's 2023. But the issues that keep arising, which I don't see as addressed, are the actual issues to environmental sustainability. Picking from what he said about behavioral changes, and throughout, we're asking that why is Uganda in Africa always, whenever we engage in conversations, we talk about very abstract ideas, calling out environmental sustainability without letting the world really understand what exactly that means. And if we do not do that, we always will have conversations that will not yield an impact. From that environmental parliament that we had way back in 2023, the reason I have refused to be a member of any other environmental parliament again is because from the very first one, we set up goals that we should achieve, but after that, we have never seen any kind of action. For example, go back to 2024, we banned Kavera in Uganda. Do we not have Kavera back in our country again now? We do. So what exactly are we doing that? And again, if we are to monitor the environment, what next? Because I love what the Makerere gentleman did. We have those, they call MOC, that are monitoring air quality in Kampala, right? But after monitoring and knowing that you have a ton of carbon dioxide, what are you doing to reduce that? We don't have that. We are not addressing that. So the majority of digital innovations that we have today are purely just about monitoring. What are we doing about actual reduction that actually lead to environmental sustainability? And we also need to run away from the abstraction and define what exactly environmental sustainability mean, and how do we measure the impact, and how, but before we measure the impact, how exactly do we achieve that? It's not going to be important to monitor when we can't actually achieve sustainability. I don't think monitoring will do that. I think actual behavioral changes like he did mention would, going electric. Spire is doing that for us, for Boda Boda, going electric. Shira is helping us do that, going electric. But also, how about the basic, from where we find the very start of environmental degradation, use of plastics? What if we are banning Kavera 20 times in 20 years? Are we as humans being responsible enough? As governments, are we doing enough to sustain our world? Thank you so much. I guess I will hand over.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to look around, see if there's anyone else. I see one hand, and I will just take that one hand, and then I'll take it back to the panelists.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jean Vianney Ampere from Isbach University. So I would like to know, especially from our dean from Makerere, I would like to know, there is always research that is always made by PhD, people who are pursuing their PhDs, they make a lot of research. And then, to me, I think it's always just kept out there. It doesn't come out to the public. We don't know what they really research about. And then, if I'm also studying and I'm pursuing a PhD, you might find we are always like researching around the same very things, but then we all just keep them, and I have to start from scratch. What if I could build on what someone has already started? So I would like to know if that information is also readily available for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful questions. One of them was an observation. By the way, I'm told there is a country within this region that picks policies from Uganda and implements them immediately, and that country is doing very well, is much ahead of us in terms of environmental sustainability, and yet they pick the policies from here. So whether that is the issue of policy to practice, behavior, or lacks in our own education system, because much of the time, we are the ones with the people that go into the world. We in the universities and schools. So there are some questions there. But I'm going to take it back to the panelists, and I will begin with Mr. Nicholas Mborimpa. You respond to some of the questions and give us your parting shot in just in very few minutes, 2 minutes.
Thank you, VC. But I think most of the questions went to Engineer Waswa. I think he should take them on, and I'll respond for whatever else is left as a residue.
Okay, Engineer Abubakar.
Thank you. I like the first comment about the behavior change, because this is very, very important. I cannot stress it any further. Because for sure, how are you handling your waste? Everybody should reflect on how you are handling the waste. The plastic bottle, I know today we've taken a lot of water, we have them here. The electronic waste, the plastic bags we carry from the supermarkets and everything. So for sure, your comment is valid, behavior change is necessary. Because in the advanced world where there is waste segregation, because we need to know where do you throw what. Because in so many of these countries, where do you throw the dry cells? Where do you throw the electronic waste? Where do you throw the paper? Where do you throw the bio waste? All this, I think, is one of the areas that is causing us a lot of problems. I know some students of ours have also carried out research and done prototypes on maybe creating a smart dustbin. So given that maybe in Uganda we are rigid to change, that we are not willing to change our behavior, yes, you can throw everything in the smart dustbin, and the smart dustbin will do it for you. Segregate all that waste to ensure that then the behavior change is enforced. So not on the person, but at least it is enforced through a smart dustbin, and we see how that happens. But for sure, through initiatives like this conference, the awareness to not only we people in this room, but to the public, because I'm sure this is being broadcasted to the public, that we are aware of the impact of whatever we throw away to our environment. And as the person here in front commented that, do we understand environmental sustainability? Because that is key in how we ensure that whatever we do is going to lead to environmental sustainability. That everything we have in our environment, we are first of all using it in an efficient manner. And he has mentioned one aspect, the electronic vehicles or the electronic motorbikes. So are we using them in an efficient manner? So that I'm not losing my battery charge on a journey that may not have been made. I know here we don't have sharing of rides, but in advanced countries, we have sharing of rides, so that then 10 people are not driving 10 cars to come to the same locality, and therefore damaging our environment. So behavior change is really important for us to ensure that we achieve this. So how, somebody mentioned about AI, and of course AI per se is not a solution, but it's a tool. And you can use AI to do so many things, including environmental management and everything. And how can we reduce its impact? Every technology that comes on will have an impact. And of course, studies have to be carried out before some of these solutions are really pushed out to ensure that they don't have any impact on the environment. However, if they have any impact, I know many governments around the world, they are pushing for carbon credits. And you've seen it in Uganda that many people now are planting forests, that we have a green environment to try at least extract out the carbon that has already been emitted into the atmosphere. However, some industries are also trying to improve our environment. I know a leading steel rolling mill industry here in Uganda. It's doing it, that they are extracting a lot of carbon from the environment, or they pull in the air that is already contaminated, treat it, and push it back into the environment in a much more, which is of much better quality than it was before that. So with these awareness campaigns, with these efforts done by the many industries that we have within Uganda, probably could try to improve the impact of the many things that we are doing that are negatively impacting the environment. Lastly, somebody mentioned about the research. All PhD research is usually published publicly. I know at least in Makerere we have what we call Loft, library on your fingertips. You don't have to be in the library, but all the resources, all the published work in Makerere is available on the university website through the library and can be accessed once you put in a few keywords. And once you have the right keywords, of course, it will take you some time, and of course, with the advent of AI, probably the search could be shorter when you put in the keywords so that you can get the relevant material that can help you. And of course, finally, we know that these emissions into our environment, they are also created by the many things that we do, because now when you combine your e-waste together with the carbon, you could have a bigger problem. So I'll stop it at that, and I'll let the moderator proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any parting shot? Just 1 minute. Nicholas?
1 minute, I'll speak to environmental sustainability because it came out and there was a question on the impact of AI on the environment. So we need to, there are many aspects that speak to, or many parameters that speak to environmental sustainability. I'll just speak to some. When they talk about the environment and how we are degrading things, you listen to things like emissions, you listen to things like the type of energy we're using, is it renewable, is it sustainable? Then you listen to some of the things that Dr. Waswa has been talking about, like waste management. By the way, on the energy side, one of the things that Ugandans might not realize is Uganda is actually fairly okay on energy. Almost all the energy you use here is renewable. Hydro is renewable energy, so you don't have things like nuclear, you don't have things like heavy diesel. I don't know if we are still diesel generators contributing to our grid. There was a time when there was a lot of diesel generators contributing to our grid. So at that point, we were not okay. But with the hydroelectricity, most of our electricity is actually good for the environment. But that said, how does AI come into the picture? I think when most people talk about AI, you talk about ChatGPT. It's just the application. The team that presented on I think it was QVault, which was a portal for student tutorials and stuff. But maybe let me stick to ChatGPT, which many of you know. It's the application, but what's happening behind that? Those applications ride on a lot of data. Like when you ask a question, that application will probe so many databases. Those databases are on servers. Servers are hardware, and you've had Doctor talk about hardware, e-waste management equipment. So if you're to do all kinds of AI applications, at the back of your mind, you should know that I need to have the hardware that can compute for me in quick time to return my results. Then, after you have the hardware, you need the data itself that they are probing. So someone has to put in the data, and then those systems probe for that data. But then also you need connectivity, that where those servers are, my applications have to be able to reach them. So when we talk about sustainable ways to AI, I think it might sound sophisticated, but some of the approaches are actually really simple, like the one I talked about of infrastructure sharing. If UCC, for example, can continue to champion infrastructure sharing, because I need connectivity to where the hardware is, I need connectivity to where the data centers are. Why should all companies have to lay their own fiber? Why should all companies have to lay their own poles? All of that speaks to environmental degradation. Why is connectivity important? Because you need connectivity for your AI applications to be able to run. Then, even up to the point of data centers, why should everyone build their own data centers? Maybe it's okay for Uganda, we have our own data centers here, but as you transfer maybe your applications from northern Uganda to wherever, why can't you use some kind of centralization to make sure that you're not using so much hardware, which doctor will have to worry about in refurbishing to manage the waste. So for me, environmental impact is a problem, but fortunately for Uganda, most of our energy is okay. We need to continue on that route, and then infrastructure sharing is the quickest win when it comes to environmental sustainability on infrastructure for AI. My parting shot, once again, it's always a pleasure being here. The conference is growing, the content is richer, and once again, as a reminder, I was not intended to speak, but I bring it out for the young people in schools, your journey in innovation will not always turn out the way you expected. You come here to be the one asking questions, and then you turn out to be the one to have to answer the questions. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. And I was meant to moderate another session, not actually this one, but all is well. I would like you to join me to thank these panelists for a job well done. Thank you very much. You have also been a very nice audience. I thank you, gentlemen. You can take back your seats. And I would like to hand over to the chair for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a wonderful discussion. We need to give him another round of applause. As we head to the last session of our 2-day NCC conference, I'd like to thank you all for your time. I know the afternoons are always very difficult, but I think it's worth the wait. We are going to see the award ceremony, and of course, before that, we'll have a recap of the 2-day, and then we'll be able to invite the team that will preside over the awards. But first, let me call Dr. Radip. I hope he's around. Dr. Radip. Dr. Radip Kumar. Is he around? So you'll give us a recap of what has transpired in the last couple of days, if you like, because today is the second and last day. And then we'll get into the 2 elements of our program today, where we'll be seeing the awards, but also the schools competition winners that have been highly anticipated. We'll find out who is actually going to be winning. But for now, allow me to welcome the following persons. Dr. Charity Basaza, the chairperson of UCC, please join us. Join us on stage. Thank you very much. And of course, followed by the Vice Chancellor of ISBAT, please join us also on stage. Also to join us on stage is Engineer Christine Mujimba. Please join us. And then we'll also be joined by Dr. Tobo from the DVC Gulu University. Please join us on stage. Mr. James Beronda is the director of UKUSAFU. Yes. And then we'll have, last but not least, our wonderful host for the previous session. I think this is a reward for you. Take it as a joke, Professor. Professor Mugisha, John Mugisha, please, the Vice Chancellor, please join us again. You'll do some exercises. I know you're very fit. You look very fit. Yes, join us, please. Let's clap for them. They are going to preside over the last but most important part I hope the journalists are here. I alluded to earlier that some journalists leave before this. So I wonder what story they will carry, but I know we have very good journalists who will give the final story as it ended. But I'd like to thank all of you. I hope Dr. Pradeep is here now. Yes. I need to borrow some glasses nowadays. So he's going to give us a recap of the session, and then, of course, he will take over the award ceremony. Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Pradeep. He's also the chairperson of the TPC, the Technical Program Committee. Thank you very much for a job well done.
Thank you so very much, my friend, Mr. Joseph. Honorable Minister, ICT, National Guidance, I know wherever you are keeping eye on us, and you are definitely seeing that what we are doing. Chairperson, UCC, Dr. Charity, Executive Director, UCC, Director, ICT, UCC, Vice Chancellor, ISBAT University, and the Vice Chancellor, Gulu University, and the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stuart University. And also the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Gulu University, we welcome you all, and Mr. Fred, Dr. Godfrey, we welcome you all. This is the time now, after the all day of conferences of 2 days, we have reached to summarizing this conference. I, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, as the chair of the Technical Program Committee and the Director, Academic Affairs, ISBAT University, on behalf of my co-chair and the entire TPC members, inclusive of all my deans and faculty members, and also the members from various other universities who are a part of TPC, I hereby present a summary of this 2-day conference. NCC-2025 is a Uganda's premier forum for advancing locally driven sustainable digital solutions, which provides guidelines to the policymakers, a kind of light that what the country is moving towards the digital transformation, including the inputs from the industry leaders, academias, innovators, and students. The conference has provided a platform to showcase how the technology can drive and can actually transform the society. The preparation, what we have, like we have seen in last 2 days, today is the second day, it was actually started many, many months before, and all when our whole team with the UCC, we all were working together, and we were meeting every week. It was a very long process, like when we see that we are now working on, we are concluding this ceremony, but it was started many, many months before, with incorporation with the Gulu University. So UCC, ISBAT University, and Gulu University, we were all meeting almost every week, and we were working on our strategies and what the plan of action and our precautionary and different kind of measurements we were working. This is really, I'm happy to announce that through this conference, the purpose of this conference was, number one, to make awareness about the ICT innovations, not only to the higher education, but also to the school level, because when we include at the grassroots level all our youth, at that time we find that even if the schools are having ICT club or not, but it is very important that they must understand what is the importance of ICT and how the ICT can bring Uganda on the digital roadmap. So over 216 secondary schools participated in NCC 2025, and we have witnessed the finalists from all the schools from different regions. We had our regional competition in the Eastern region competition we had on 19th of September in Jinja at Busungu College. Then we had our Western region competition, which was held on 22nd of September at Barara High School. Then Northern region competition was held on 26th of September at Gulu University, and Central Region was held on 29th of September at Isbat University. The finalists from different regional competitions, schools, ICT club competitions, those teams who have presented today here, we want to say one thing, that all the schools who have presented here, it does not matter that every one of you are getting the award or you are the winner or first runner-up or second runner-up, but one thing is there, that when you have come all the way long from your district or regionals or different levels to the national level, it means you are already a winner. Because when we come to the different levels, at the different highest level, the difference comes just very marginal difference. Sometimes the difference comes for 0.5, not even 1 marks. It is a fact that it is not very easy for judges also, and all your judges, not even for the schools competitions, but also for the university research, higher research, which was also received from many industries and corporates as well. It was not easy to find out that who has done what and who is the best. I would say that when you are participating, the winning mindset is the best. Because when your mindset is that, yes, you are participating in the national event and you are willing to contribute in the nation development, that makes a difference. Winner or not, that decides the mindset. If your mindset is positive, if you are willing to contribute to the nation development, it means you are a winner, you are a hero or heroine. In this conference, we have received over 120 research papers, and finally, out of reviewing all that through the technical program committee, we found 78 abstracts accepted in the conference, which you have received on your conference booklet, which is with you. Further, after selecting the papers, what the process that when we have taken like 78 abstracts, and those are printed on your proceeding booklet, which is with you now. Now the work today is not going to end. It will still continue. What the next movement is coming up, that whatever the research papers, the complete manuscript you have submitted, we have got from various universities. And one thing to just mention here, we have received in this conference the research papers from 11 countries. I just name them: Uganda, India, Kenya, Czech Republic, Egypt, Pakistan, Rwanda, Singapore, South Korea, Thailand, and Tobago. We have received research paper from 11 countries during this NCC-2025, and including USA also. The research work which was done, which we received, it was not easy to review, because all the research is done by many professors, under the mentorship professors, and many of our students from various universities across Uganda, and in fact, out of, like I was saying, from 11 countries, we have received the research papers. We have our research review committee or our technical program committee, many universities, which how the process we took over, that how it should be reviewed. The university, we had members in our review committee, members from Isbat University, from Makerere University, from Gulu University, Chambago University, Mountain of Moon University, Butusima University, Kampala University, Amity University, Galgotia University, JPI, and also the research institution that is the Computer Society of India as well. The researchers, the authors, the people who are renowned professors having the experience of over decades, those are the people who were amongst the reviewers. The conference was inaugurated yesterday by the Honorable Minister for ICT and National Guidance, and also with the remarks of Executive Director, the Honorable UCC Head, the Executive Director, and the Chancellor of Isbat University. We have witnessed that day one, when the inaugural was done by Ms. Sylvia, the CEO of MTN. I remember she also admired, and in fact she mentioned a page number, that this research or some of the research she really liked, which actually is coming up to the transformating nature, and the future research can be really taken up. We had number of panel discussions, like different panel discussion, and 3 technical sessions yesterday, and 2 panels sessions, and our technical discussions we had today. And we are really thankful to the ICT Ministry for deputing on behalf of Honorable Dr. Amina. And also we are thankful to the managing director of Airtel for sparing his time in spite of he was quite busy, occupied. We sincerely thanks to all our panelists, our researchers, our students, our vice chancellors, our dignitaries on the dais. Overall, we had gone through a power-packed, complete event with full of presentations on innovation, research papers, industry inputs, and word of wisdom from government officials and industry and university leaders. This conference served a platform to connect academia and industry and government, all three pillars for the growth together to form a bridge of the advancing, the harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda's development goals. Like we found, every country, every continent, they have their unique advantages and challenges. So it is very important that we, our own, should look for our local solutions, and we see how our Uganda Sustainable Development Goal, we can come up with the solution by the local advancements, because we know that the youth of Uganda is not less than any other country or any other youth. Only if they are getting the right guidance and support, they can do wonders. They are doing wonders. The outcome of this conference will help in developing future roadmap in policy developments, industry-academia collaborations, but somehow we have to decide that who will be the winner, who will be the first runner-up, and who will be the second runner-up. So now allow me to start with the name of our second runner-up for the research paper competition, research paper presentation. And one thing I would like to tell you that this marks or the judge's direction is not only on the basis of presentation. Because when we talk about the research is not about only presentation. Research is about that you need to articulate the problem statement. The problem statement should be relevant to the society and country interest, that how you are developing the local solutions relevant to the theme of the conference. So when it is evaluated by the technical paper committee, it was taken care that the research should be original. It should not be copied, or it should not be taken from some AI tool that just create some contents from the already available sites or copying, and then somebody is presenting in a very fantastic way. That is not the criteria. The criteria, there were different parts in criteria. First was that your theme, your paper should match with actually what is leveling to the theme of NCC-2025. It should have originality. The plagiarism should not be more than 15%. And also what kind of outcome you are presenting, what is your analysis, do you have your analysis supported by the relevant citations, referencing tables, charts, analysis, what kind of outcomes you are presenting, and then it was presentation. So it is not based on only today's presentation or yesterday's presentation. So I announce the name of the second runner-up. Second runner-up is Mr. Rogers Mutigiki from RENU, Research and Education Network for Uganda. Mr. Rogers Mutigiki wrote a very beautiful research on the name, on the title of Enhancing Uganda's Academic Research and Collaboration Through Metro EduRoam Using Solar Power Routers. So many congratulations, Mr. Rogers Mutigiki, for being the second runner-up. And now also I announce that when you are getting the second runner-up, what does it mean? What you are going to get? You are going to get 1 million shilling and one high-speed, high specifications laptop. That is also our second runner-up is getting. Many congratulations, Renu. Well done. We thank UCC for supporting this event and also our sponsors. Now the time for first runner-up. The first runner-up, we have a tie. Because when we collected their numbers, their weightage, that what different marks they are getting after the evaluation, all their marks were noted down, calculated, and it was rechecked again and again 3-4 times. And we found a dilemma that, my God, this time now there are two people, two different papers are on the first runner-up position. The one first runner-up, the one person is Mr. Utshu Lange Samuel from Isbat University. Mr. Samuel wrote the research paper on fare flow, an IoT and cloud-based smart bus fare collection system for sustainable urban transport. And this paper was also admired by the respected CEO of MTN yesterday when she was highlighting a page number. So it is really good that this person, Mr. Samuel, has done a great work. We really admire and appreciate the efforts of Mr. Samuel. Well done. Mr. Samuel is getting 2 million shilling and also a high-speed laptop. Congratulations. Now, as I was saying, there is a tie between the first runner-up. So the second person for the position of first runner-up, the person is Namulinda Alex. Namulinda Alex, it is again from Isbat University. And this paper was also appreciated. And this paper is on advanced smart electricity meter and remote monitoring and recharge system and IoT-based solution for multi-tenant residential environments. Very well done, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex is also getting 2 million and high-speed laptop. So both of the first runner-up have got separately 2 million separate, 2 million separate, one laptop separate, one laptop separate. Thanks to UCC and our sponsors. Thank you so much for encouraging the young minds, the youth, with the good research. And we believe that this research should not be stopped because what you have presented, it is a kind of prototyping, and this will go further and further, more accomplished in times to come. Now, my dear friends, ladies, gentlemen, and the dignitaries on the dais, that now the time is to announce the winner. The number one position, the winner of research work. It is, first I do one thing, I don't say the name of person, I tell the title of the person. Or should I say the name of the person? Let me just speak the name of the person. The name of the person is Mr. Tumisije Arthur from Makerere University. Mr. Arthur has written a wonderful research and also presented a machine learning-based optimal development approach for UAV-assisted hatnets. Mr. Arthur, as the winner of the research, is getting 3 million shillings and a high-speed laptop and also a trip. A trip is also sponsored for him for GSMA MWC, that is the Mobile World Congress, which is being held in Kigali, Rwanda on 21st to 23rd October. So Mr. Arthur will be visiting there to take part on 21st to 23rd October to Rwanda at Kigali to take part in Mobile World Congress. Very well done, Mr. Arthur. We are all proud of you. Well done, Makerere University. Well done. And all the winners of this research work, what you have done is marvelous. But again, I say that there are two kind of things. Some people, like when we work, the distance of the marks, the marginal difference was there. It was not very high that somebody is having like 90 marks, another person is having 80 marks, not even 10, not even 5, and somewhere the marks were just half, 0.5 marks. So, same time, I again say and insist all other researchers that you all are winners, because heroes are not always who are named. You all are successful person. When I say hero, please do not think why it is not gender specific, it is gender biased. Means you are the super person who is willing to do something for your country, and you are willing to make a revolution in the roadmap that how we can make digital transformation to make a better future for this generation and coming up generations. So I thank every one of you. And now for the award ceremony, we have one more part of the award ceremony. May I call upon my colleague from Kawa, Mr. Moses, to announce the results of school ICT competition. Mr. Moses, please. I must appreciate the team Kawa that you have done tremendous work across the district and nations, different regions. You have done a wonderful work and sensitizing the students and compiling all their research work and bringing them here at this national platform. Thank you so much. The stage is yours. Well done, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Now this is the time for us to know the truth, the effort made, and the fruits yielded. Let me start with the special recognition. We have 8 schools in 2 categories that presented. And then we also have to recognize an extra school that made effort and traveled a very long distance to be here with us. That school is none other than Twimbitwire Girls Secondary School from Ishaka, Bushenyi. In the audience, just stand up for recognition. Yes, they presented their project at the regional levels, and they did a good job about managing files offline. Yes, so now, let me just give a report of the judges, announcing what the judges have come up with. So, let me start from position number 3. Which is Ginger College. So their project is Equivault, the Quality Learning Management System, the future of adaptive learning. You saw their presentation here. They did a great job, and they scored 67.7. So that is Ginger College, and UCC has awarded this 3rd school with 1 million as a contribution to the ICT Club, 1 million Uganda shillings. Reason, this being a project, this is part of capital. Innovators, this is part of the capital. To start CD capital for you to put in the club and start marketing your project. On top of that, each participant receives a tab. And the teacher who mentored, Ginger College, move for recognition here. And the teacher who mentored, the teacher also receives a tab for that kind of job well done. Ginger College, yes, move quickly. That's Ginger College. Ginger College. Well done, Ginger College. Well done, Ginger College. Yes, they are being recognized for the job well done. And continue from here. Your project is very good. Education has a wider market. You are solving a very serious problem. You are focusing on SDG number 4. So this is something great. Well done, Ginger College. Right. You can go back as we bring in the school in the second position. What are you thinking? Because you are here. Partly yeah, but this is from the specialists, the judges. Yeah. So the school in the second position is Lila Town College. Lila Town College, keep moving as I talk about your project. The project is a LabLang AI translator, a very, very serious project that is really showing that secondary schools are taking AI seriously. They are taking machine learning seriously. And things are here to be seen. And the UCC is giving them 2 million shillings as a contribution to the ICT Club. On top of that, each participant gets a tab. And the teacher also gets a tablet for that. So remember, this is capital to the ICT Club. Next year, you should come with these projects when you have seen customers. You must have sold. They don't have to come back here again. Don't shell off the project. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is Lango College. That is Lila Town College. Lila Town College. Great. And finally, the winner now, the winner. Why are you panicking? The winner. The winner is Trinity College, Nabingo. Trinity College, Nabingo, keep moving. Trinity College, Nabingo. Trinity College, Nabingo. Agree up. Soil testing. We are focusing on fighting poverty, fighting hunger. SDG number 1, SDG number 2. Yes, the girls were able to show us that you can use the common technology with a sensor and check your soil before you put in fertilizer. People are suffering with maize drying up, cotton drying up, then they are blaming, going to pastors to pray for them. That is Nabingo. And UCC has contributed 3 million shillings to the ICT Club. As capital, next year Nabingo she must start selling. That app must go to the market using that capital. And each participant gets a tab for continuous innovation. And the teacher also gets a special tab to continue motivating and also to show the rest of the teachers who are online and following this that your effort is always rewarded when you work hard and you bring students to this level. And of course, we also have other participants. The rest of the participants are also qualifying for a number of things. Number one, all the 8 schools, every school has qualified for a gift from Laika Mobile. Laika Mobile is giving each of the 8 clubs MiFi. MiFi with a lot of data, and you can register with Laika and you continue. Okay, before we call all the schools, the rest of the schools just come closer, but there's Naki Valley Senior Secondary School, come closer. Naki Valley was the winner in the West, and Naki Valley, like another school here, they are getting tabs for each member. and a tab for the ICT teacher. So all the 8 schools, all the 9, including Timbitwile, come this side. Come this side for special recognition. The whole world is watching, and your names are going down in the books of history that at one time you represented your regions, you played a very, very important role. Yes, this is Nakivale. Get closer there. Yes, recognizing Nakivale SS. This is a school from the refugee community, the single district on the border between Uganda and Tanzania. They also traveled a long distance. Their innovation is in the area of education. They have done a lot. The app is working. They are integrating AI, and all this is coming from the support of UCC. All right, now the rest of the clubs come this side. Come to the stage. Come the stage. Come the stage. Keep moving. All the clubs, the ones who have already been recognized, all the clubs, I mean, Lila Town College, Nabingo, all the secondary school clubs. Just come in front. Just come and enjoy the show here. Yes, come, stand behind here. This is your time now. I see Mwiri moving majestically. Just stand behind here for that recognition. There's a group photo. That kind of recognition, very powerful team. Patrons, come close also. There's space here, move faster here. This is recognition for what you have done. Being the best in a region is not easy. Being the second best is not easy. And being the best nationally is not easy. So this is the recognition. Okay, cameramen are taking the photos. Okay. All right. So this is a special recognition. I think we are through with that. Okay. For us, we are seeing here, these members have been recognized. Photos captured clearly in the presence of UCC, Eastbert University, all government officials. Continue working hard, okay? As you go back, let's collaborate to see that all your projects come to the market. Next year, we'd like to see new projects only. These ones you'll come back, you'll be here basically to give testimony of how you have moved, and then you'll continue being recognized. The Innovation Hub is here. That's where we belong. As Kawa, we sit inside here. There's a lot of support from Ministry of ICT, and we're going to continue supporting with all the partners to see that you shine and you make money out of this. Thank you so much. Can you take back your seat? Go back to your seats. Okay, I think with that announcement, I hand over back the mic to Dr. Podep, and then we continue. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you, everyone. It is really a magnificent work we have seen from all the students from different districts and different regions. Thank you, Kawa. Thank you, UCC. And also, before I give the mic back to my MC, I would just like 2-3 people to just, wherever they are, they can just raise their hand, because when we are all working together, I cannot forget them. One is Engineer Rebecca. Engineer Rebecca is here. And one is Miss Winnie and Mr. Herbert. So wherever you are, Engineer Rebecca, Miss Winnie, and please you can just stand and raise your hand, because we all were working every day, every week, and we really sincerely thank you, the AD of UCC and the Director ICT, Engineer Christine. We thank you, Madam. for providing such a wonderful support. And we also thank Engineer Rebecca, Ms. Winnie, and Mr. Robert, that along with every step, they were guiding us and they were telling that, okay, how other 8 conferences were held and how they were giving us different kind of guidelines that, okay, how we can do so we could do it all the possible today. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. May I call the MC back on the stage, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Pradeep. And of course, congratulations to all the winners. I would like to invite also the CEO of Leica Mobile, Peter Kakare, to come and, say something. He has something in store. Say something. The winners, please, brace yourselves. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Leica Mobile, we are delighted to be part of the National Communications Conference 2025. We'd like to first of all take this opportunity to recognize the dignitaries from the Ministry of ICT National Guidance, Uganda Communication Commission, ISPAT, the various schools that have competed in the just concluded competition, and all members present. On behalf of Leica Mobile, I would like to first of all congratulate all the winners and to say that in technology, everybody is a winner, because we believe that technology is an enabler in as much as we're trying to roll out as much new technologies, but solving problems and giving solutions to the people. There is no better way to do that than to give means of achieving that. And that's why as Leica, we like to give all the participants MiFis that give the best value data, voice, and combo bundles, which will be coming from Leica Mobile. Just to say, we may not be the biggest telecommunications company, but we are the most innovative in terms of giving affordable, high-quality services to our customers. And many of you who have tested the services can attest to that fact. So on this moment, I would like to first of all congratulate the winners, but because everybody is a winner, as Leica, I want to continue powering your solutions so that next time you come back here and everybody will be a winner, once again, courtesy of Leica. So I'm delighted on behalf of the organization, Leica Mobile, to give a package of Leica MiFis to each of the schools that have participated in this competition. I want to pass the microphone back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Kakaire. Let's give him a round of applause. Not the best, but the most innovative. I don't know what he meant, but your guess is as good as mine, because if you innovate, then you are not a very small mobile company. So, would like to call upon Engineer Christine Mujimba, the Director of ICT and Research, to give us closing remarks. Thank you very much. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I thought people would be more excited after the niceties and the announcements. But the Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Chris Bayomisi, who is, I guess, will listen into this, the Executive Director of the Uganda Communications Commission, the Board Chair, Dr. Charity Basaza, and also other board members present here, the Vice Chancellor of ISBAT, Professor Matthew, yeah, the Vice Chancellor of Gulu University, Miss Doctor, is here, Doctor? Yeah, Opejuru, the Vice Chancellor from Bishop Stewart University, my colleague, Director of UCSAF, James Beronda, ladies and gentlemen, the students, the researchers, everyone here, the innovators, congratulations upon reaching the end of this journey, but yet the beginning. Not so? Because it's a beginning and it's also a continuation, because innovation, research, as you have seen from the interactions, never ends. There were questions that came up, yeah, during the panels. You present, then someone asks you another research question. Yeah, so it keeps heaping and heaping, and that's what makes it exciting, that you have different iterations. When I was giving my opening remarks yesterday, it feels like more than yesterday because of the activities. It has been packed. I talked of the journey of NCC, and I encouraged the young people here and said that it would be unfortunate for you to leave without having networked or got an idea here. And I want to share a story that happened today of a young man called Joshua Mugulusi, I don't know if he's here or he left, from St. Lawrence University, who took that seriously, because over lunch, he came to where a colleague of mine was sitting. He introduced himself. No protocol, yeah, which is good. He got right, he just went straight to the point, yeah, and introduced his project. He said he's doing a project, with a team, and you see he's not even among the winners here, but he took opportunity of the platform. He introduced the project they're doing with a team of his, which I think is doing monitoring and tracking, or something in attendance, but he said he has a problem, he has a challenge. They are looking at the security aspects of that project and privacy, and they don't have security experts. So because one of my colleagues, who is not here, was earlier on a panel, and Mugulusi had noted him, is in cybersecurity, he asked whether he can reach out so that they give them the expertise they need to take their project further. As I speak now, he has an appointment. All that happened, not in this room, during the lunch break in less than 5 minutes. This is what this platform is about, yeah? This is what it's about, and I hope you have been inspired. I hope you have got connections. We do our best to bring the industry players. You saw the CEOs here, you saw the academicians. We have the CEO of Renu here. Earlier we have had Leica here, we had Airtel, we had MTN and others who may be following online. But that's the power and the strength of collaboration and diversity, which we have seen demonstrated here, really, yeah? We have had the statistics of the papers that have come from different countries, and that's what innovation is about. That's what research is about. It transcends races, gender, and even nations, yeah? And for the students here in secondary schools, some of us did not have the opportunity to have such platforms, yeah? A lot of what we learned was more of a theory than a practice. And then we are thrown into the industry, and you have to translate quickly your knowledge into application. You people are living in times where you are iterating and seeing this on the go, and I look forward to reading the news, yeah? Hopefully I'll be alive 2040 when you are appearing in the best I don't know who, and part of that story is this was harnessed either through the ICT Club or through NCC for the research papers, and I'm sure during these meetings we have had chats. I have had chats with the different partners, and they have pledged to continue this and support this project. So I want to congratulate all of us for being here. You could have been elsewhere, but the fact that you're here, you believe in the theme for this conference, which is harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda's development goals. That means you're patriotic, you believe in Uganda, you're not going to run away. Is that so? The young girls from Nabingo? Yeah, I hope you may have aspirations to study in the US, but you know we are talking about Uganda, yes? Yeah, so please don't do a brain drain. Yes, you can go and acquire extra knowledge, but please let's continue to give back to our nation. So I'd like to thank once again the organizing committee, Dr. Drapit, I hope I pronounced your name well, working with other people you've worked with, Gulu University, the technical program committees, my UCC team. Again, I'm going to ask them to stand up, and I'm going to say why they are standing up. Engineer Rebecca, Winnie, and Robert, again, to emphasize the point of agility, which also the CEO of RENU talked about. So those of us who have been with UCC on this journey know that this is not the team that was behind UCC in the first and different. You have seen different teams come and go. So these three are, for the first time, being part of NCC, whereas they have been in UCC, but for the first time, they have been part of NCC. And that talks to the issue of being agile, of saying there's always a first time, and you can start, your first time can be the best, yeah? So I'd like to recognize them for not only starting first with the NCC and jumping on, but doing it to the best and helping us achieve this success. Yeah. So thank you very much. And I think with that, I see Joseph is aging to jump here. Yeah, I wish you all the best in your future projects and innovations and the partnerships. Let it continue. The universities, I'm sure, the Vice Chancellors, now you have experience of what this whole looks like, and please continue the collaboration. Our partners, our sponsors, thank you very much. God bless you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Let's give a round of applause. The engineer does not only have a very good smile, but she's very good at what she does. Thank you very much. We are directly under her when it comes to the NCC, of course, Director of Research. She does a wonderful job. But also, UKUSAF, thank you very much for guiding us for the schools. It was a very exciting moment for the young people. And the future looks very, very bright. So right now, we'd like to get into a very important aspect, validatory address by none other than our leader, the board chairperson for UCC, to come and validate, give us a validatory address for the NCC 9th edition. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to ride on the protocol already observed. It has been a privilege to take part in the 9th National Conference on Communications, a flagship event of the Uganda Communications Commission. On behalf of the board, I wish to extend our appreciation to all participants for the rich discussions, the knowledge shared, and the spirit of collaboration that has defined these past 2 days. Although I wasn't able to be here for every session, but I made it a point to join online. And as I was busy juggling my day-to-day work, as well as listening very intently on the goings-on at this conference, I had to, many a time, turn on my screen and really follow and watch, because the presentations and the projects that were being displayed were absolutely extraordinary. The theme, harnessing digital innovation to power sustainable local solutions for Uganda's development goals, could not be more timely. The exchanges at this conference have reaffirmed that innovation is no longer optional, but essential if we are to achieve our national goals. Innovation is what turns technology into solutions that improve lives, strengthen resilience, and ensure inclusion across all sectors. We have seen this theme brought to life through the creativity of our secondary school ICT clubs, the insight from academia, the contributions of innovators, the presentation of research papers, and the perspectives shared in industry and policy roundtables. The research outputs presented here and their eventual publication are vital in ensuring that the knowledge generated is not only celebrated, but also preserved, shared, and applied to inform policy, strengthen industry practice, and inspire future innovation. Together, this mix of voices is exactly what we need to shape a communication sector that is inclusive, forward-looking, and impactful. I wish to especially acknowledge Eastport University and Gulu University for co-hosting this conference. Professor Matthews and your team, and Professor Openjuru, thank you very much for a wonderful conference. It is the first time we have seen both a public and private university come together as hosts, and this partnership demonstrates the power of collaboration between government and private actors in driving innovation within our universities and beyond. I also wish to recognize the vital role of our universities as pillars of research, development, and innovation. They nurture talent, generate knowledge, and connect ideas with real-world applications. Alongside them, our innovators and researchers continue to push boundaries. Together, they remind us that Uganda's future will be built by those who dare to create, to experiment, and to find solutions that respond to our realities. As we close, I invite all of us to carry forward the commitments we have made here to strengthen collaboration across government, academia, and industry, to nurture local innovators, especially our youth, and to embed sustainability in every innovation we pursue. In this way, the outcomes of this conference will continue to bear fruit long after we leave this hall. On behalf of the board of the Uganda Communications Commission, I reaffirm our support to the Commission in advancing research, innovation, and regulation that address the needs of our nation. A key part of this effort is ensuring that research does not end in conference halls, but is published, widely disseminated, and used to inform both industry practice and national policy. I especially look forward to seeing the real application for the innovation from Nabingo. I would like to see a time when we take such innovations back to our grandmothers, our aunties, back in our rural areas, and how they can utilize these applications to improve their farming practices. Equally critical is strengthening partnerships between academia and industry. I urge industry leaders to partner with our universities by establishing industry chairs that can identify pressing sector challenges, shape them into research agendas, and work with students and faculty to generate practical solutions. This approach has proven successful in leading innovation economies. In the United States, the close ties between Silicon Valley companies and research universities have produced world-changing technologies. In Germany, the Fraunhofer model has shown how applied research can directly solve industry problems. In South Korea, telecom university collaborations have accelerated the country's digital transformation. These examples remind us that when universities and industry work hand in hand, innovation flourishes. Let us adopt this model here of industry chairs in Uganda, ensuring that the insights and partnerships from this conference are transformed into concrete action, fueling research, innovation, and sustainable solutions that advance our national development goals. I thank you for your dedication, your contributions, and your commitment to shaping Uganda's communications sector. For God and my country, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charity Basaza Mulenga. She's an engineer. Of course, she's also the chairperson, of the Uganda Communications Commission. And she's also the Vice Chancellor of King Caesar University. Yes, she's also part of Uganda's Vice Chancellor's Forum. That's exciting. And of course, a founding Vice Chancellor of St. Augustine International University. The list is endless. Thank you very much for that validatory address. Yes, as we wind out, we said we'll be done before 6, and we've truly lived up to our expectations. Right about now, ISPAT and Gulu have started an innovation where on conferences like this, we thank people who have done a wonderful job. Like we said, innovation is not necessarily technology. It is trying to do things differently and trying to solve problems. This time, the two universities, the co-hosts, are doing things differently. So we are going to be awarding. Of course, we'll start with our chairperson from UCC, who will be awarded. That was supposed to be a commercial break. The Vice Chancellor of ISPAT, please take the honor of awarding our chairperson from Uganda Communications Commission. Thank you very much. I hope the photographers have taken the best shot. We also have the DVC for Gulu University. You will be awarded. Yes, the Director of ICT and Research will be awarding that. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, behind every successful event, there are always leaders who work tirelessly. So on behalf of the TPC, the entire team that has worked very well, would like to recognize the work of Dr. Pradeep and of course his team. And that will be awarded by James Baronda from UCSAF. UCC, please take the honor. Thank you. Last but not least, we'd like to reward Dr. Mayur Kumar for your contribution. He has walked, I don't know how many kilometers, he has walked miles to make sure things happen. The VC of ISPAT will do the honors. Oh, the VC of Bishop Stewart, thank you. Thank you, DJ. Now, whenever I mention an organization, a company, we clap. Yes. So, of course, we need to thank the government of Uganda. Yes. Under the government of Uganda, we'll thank the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And we'll thank Uganda Communications Commission. The board, let's clap for the board. The directors, let's clap for them. Management, they've done a wonderful job. We'd like to thank ISPAT University. Co-hosts, and of course, I talked about universities of the future. Gulu University. Let's thank all the other universities, present or not present. But present here, of course, we have Bishop Stewart University. Yes. Thank you. We'd like to thank the students from the clubs. We'd like to thank the panelists. Let's clap for them. The moderators, the presenters. We'd like to thank the ushers. Yes, you're not clapping. They've made sure we have internet. They've made sure the ACs are working. You've got good lunch and all those things. Well taken care of. We'd like to thank the technical production team. Len Production, wonderful job. I always say the most important people are the cameramen. People never believe me, I don't know why. Because this event will only be remembered because those guys behind the cameras and on the switchers, the lighting are doing a wonderful job. We'd like to thank Leica Mobile. Thank you for powering the NCC 9th edition. You've done a wonderful job. And of course, we'd like to thank Future Technologies, the technology partner for NCC. And who else can I thank? Thank you very much. We can now take our official photograph and we'll come to the end of this two-day wonderful, momentous. Yes, I've been told that the certificate for all the presenters will be picked at the reception. Please don't forget to pick your certificates. Thank you very much. So cameramen will take the last group photo. So let's have all the winners, let's have the vice chancellors, all the presenters, all the moderators. Please come on stage. The board of UCC, let's come on stage. The directors of UCC, join us. Leica Mobile, please join us. Kawa, join us on stage. Please. Join us on stage. All the presenters for the day. Dr. Kumar, please join us. And then as we wind up, please try and move a little bit faster. Our last item will be a vote of thanks from Professor David Okello Owinyi, the DVC for Gulu University. Please prepare yourself after this photo. I know that this photo is very important. It's very deliberate. People will leave, but let's have it. This moment is very, very important. Please join us. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. We'd also like to thank Renault, who have done. Let's clap for Renault, our internet providers. We have been able to tweet to TikTok because of Renault. Seamless connection. Yeah. I hope the cameraman captures me, please. This is history in the making. Engineer Jessica, please join us. Thank you. You just can't afford to miss. Let's move a bit closer. Let's try and No, you sit. Yeah, you see. It's okay. That's fine. I think that should be it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have our vote of thanks from Professor David Okello Owinyi. Please, you can take your seats, please. The photo is done. It takes just a few seconds, thanks to technology and innovation. But students from where? Which all level? All level.
Yeah. No. It's innovation actually like challenge. The schools, 8 schools participated.
Yes.
But times 4 students.
Okay.
That is 22.
50%.
50% at Ispat University. Special from the
management.
From Ispat University. Just say
Okay.
management of Ispat.
Special announcement. Out of the 8 who participated, the management of Ispat University has got so excited and very encouraged and have offered a 50% discount to all those participants. 32 participants. 50%. So that's another takeaway. Thank you very much, Ispat University.
I stand on the protocols established. I have only 2 minutes, so I will just go as fast as I can. I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to collaborate, to co-organize this function with Ispat University. I bring greetings from Gulu University. The VC was here yesterday. He made this speech. Greetings from the DBC. He couldn't make it here. And therefore, I'm going to make a very, very brief remark about what he has to say. And this is what I can say. 2 points, then we can say thank you. Number 1, we have noted that there is now a paradigm shift from the ivory tower to a different setting where we can co-create solutions together, but also that we can now participatorily discuss issues that affect all of us. I am very thrilled with the participation from the schools. They have co-created solutions that we have envisioned, and now this will bring the future today. As a university which is already practicing the future, we are so much celebrating these innovations from the different schools, and I'm very happy that these schools who have participated are actually very, very, very innovative. All of you have won whatever you have won. Thank you very much for winning all that you have won. Number 2, we have learned that competency-based education is creating some of these that we have seen today. And I think we have to embrace it. And in many ways, we have been attempting to do some of this through problem-based learning or project problem-based learning at Gulu University. And this therefore means with these innovations, where do we put universities? The students at school are extremely too good, and they have done wonderful projects. I really appreciate this. And therefore, I say we need to redesign our curriculums in the universities to address pressing needs of our nation and to capture some of these very important aspects of our society. And following from the professor's submission yesterday about the triple helix, we now talk of quadruple helix, integrating civil society into the equation to make it more inclusive, more elaborated, and more more welcoming to all of us who are actually practicing and trying to change tomorrow, because we are addressing the issues enshrined in the Vision 2040, NDP 4, and Africa 2063. With all this, let me just sum up, following what the MC has said already. I thank all of you at different levels, the industry leaders, Ministry of ICT, UCC, universities, researchers, students here present. I lump you without any order. I want to wish you the best in your endeavors, but also as we transfer knowledge, we are changing lives. And through that changing lives, we are changing communities. We call it transformation of communities for the better Uganda. I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Yes, we'd like to thank the DVC, and I think right about now, we'd like to say thank you very much, and have a safe journey home. I always say somebody needs to bless us before we leave. Yes, and I needed to save best for last. Sister, Professor, please, this is your moment. Thank you. And that prayer will end NCC edition number 9. Thank you.
The Lord is good, and all the time. People of God, good evening. I think we need to stand up so that we say our last prayer. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Father God, Father Son, Father Holy Spirit, we praise you and we glorify you. We thank you, Father, for all the wonders that you have performed in this conference. Father, we thank you for the gift of Ishabat for Uganda. We thank you for all our dignitaries and administrators. We thank you for our parents. We thank you for our students who are here. You have given them safe journey masses to travel here. We thank you, Father, for all those who have thought about this. Father God, struggling to bring peace to humanity. Father God, in a special way, we lift these plans into your hands. Continue nurturing our young people. Let them be innovators. Let them integrate this digital into our local areas. Father God, we pray that you bless them. Give us resources. We bless you, Father God, that as we leave this place, bless us. Grant us journey mercies. That when we have arrived, Father God, the rest can share on the blessings of we have got today. This we pray through your name, Lord Jesus Christ. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.